Chapter 1. Genevieve. She woke from her small bed to the smell of smoke, finding herself coughing and struggling to breathe. She rose in a panic and rolled from her bed to the hard wooden floor before she was fully awake. There was a light outside in the hallway. Her bedroom door was open, and she heard yelling, or screaming rather. It sounded a lot like her sister's voice. She looked up. The ceiling of the darkened room was full of black smoke, so she crawled hand and knees out of her room and looked into the hallway. Her father's room was at the end of the hall. Orange light came from it. Black smoke poured out of the door. She could hear her twin sister, Laura, crying and screaming. She forced herself to stand and run toward the doorway and the fire. She cried out, "Laura, Father!" And she ran into the room. She wished in a way she hadn't gone in. Her father lay in his small single bed, and there was blood all over his white sheets. His head lay to the side, his throat had been roughly cut. Dark blood poured over the sheets. The bed was on fire, and it had grown to fill the room, taking the curtains and bedside table where his reading candle had been. Laura stood at the base of the bed. She looked at her and smiled. She was 12, and yesterday had been their birthday. In her hand she held a large kitchen knife. It dripped blood, and she just stared at her sister. The flames grew behind her, but she didn't move. She was staring off into nothing. She'd been screaming moments ago. "Laura!" Her voice shaking with fear. Her sister snapped out of the trance and looked at her, smiling again. "It's over, Genevieve. He'll never hurt you. He'll never hurt me again. I've saved us both." As she watched, her sister drew the knife in long, slow cuts up her arms. The blade sunk into her white flesh and cut a long line up the length of it. She screamed and ran to her, but had to step back. The fire was growing and growing, the whole room full of flames. Suddenly other people were behind her, dragging her backwards. She screamed as they carried her out of her house and down the stairs. As she stood outside in the street, the house where she'd spent the last 2 years went up in flames before her. She was in shock, watching as the flames grew and devoured the old wooden apartment. Her neighbours did their best to save the adjoining houses, and a police carriage came along shortly, drawn by 2 scared-looking horses. A small black carriage with thick metal bars on the back. She was taken in the carriage to the police station in Hatton Garden. She wasn't a criminal, she didn't think, but her only family were dead. She was 12, and the police probably had no idea what they should do with her. She was brought into the large stone building by a policeman in his fine blue uniform and a little hat, and made to sit down. He looked at her.
"We've sent for the church ladies. They might have a room for you."
She hadn't even looked at his face or seen what he looked like. But after an hour of waiting on the hard wooden benches, a woman appeared. She shuffled along the hallway of the station and was shown to her. She looked like a churchwoman, old, fragile hands and a plain but full-length dress.
"Poor child, what a night you have had. They say you'll need a place to stay. My church in Kent Hill run an orphanage. You can stay with us."
She just nodded at the lady.
"I am Miss Sarah Davidson, but calling me Sarah is fine. I will stay with you for a while."
The old lady patted her leg through her dress. She liked her. She got a good feeling from her. She seemed sad that she was going through this. No one had said anything to her, not a single word of regret or sadness aloud. In moments, her entire life and family had been ripped away from her in blood and flames, but now there was working to do and forms to sign. No one seemed to think she should be upset. It was just another night in London for them. Sarah was trying to be kind, but she started to cry. She was an orphan now. This morning she'd had a sister, a father, a home. She'd even had a mother years ago, and now she had nothing. They had no family in London, and her father's family in Ireland hated them all. She cried into her hands. They still smelled of smoke, and she coughed a lot. The woman stood up.
Officer, has this girl been seen by a doctor? It seems like she has breathed in a lot of smoke.
He looked unconcerned but did what the old lady said. She sat for another hour or so until a doctor came. He was one of the first doctors she had ever seen, but looked as she imagined one too. He was short, in a suit, and had a stethoscope around his neck. She looked at it and shuddered, hoping he didn't want to touch her with it. The man put it to her back, luckily over her dress, and had her breathe. When she did, he just nodded.
Minor smoke inhalation, you'll be fine.
Sarah had been with her the whole time. She liked the lady, she just sat by her and didn't say much, but that was good. In moments the policeman was back, and he spoke to her.
She can take you, but first I need your statement. You're the only witness.
She had been dreading this. What should she tell them? How much did they already know? She had to be very careful. She was taken into a bluestone room and sat at a table, and the lady sat next to her like a guardian. The policeman was opposite her. As she waited, the door opened, and her heart dropped. Another man walked in. He was young, had a moustache, a pencil in his pocket, glasses, and a thin smile. Dr. Sinclair. The man sat, and he looked at her hard.
I'm so sorry, Genevieve, but this was a danger we should have expected.
He was another person who didn't look sad at all. He seemed like he had things to do, and this was getting in the way. The policeman looked at her.
So this Dr. Sinclair says he was treating your sister, that she was close to being admitted to Bethlehem Hospital, but your father stepped in.
She just nodded. Her sister had been sick. She saw things, and they would have taken her away a long time ago if their father hadn't stopped it. She'd almost been taken by the city twice, but each time he argued that she was just grief-stricken for their mother's passing, even though that was 2 years past. "Tell me what happened," the policeman said. He took out his pencil and started to write what she said in a small black letterpad. "I woke, and there was smoke. I heard Laura and I ran to Father's room." She tried not to cry as she imagined his dead body. She had loved him, and he loved them. For all his torments, he had been a good man. He was dead. She killed him, and then she killed herself. They all stared at her, and the woman patted her leg, the pencil scratched on the paper, but Dr. Sinclair peered at her like she was a bug under a microscope. "What did she say to you?" "She said he'd never hurt me now, and wouldn't be able to hurt her." He looked at his papers, notes from his sessions with Laura. So the city didn't take her. She'd had to go and see him once a week and talk about how she felt. The policeman looked at them.
Was your father abusive? Did he hurt you?
She just stayed quiet. She'd said too much already. Dr. Sinclair spoke up.
I have detailed notes of Laura's mental state and had spoken with your father extensively. Would it be fair to say her thoughts and accusations against your father were not true and were a result of her mania?
She didn't know what to say. She didn't want people to say her father was a molesterer, but she sensed this man was dangerous. "He never hurt me. He couldn't. He wasn't that kind of man. Laura was confused." Sinclair laughed.
Confused? She killed your father. She gave me many details of his crimes, and she surely experienced something. But her accounts don't make sense. She describes her father as looking differently, of being much older, a permeating smell of tobacco on his hands, but I know your father wasn't a smoker.
She was silent. She knew Laura had had visions. She saw things no one else saw. The problem was, she saw them too. She knew a man like this doctor was waiting for his chance to lock her up as well. He'd always asked about her. Did she see them as well? She'd just never trusted them as Laura had. She knew she'd never get better, and these kinds of people couldn't help. "He never hurt us," she confirmed. The policeman closed his book.
We're satisfied that this happened because of willful homicide, committed by your sister, who then took her own life. You are free to go, but as you are only 12, you will have to be a ward of the state until your 18th birthday, according to the Orphans and War Child Act of 1765. Given you were born in the parish of Kent, they will have responsibility for you.
She looked at the old woman. There were worse fates. She thought this lady and her group would at least be kind and not run a workhouse. No, Dr. Sinclair said. The policeman looked at him. No. Dr. Sinclair spoke to her, trying to look compassionate.
Genevieve, the problem is your sister suffered a deep mania, and indeed we see now she was a danger to herself and others. I've done extensive work with twins, and we often find what affects one affects the other. I think you're smarter than Laura. I think you don't talk about these things, but I'm sure that you see them as well.
Her heart was racing. She knew he could take her if he wanted. She had no guardian to stop him. I don't, she insisted. He opened his black bag, and from it he pulled out a candlestick. It was silver and ornate, but she didn't like the look of it. It was one of those powerful objects that seemed to radiate ill memories.
Now, the central theme of Laura's mania was that she claimed she could see the memories of others. All the bad things that have ever happened supposedly leave a mark. It was, of course, a delusion, but she was very good at convincing people it was true, so touch this with your bare hand and I'll believe you.
She looked at it. It looked wrong. The bottom was very solid, and she imagined it had been used violently. She sometimes saw the memories, not as strong as Laura, but if something bad had happened, if someone had killed someone with this thing, she'd see and feel it. No, she said.
Why not? Any sane person would touch it. It's a simple candlestick.
She was strong. She had been repressing her senses for years and could do it again. She took off her gloves and, reaching out, took hold of the silver candlestick. The memory and pain hit her hard. She felt it as a real pain in her body. She saw an unknown person holding the stick high, then smashing it into someone's skull. She felt the killer's memory and the victim's. They washed together as one. The hand that held the weapon and the skull it crushed. She felt the rage of the killer, so extreme, and the pain as it hit. It was like her own head had been crushed, the pain extreme. She stared at the doctor, trying to show no emotion on her face, but knew she had. She'd flinched. It's just a candlestick.
Sorry, Genevieve, I just don't believe you.
Chapter 2. Genevieve. They escorted her in a police carriage to Bethlehem Hospital that night. It was raining outside the carriage, and she sat with her back against the wood. She was glad in a way that she wasn't strong when Laura had first told her of her powers. The things she saw and knew, she'd been jealous. It came to her much more slowly, getting vague feelings about people and places, and there were certain rooms or houses she just hated for no apparent reason. She and her sister had often visited their uncle in Winchester. She hated his big old house. Laura had known why she'd hated it. She'd said that the master of the house had shot himself with a rifle 20 years ago and claimed she knew where the gun was. All she knew was she didn't like being in there. It felt wrong. Now she was older, she saw and felt the visions more clearly. Sometimes she felt the pain of them, as if it were happening to her. She'd see them before her eyes like some awful play acted on a stage, but she would push them down. She prayed a lot. She asked God to deliver her from her curse, to take it away, but he never did. She was stuck with it, and it was getting worse. She knew that by her end, Laura was living in another world, a world surrounded by the ghosts of the living. She could see almost any strong memory, feel it like it was her own. It turned from her source of pride to something she also hated, but unlike her, she'd thought adults would help her. The wagon pulled to a stop in front of the hospital. She was led out by a man, and she looked at the building. It was a huge old thing, made of blue stone with a large archway, and looked like the converted prison that it was. It was the home of all the advanced treatment techniques for mania, Dr. Sinclair had thought he could cure Laura, but her father hadn't let Laura be sent here, and by the end she was scary even to she. The man led her inside. The front room was small and narrow. Once she'd stepped inside, she was made to wait on a wooden bench. The doctor soon joined them. He had his own carriage and stepped in from the rain. He went to the nurse and spoke with her. They'll get you settled. Treatments and discussion will start tomorrow, he explained. Having said that, he left her alone. She was scared. Not only was this a place where they did horrible things to people, she could feel the visions growing. She was getting a very bad feeling. It was like a sickness growing in her belly. She knew that her visions were only getting stronger, and if she showed them to the doctor, he'd see that as proof she was mad. Laura had spent so much time convincing people her visions were real. She knew things no one could know, but no one ever believed her. They just said she used rumour and was good at lying. The man led her out of the foyer and through the building. She was on the ground floor, and it looked like a prison she'd read about in The Count of Monte Cristo. She was led up the hallway and through a door. Once through, the noise was near unbearable. People screamed all around her, banging on their doors and crying out to the guard. They walked past rows and rows of thick steel doors and into another wing that thankfully was quieter. She was led upstairs and to a small door. It had a grill in it, barred. The guard put a big key to a lock and opened the room. She looked inside. It was a small room with blue stone walls and a concrete floor with a single wooden bed. On the wall was a bolt of metal, a long chain, and a collar. She knew that would end up around her if she were bad.
You're in here until the doctor wants you, food in your room, toilet in the bucket.
He shoved her into the room and she stumbled to the bed and sat down. She looked at the bucket. It was steel and thankfully empty. He locked the door behind her. There was a window, barred, but it let in a fraction of moonlight. She walked to the bars at the window and put her hands to it. She recoiled in moments, but it was too late. A vision filled her mind, a young man, truly mad and desperate. She felt the pain in her face as he slammed his head into the metal bars repeatedly, killing himself, taking the dark escape route from this place. She calmed her breathing and walked to the middle of the room. The sick feeling was growing in her, and the visions came in a flood. She'd always avoided places like this. Now she couldn't escape. Memory upon memory fell on her. Men and women trapped in this cell. The things that were done to them, water treatment, electroshock, the hunger, the loneliness, the utter silence of the room. She saw all the people in here for years and years. She collapsed to the floor, her hands in front of her, tears in her eyes. Please, Lord, rid me of these cursed visions. Please, Lord, rid me of these cursed visions, she repeatedly prayed as the visions tore at her mind. Chapter 3. Genevieve. She had gotten a few hours of sleep. She had curled herself into a ball and slept in a corner where her bucket was. It was the only part of the room where no one else had sat and cried to themselves, or rocked back and forth, scratching their arms with bits of rock. At breakfast time, a tray of food was slid into the grill and she looked at it. It was a bowl of grey gruel. She put her finger into it and felt nothing. That was good. She was hungry. She swallowed the 4 mouthfuls of wheat soup. It tasted bad, but eased her belly. She sat back against the bed, the metal bowl in her hands as she focused on it. It was new, made in a factory, handled with gloves, but she felt nothing from it. It almost eased her mind to touch it. It was like a void of nothingness, unlike everything else in the room. At lunchtime, she was given another bowl of gruel. Her days were going to be boring. She was starting to go crazy from the boredom. There was nothing to do but think. Think about her father. Think of Laura and the visions of the room. All the people that had been in here before her and were still here with her now. The main one was a girl. She was around 20, she thought. Her ghost haunted spots in the room. She sat and cried, stood and cried. She pressed her head against the wall and cried. She had a shaved head and a scar on the back of it. She was just pure sadness. All she did was mutter, "My baby, my baby." What had they done to her? When the doctor finally came to her room, she was almost happy at least she'd get to leave for a few hours. He unlocked the door and stood before it.
How is your room?
Cold and awful.
Well, you'll find our facilities here are the latest in techniques. The room might be a little rough, but it's not meant to be a hotel.
It was far from a hotel. She had already had to piss in the bucket and didn't know when they would take it away. She followed the doctor, and they went through the prison. She couldn't think of it as a hospital, and soon they were in a small office. It was filled with books and held a small desk. She sat at it, and he took out her file, starting to read it.
Tell me of your visions, Genevieve.
I don't have any visions. He stared at her for the longest time.
You do. I think you have what your sister had. With her, I found myself thinking it had to do with your mother's death, and the same could be true for you. Laura at least wanted help. You aren't helping anyone by lying about your affliction.
You never helped her.
How could I? Visits once a week for mania with hallucinations and homicidal tendency. If your father had allowed me to treat her properly, with our modern equipment and methods, we might have been able to save both him and her.
Bethlehem was a place of horrors. Laura's visions were strong and dangerous. She would have been better off just going out to the country, where nothing had happened since the dawn of man, not being locked in a place where every room held a torment. Laura would have been sent mad from a single day in this place.
Anyway, now I have a second chance. I may have failed your sister, and I am sad for that, but I won't fail you. We will cure you, but the first step is admitting you have a problem.
She just stared at him. She knew that being 12, he was in fact her guardian, and could do anything he wanted to her, any treatment, anything. She was his until she turned 18, and even then only escape if she could prove she was sane.
Tell me about Laura's visions then. What did she see?
You tell me. She could see him getting angry, and it felt good to torment him. It was her only piece of happiness in the last few days.
Okay, I will tell you, and then you can admit you see them as well. Laura, and you, I might add, found your mother's body. It traumatized you both. From then on, you have both seen the ghosts of dead people, or acts of violence. Now, I believe you see these things. I think they are hallucinations created by your mind based on fragments of information you gather. I'm sure it's horrible, and I do believe you see them.
You just don't think they are real.
How can they be? You hear a boy died in a room, and thus you see it.
He was a fool. Laura had given him proof more than once she had shown him. The man who killed himself in their uncle's house, she knew where the gun was. The man had thought of doing it day after day, hiding and retaking the weapon, then finally doing it. Laura knew where the gun was. No one else did. Hidden in a chest in the attic. No one had believed her. They just said she found it and made the whole thing up. When she was young, she may have wanted the attention, but she sure didn't want it later. She was just sick of people calling her a liar. I don't see them, she repeated. He shook his head.
That's bad for you. Admitting is the first step, but we'll begin treatment anyway. As I said, I failed Laura, but I won't fail you, Genevieve. One day you will thank me for what we do here.
Chapter 4. Richard, or Richard Bickleton to his readers, liked his life, or rather his job. He worked for one of the leading newspapers in London. It came out 3 times a week. They, the writers and workers, called it The Courier. Everyone else called it Dundee Courier and Argus. It had started in 1881 and was still going strong when he got a job as a reporter 5 years later. It didn't pay well. He got treated like a hack and not a real writer, but he enjoyed it. He oversaw 2 sections. He wrote crime and political scandal. He liked both things. He was a cynical person by nature and liked that he got paid to take politicians down a peg, especially people who thought they were above the rabble like him. He also liked reporting on murders. London had plenty of it, and it sold papers. They also had their fair share of mass murders. They had been reporting on a man they called the Milkman. He was a milkman who had killed people with poisoned milk in London. He'd been great for selling papers, but once they'd caught him, he turned out to be a quiet, retiring sort, not half what they'd hoped from a killer. He'd learned a lot about killers in his time of writing about them and researching them. He'd even come up with the Bickleton guiltometer. He knew they were guilty if they did it for one of 4 reasons. They were broken, a bastard, did it for the money, or for love. Mostly it was love or lust, cheating husbands and wives. The next most common reason was for money, to get their inheritance. Third, they were a bastard, long history of crime. And lastly, they were broken. People who had been tormented as children, often turning out to be monsters themselves. Richard often heard about how some killer was also a victim in his own way. Still, he knew lots of people who were raised by horrid parents and didn't grow up poisoning milk or locking people in basements. He'd been called out to a new job, they had police on the payroll, and he'd gotten a call in at the office. He took a carriage over to the location and stepped out. It was a tall sandstone building on a street with only 2 other houses, much further away. This one was for money. He'd bet his life on it. The door was open and a policeman stood at the door. His name was David Samuels. He was young and liked money. There were no other police, just Samuels. What have we got?
Murder, but I don't like it.
Him saying he didn't like it meant there was something wrong with it. It was a crime that didn't make sense. That was happening more and more. Lately found himself going to the psychiatrist and printing words like homicidal maniac, not that he knew what that was. In the past, people killed for money. Now it was because they were sick. Tell me about it. He walked into the house and Samuels led him to the first body. She was in the kitchen. It was big, very clean, and food in pans on the stove. She was face down, a large knife sticking out of her back, blood pooling all around.
Thomas Addison, family man and accountant, comes home to find his wife cooking dinner. He takes a knife and stabs her in the back.
They looked at the body. He couldn't see her face, but she dressed young and they were rich. You don't like this?
Nope, the cut is well placed right between the ribs. 1 stab upwards into her heart, no hesitation, no fear. Then my Addison goes upstairs and kills his 2 daughters. You want to see them?
Bickleton shook his head. He didn't need to see that. He wanted to sleep this year.
Again, 2 single stabs as the girls played in their separate rooms, Abigail and Rachel, aged 6 and 8. Finally, he goes into the study.
They headed through the wooden door into the study at the back of the house. A man's body was slumped in a nice leather Chesterfield lounge. Behind him, a fire roared. The wall was full of books. He walked around the desk to get a better look. The man had 2 massive cuts down his wrists, and another knife was on the floor in a pool of blood. Murder, suicide, what's not to like?
As far as the outside world was concerned, these were happy people. Money, comfort, love, and a nice family. He was doing well. She was pretty and nice. I can't get my head around why he would do this. He wasn't cheating on her. He wasn't secretly in debt. No one got rich out of the deaths. There is no reason he would do this.
Isn't that what homicidal mania is? They snap for no reason. It's an instinct we all have, and sometimes it just comes out.
I'm married and I could never do this. You could never do this, and neither could he.
Then what? A staged murder. It didn't fall into the Bickleton criteria. That was true. This man had not a single reason to hurt his family. Bickleton would have to do more research. If he dug deep into the life of this man, he was sure he'd find secret debt, a secret lover or secret torment. There had to be something. He didn't believe in this homicidal mania. These psychiatrists were the worst of all. They had a reason to explain every horrible thing that didn't make sense.
Maybe, I don't know, but look at this.
He went to a bookshelf, found a Bible that was on a shelf and pulled it out, throwing it onto the table before them. Carved into the front of it were two numbers 4, 0. They were rough and big, carved with a knife. 4-0. What does that mean, like 4 goals to 0, like a football match?
That's what I was thinking.
Who the hell are they playing against?
Chapter 5, Genevieve. It would have been easier if she could have hated Dr. Sinclair to have thought he was some pervert who loved to torture girls, but he honestly seemed to believe in all his bullshit. She was taken from her cell early in the morning, her stomach in knots of hunger. They seemed to have her penny-a-day diet of gruel and some hard bread at night. A man stood at her cell door, and she was walked from her room to a treatment room. She didn't have gloves anymore. The doctor had taken them from her. He said they were a shielding mechanism, and she knew they had been protecting her. It was fair to say that the treatment room looked exactly like a dungeon, like something she could imagine from old times with traitors being held here. She walked in through the vast doors, and it was a lot colder. In the middle of the blue stone room was a large table. Dr. Sinclair was there, and he had 2 nurses with him.
Good morning, Genevieve. We're starting you with hydro treatment. I found it very effective with problem patients, as you are. Our first step is you admitting your problems, and we can start fully.
The room was full of coffin-like boxes, and she was told to lay in one. She did, not wanting to be a problem patient and scared of what happened if she said no. The box was cramped and tight, but she climbed in. The doctor fixed a wooden lid over the box, shutting her in. It was cold and cramped. She struggled to breathe, but she calmed herself down. He hadn't said why she was in there, but could hear his voice directing the nurses.
This is a very effective treatment to calm a patient.
She was calm, but she still wasn't doing what he wanted. She could handle it. She was shut off from the world, could barely hear, but that was okay. She took a deep breath. Then the water was turned on. The coffin started to fill up from the bottom. She screamed and screamed.
Keep calm, Genevieve. We need you fully submerged.
The cold water kept pouring until it was past her arms and only her face stuck above it. She was pressed against the wood. She was in total darkness. She couldn't hear them any more and thought they had left her. She tried to stop screaming. She could breathe. She focused on her breaths and tried to calm herself down. She was alone and floating. Her thoughts seemed more vivid. There were no inputs, no feeling, no hearing. She couldn't help it. Her mind travelled from her, and she thought of the wood she was touching. She was hit with a vision of a young man in the same box. He was crazy, she thought. She could feel his mind. It was a mess of confused thoughts. He screamed and screamed in the box. She felt his fear inside of her, as if it was her own and was taken over by the power of it. He wasn't the only one. More and more visions came to her. She was inundated with them. More than ever, she felt the pain as her own, the terror as her own. She was so scared and alone. There was nothing she could do. She found herself praying once again, "Please, Lord, take these visions. Please, Lord, take these visions." Another hit her, a boy all alone. He drowned in the water. They had filled it too high, and he'd choked on the water. She felt it in his lungs, in her lungs, the struggle to breathe, the fear and helplessness. She tried to calm herself down, but couldn't. She started screaming, and she didn't stop, her throat raw and ripped. The visions dropped on her, one after the other. She knew the people, knew their names, faces, ages, everything about them. She was just the next in a long line of people to find their way here. They kept her in the box for what felt like hours. Eventually she managed to stop screaming and tried to face the visions. She blocked them from her mind like she always had, trying to ignore them. After hours and hours, the top of the coffin opened and Dr. Sinclair was standing there.
Well, you reacted quite badly to that. Far from calming you, it seems to have had the reverse effect. Anyway, Genevieve, tell me about your visions.
She looked up from the box, tears in her eyes. He wouldn't make her say it. As she lay there, she saw more, the boy who had drowned, his struggling for breath. "I don't have visions."
No, no. Clearly we haven't done enough.
He shut the lid on the coffin again, closing her off into her own world. She heard his footsteps walking away, leaving her alone in the dark. Chapter 6. Genevieve. The next week of her life was a true misery. She spent most of her time in her cell crying. She'd always thought of herself as a strong person. She was young, but she'd always been the one to calm Laura down and try to make her father feel better. Now she didn't think of anyone but herself. She sat afraid in her room, dreading the opening door. She'd been in the box 3 more times, and now they moved on to steam. It was a box as well, but at least her head was free to look around. It was upright and had a seat inside of the wooden box. She saw that there were other inmates, but she was by far the youngest. They got the same treatments, but looked like they would never get better. She heard a knock on her cell door and she shuddered. They never knocked. It was Sunday. She thought they might give her the day off. Her cell opened and the guard was there. He was always on her floor, young and smug. He liked his role, it seemed. He stepped into her room. He always checked her bucket, and if she'd spilt, he would make her clean it with her ragged dress.
You have a guest.
She was stunned. She didn't know anyone. He left the room and the old woman, Sarah, walked in. She looked around the room and then went to her.
What a horrible place.
Was all she said. "Can I help you?" she asked and curtsied.
As you know it's Sunday, I thought you might like to get out of here for a few hours and come to church with me.
She was so happy. The thought of leaving this place, even for a few hours, was like bliss. "Truly, will they let me?"
Our vicar is an important man, and I thought of you here alone. It seems unfair.
She could have cried. This lady was so sweet and looked so old, like her grandmother. Wrinkled hands and kind eyes. "I haven't been to church in years." She hadn't gone since her mother had taken her own life. Her father had just stopped taking them. He was too ashamed to face the parishioners because of her sin against God.
That's okay. It's more about getting you outside. You can come in with me or just sit outside. It's up to you.
The lady turned and started to walk out of the room, leaving the door open. She followed her, every moment expecting a guard to grab her and stop her, but she just followed Sarah and they walked through the wards to the front of the building. There was a small one-horse hackney carriage with an old man sitting waiting for them. Sarah climbed in very slowly. She climbed in next to her, trying not to touch the seat. She did, and got a flash of someone crying. A lady going to a funeral in his carriage. She shoved it down and pushed past it. She was the only other passenger. "You came just for me."
Of course, Genevieve, when they took you, we had your file. It's sad you have no family. Or you might not be here. How has it been? Are they helping you?
She looked at the lady. Such kindness. Were they helping? No, they were torturing her in the name of science. But she couldn't help lying, as Sarah was the only person who had shown her anything but coldness. "It's fine."
Well, good. You do hear lots of things, and it looks awful.
They rode through the city, passing buildings and people walking the streets. She was worried because a church was normally a place of strong visions. She knew most were attached to cemeteries, and she didn't want to see that, but sadness was fine. She was sad all the time. Some more wouldn't break her. They drove onwards for almost an hour, pulled by the horse and driver, until they stopped. It was a country-style church, away from everything else, bluestone and small, but people stood at the front, and a few young children even played in the yard.
Now the service is in an hour, but I have you for the whole day. I hope it's okay, but I've said you will help us clean and cook. You don't have to, but that way you can stay all day.
She was so happy she nodded quickly as she stepped out of the carriage. It was summer and sunny. She stood and the sunshine hit her, warming her through her thin dress. She felt like a prisoner who had escaped. She had climbed through the tunnels and come out to the glorious light. She watched as the children played out the front, and was so happy she didn't even feel jealous. Sarah came to her.
I have to attend my duties. Why don't you enjoy the sun and come in later if you feel like it? We'll have food after. You look hungry.
The old woman left her standing in front of the church. She had been raised a Christian, she believed in Jesus and prayed a lot. She'd missed coming to church. She looked around at the people. They seemed nice, and Sarah was lovely. She felt so glad she'd met her, and was so happy just being outside. There was a small blue stone wall, and she went and sat at it, still enjoying the sunshine. She let her hands touch the wall. There was no cemetery, which was good, but she felt a frantic feeling coming to her. She saw a young blonde girl searching around the wall. She saw her face, tears in her eyes. She was looking for something. She looked down. There was long grass all around. She saw where the girl searched and then finally gave up. She watched her walk away and the vision faded. She considered the grass. She'd never tried to use her powers before. She just pushed them out. But she closed her eyes and opened her mind, thinking of the girl and what she was searching for. She felt a twinge, as if there was something. It held a very strong memory. She bent to her knees and ran her hand through the grass to try to find it. She went back and forth over the area. It was like something was calling her. Her fingers brushed over something and she picked up a small ring. It was just a simple band of gold, but had a diamond embedded in it. She was hit with a wave of love. It was amazing. She'd never felt a strong memory that was a good one. They were always bad. She saw the young man who gave her the ring. She felt her happiness. She'd worn it here. She saw her getting ready for a wedding, felt her excitement, but she had lost it on the day of their wedding. She looked at the ring. It was powerful for her. She felt filled with love and hope. It was so good. She let it wash over her, feeling the goodness. She actually laughed, the first time she'd done so since her last birthday. As she stood, she heard the bells for the service starting. She didn't think she was ready for that yet. She saw everyone going inside, but just paused. She sat in the grass, the sunshine, and held the ring. It had been a short engagement, but she let her mind run over the woman's memories. They were all there, everything strong she'd experienced whilst wearing the ring. She soon knew her face so well, and her husband's. Her name was Rebecca. He was Johann. She heard singing from the church, and she let it wash over her. She relaxed and lay down fully in the grass. She breathed out, feeling a sense of freedom. But soon enough it ended. People exited the church, and she was sure she would attend, but not today. She was so happy with her ring, yet she knew she had to give it back. She went to the back of the church and found her way into a small kitchen. She spotted Sarah preparing some food and cakes.
You didn't come in?
Next time I will, but I found something. She handed the lady the ring. She looked at it.
Very nice of you, but I have no idea who it belongs to.
She knew, but she also knew she'd be revealing herself if she said it. Still, she trusted Sarah and doubted she'd run to Dr. Sinclair to tell on her. It belongs to a lady called Rebecca. She's married to a man called Johann. Sarah stared at her and then looked at the inner rim of the ring, as if searching for an engraving, but it was blank.
How did you know that?
She trusted her, and in a way she wanted to tell someone. She always denied the visions, but in truth they were only getting stronger and more often. I know things like that. Sarah looked at her.
What a gift from God.
She sure didn't see it that way. The visions were destroying her life and had killed her sister. Every day without her gloves was a torment. She saw so much that had happened in that hospital of pain.
Let's find her. I'm sure she'll be here.
She followed the sister out of the room, leaving the others to prepare. A few people were still in the church. She and Sarah looked for Rebecca, but couldn't find her. She saw the husband, but stayed silent. They went out the front and found Rebecca there, talking with the vicar. She guessed he was the main man. He seemed nice too, a bit fat, wearing a black robe and white collar. As she and Sarah walked up, they stopped talking. Sarah introduced them.
Vicar Graham, this is the young girl I told you about, Genevieve, and this is Rebecca Benton, a regular here.
She shook their hands. It was something she normally hated. A person's skin always revealed to her all they had done. But this was different. She'd never felt faith in the skin before. They believed right into their bodies. It was a nice glow of faith. It was an overriding sense that travelled through all their memories.
She has found something I think might be yours.
Sarah said to Rebecca.
Truly?
She asked, but looked confused. She handed her the ring. The lady stared at it for an age.
Where did you find this?
Over by the wall, in the long grass. Rebecca looked so happy.
Thank you so much. I lost it 6 months ago. I can't believe it was still there. How did you know it was mine?
She was not sure what to say, but Sarah spoke up.
I remembered you losing it, quite upsetting, and guessed it must have been yours.
Thank you so much, Johann. And I couldn't really afford another one, so it's nice to have it back. Besides, it was my grandmother's.
She knew that too. The lady reached into her purse and pulled out 2 pennies.
Here, have this.
She shook her head. I can't. They'll take it off me. Rebecca looked shocked.
Who will?
My doctors. I'm in Bethlehem. The lady looked at her, truly sad.
Really, do they not let you have anything?
Clothes, books, papers to draw on, but they won't buy anything for me.
Well, I'm a pretty good seamstress. That's my job. Perhaps you want a new dress or maybe a little jacket.
A reward. This could be great. She was learning that memories could be good. Maybe something made by Rebecca would be extra protection. She seemed lovely. A dress would be lovely, and maybe some gloves.
Gloves and a dress it is.
She was so happy she'd just hide them from Sinclair.
Now let's go eat. You look hungry.
Chapter 7. Richard. He sat in the lobby of the Ritz Hotel. It was not the sort of place he normally went, but he had finally gotten a lead in his story and was going to follow it up. Some of the neighbours of Mr. Thomas Addison, the man who had killed his family, said they thought he was having an affair. He was a well-heeled accountant, worked at some plush office just off Covent Garden, and they drank after work at the Ritz. It was one of the most expensive hotels in London, had footmen dressed like the guards of Buckingham Palace and servers who came to the plush booths. He had enough money for a single drink. He'd order the cheapest wine on the menu and sit sipping it. The neighbour, a Mr. Hinson, had said he'd seen Addison with a black-haired lady, not his wife, at this place. He'd described her as beautiful and sultry, said she looked like a stage actress. He assumed he'd be able to find her. He sat at the booth and watched the men drinking, laughing, and being absurdly rich. Some of them even stayed the night. Their houses were in places like Winchester, so they stayed the week in London and then went home on the weekend to go see their families. The woman was easy enough to find. Few women came to places like this. It certainly wasn't the kind of place that rented rooms by the hour. It was £4 a night, a fortune, but these men were rich. She sat at the bar, and he hadn't really seen anyone like her before. It was true she looked like a stage star. Long red dress, low cut, showing off her ample bosom. She was lean with a tight corset and very pretty. She had long black hair and smoked as she sat. He watched her talking with some man. They were ignoring everyone else, just talking quietly to each other, her legs on the seat facing him and his towards her. He looked at the man. He seemed like big money, but not her type. He was a bit fat, wore a very nice suit, and a wedding band on his hand. Not for her, clearly. He didn't get it. She was a gold digger, having sex with rich men for money or something. Maybe she had bled old Addison dry, and he'd flipped. He had almost finished his wine, and they were still chatting, when a man sat down next to him. The man looked up at him. He was a magistrate or something, had his robes and held his wig in his fist. He was a Queen's counsel, but seemed a little drunk. He put a large carafe of wine down between them. Bickleton looked around. There were no other tables. It was quite full. The man smiled at him drunkenly.
She's a fine thing.
The man looked at him, rumpled suit, ink-stained finger, little notepad.
You a writer.
How did you guess?
1 drink in an hour, and your eyes haven't left her. She your story.
The man poured some wine into his glass and waited. She could be. You know a man called Addison? I knew him until a week ago. He used to be her favourite, not to talk bad about my fellow man, but they took a room a few nights ago. It was none too subtle, so of course he got it. She liked rich men. The man laughed.
Not really. I do better than most of these new money types, but she won't look at me. But I have my theories.
What are they?
She only likes married men. I'm a confirmed bachelor, but everyone she goes for is married, and I'd say happily. At first they just talk, and not much more, but she works and works on them. Next thing, they are upstairs.
Why?
Must be a con or something. I mean, married men can be blackmailed, but I can't be. Everyone knows I'm a shit, even you newspaper man.
You're Lord Suffolk, aren't you?
I am indeed.
He had written about him many times. Single he was, but the papers loved him, drunk sod. I've written about you.
Good. It helps me get clients. That's why I am here. I do divorces as well. Looks like he'll need my services soon enough.
As they looked, the woman headed from the room, leading the man by the hand. He followed her, looking around, seeing if anyone was watching.
Idiot. I've met his wife. She's lovely. Maybe that's why she does it. Some women are nasty like that.
It's the money, I'm sure, considering Addison's wealth.
He was banking with Norwich. Talk to David Brown. Say I sent you. He'll tell you more.
Why help me?
I have a wager with some friends, and I want to win it.
Rich people, so strange.
Chapter 8. Genevieve. Her life had become one of routine, torment and little peace. She had a week of daily treatments and talking with Dr. Sinclair. They were the same, and she knew she could handle it. Steam, water. He threatened her with electroshock, but she was too young. The Mental Health Act of 1787 got that right. She couldn't be shocked until she was 18, but still it was hell. She tried not to be afraid and just waited until Sunday, when Sarah would come, and she'd get to be free for the day. She went into the church services now, she sang sometimes, and she felt that the parishioners cared about her. Rebecca was her new friend, if a lot older than her, and she felt like she was accepted there. Bethlehem was trying to take her sanity, even though it was meant to cure her. Only her weekend escapes made it bearable. She still hadn't admitted to Sinclair. She had the visions. They were as strong and horrible as ever. But she just suffered through them, crying alone in her cell at night and praying for them to be taken from her. At least she had her knitted gloves now. They guarded her against a lot of visions, and she could sense Rebecca on them. No strong memories, but just a general sweetness and kindness as she made them for here. She sat in the carriage as it rolled to the church. She was once again sitting with Sarah. She hadn't spoken much of her powers. She still treated her the same as she always had. They arrived at the church, and she stepped out.
Genevieve, I wanted to ask you something. I was wondering if you could help us.
She didn't know what it was, but she had helped her a lot. Her only peace in the whole month was her time away from Bedlam. Of course. They went to the back of the church and into the small kitchen. Sitting at the table was a policeman. She looked at Sarah expectantly, and fear radiated through her.
It's okay, Genevieve. This is Inspector Thomas Jones. He's part of our congregation. I said you might be able to help him.
She was scared, but what choice did she have? The man looked doubtful, but spoke.
I have a case. We have this man, and he's stealing bags and purses from Brick Lane. The problem is, we don't know his face. We think we know who's doing it, but none of the people has been able to give a description.
What do you think I can do?
Nothing truly, but Sarah says you have some gift. Maybe you can tell me about him.
She hadn't tried to use her powers like this, but was interested to try. I need something of his. The man pulled out a woman's bag from his own bag.
This isn't his, but he took it and then dropped it. Will that work?
She just nodded to him and he placed the bag in front of her. She took off her gloves and placed her hands to the bag. It was new leather. She could feel the man who had made it, some pride in his work, saw the lady who owned it. No pride, just a vanity. She was rich. She saw her face and a flash of outrage as it got grabbed. She felt the man who had taken it. It wasn't what she expected. There was some desperation and fear, but also a coldness. He did this a lot. She felt a danger. He took it, but was willing to hurt to take it. She saw his face. He was young, had thick dark hair and was wearing fingerless gloves. She saw he had leather boots and clothes of a worker man. She felt his burst of self-rage as he dropped it as he ran. She pulled herself back to the room and found Sarah and the policeman staring at her. "Have you got a pencil and pad?" He passed them to her and she put the pad down. She wasn't a good artist, but she wrote his description. Young, black hair, work clothes, dangerous knife. She could feel him thinking of the knife, almost wanting to be able to pull it. The policeman looked at her description. "This confirms it. I thought it was him. His name is Grayson, Damien Grayson. He hangs around the shops. He works at one of them. I see him a lot." "What can you do? It's hardly proof."
We don't need proof. We'll just say we have a witness. It's really him. You saw this.
"It's him and he's dangerous. He wants to hurt someone."
He already has yesterday. That's why I'm here. I had to try something. I don't believe in this stuff, but Sarah is right. God has blessed you.
He stood and left.
What is it like?
"It's awful. My head is full of suffering visions. All I see is pain. I pray for it to be taken from me, but it never is."
Sometimes the most blessed suffer the most. You can help people, I see that now. Next time you pray, pray for the strength to handle the visions, to see them but not be taken over by them. Maybe they are a gift and not a curse.
"Surely they are sent by the devil."
No, the devil doesn't want us to see his hand. Only God has the power to give something like this. You'll see Genevieve one day. It will be a great weapon against evil.
She hadn't used it to help before, only with the ring, but maybe she should. She just had to survive Bedlam and to learn to stand the visions.
Chapter 9. Richard. He was closing in on something. He'd already written one article about the vamp that haunted the Ritz, seducing men and ruining their lives. Another about the Addison family and how it didn't make any sense. The Ritz article was causing quite the stir, with many a rich man stopping their nightly visits due to their wives raising a stink. Bickleton went to visit Mr. Brown at the Norwich branch of the bank. It was a nice little stone building in the city, very fine. He was starting to realise Addison had more money than he'd originally thought. Richard waited at the door and was shown in by the doorman and led to a small desk right in the middle of the office. It didn't look like a bank, but a gentleman's club with lounges and chairs, a fine desk. Mr. Brown looked up at him, not seeming very impressed.
"And you are?"
"A friend of Lord Suffolk's, here for some information."
"Oh, yes, he mentioned you might come by. About Addison, wasn't it? I'm his personal banker as well, or I was."
Mr. Brown went through his desk and pulled out a folder. It was full of receipts and ledgers. He looked through it. A man offered them a tea, and he agreed.
"So, what are we looking for? Everything is in order, if a little odd."
"What's odd?" The man looked embarrassed. He was young for a banker, nice suit and glasses. He spoke quietly and looked around as he did so.
"Do you know what a personal banker does?"
"Deals with a man's finances."
"Indeed, a man's personal finances. Some of our clients need separate accounts so they can purchase things like hotel rooms, jewellery and the like. Maybe even give an allowance. Are you following me?"
He'd heard it was true, but here it was laid out for him. The rich had people to help handle their mistresses. It was going to make a great story. "So what's odd?"
"I've been Mr. Addison's banker less than 6 months, and in that time he's increased his savings with me, not decreased. Very odd."
"Why?"
"Because I've done this a lot. Checks for meals, checks for rings and jewels, furs, coaches, hotels, holidays. It's never cheap. I know he stayed at the Ritz a few nights a week, but I never wrote a cheque for it."
Maybe he paid cash.
Of course, many do, but I've had no large withdrawals. He doesn't take out enough for the week like many. He's paid for a few things, but not even half.
Then who did?
Not the woman. You can be sure of that.
Mr. Brown said and laughed once. Can you tell me anything else? The man thought about it.
This is a money game. There are a handful of young ladies and they end up with a handful of the same men, months in and out. It's a business, but if they aren't getting paid, what are they doing it for?
Love? The man laughed again.
I doubt it. You don't need a personal banker for love.
What do you know about her, this woman?
Not a lot. She's new, only been with our Mr. Addison and now he's dead, but one of his first checks was for a month's rental on a place in Piccadilly.
But he lives in Winchester.
Indeed. I'll give you the address. You might find her there and get to the bottom of this. But please tell Lord Suffolk how helpful I was.
He got the address from Mr. Brown and left the bank, taking a carriage straight there. The house was nice, a white building, 2 stories in a row. All the owners were doubtless in the courts. It was only a stone's throw from Buckingham Palace. The sun was starting to set as he stepped from the carriage. He looked at the paper and the address. He looked up. There in the window, she was. The fine-looking woman from the bar. She looked down at him. Was she waiting for him? She wore a robe that was thin silk and walked away from the window. He wasn't scared. He thought she was a blackmailer, a harpy who preyed on rich men, but he was still a man and she was a woman. He doubted she would try to hurt him. He walked to the front door of the apartments and up the stairs. There was a single door that was open. He laughed to himself as he pressed the door open and looked inside. She was certainly a gold digger. The room was full of fine furnishings, a nice leather couch, a fire burning and the lights low. He stepped into the room. The woman stood before him. He hadn't seen her this close before. She was stunning. Long black hair, dark eyes and her robe hanging loose, showing herself off. She smiled at him.
Richard Bickleton.
He smiled back. No doubt she had her own spies, people who told her who was considering her, men under her thrall. And what is your name?
You can call me Melissa, everyone else does. Why are you here?
She held a big glass of wine and sipped it casually. I think you're a criminal. I think you seduce and blackmail men. I think you seduced poor old Addison, and I want you to admit it and hand yourself into the police. She started to laugh.
Is that all? And why would I do any of that? Did you bring a gun? A weapon? No. I'm just a woman, right? What could I do to you?
He didn't like the feel of this. She was so confident, so assured. He didn't like the way she looked either. It was too pretty, like a stage star, but one he knew. Her face was like a few different ideas of beauty mashed together. I don't need a gun. Now tell me the truth, he demanded. She finished her wine and set it down on a table.
Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I found Addison, so alone and sad, his wife neglected him. He was easy to manipulate, but he couldn't trust me, so I bought him things. Showed him how much I wanted him, not just his money, and the sex. He loved that finally, when he loved me so truly. All I had to do was ask. He was so happy to make me happy.
Ask him what?
Why to kill his bitch wife and children, of course. He wasn't meant to kill himself. I guess he felt guilty, which is odd.
He was stunned she'd asked him to do such a thing. He took a step back, but she was walking towards him, her hands out. Why would he kill them?
Because men always do what I want.
She leapt at him, and he expected her hands around his throat. But they weren't. They pressed against his head, both sides. His mind filled with images, people being killed, Addison doing her bidding, mindless and lost in lust and madness. He saw the children being killed, and more. He saw her, the true form of her. She wasn't human at all. She'd lived for hundreds of years, doing this to men, ruining them, killing them. He looked into her eyes, and they turned black. She smiled at him.
Take it all.
Memory after memory filled him, her kills, her life, the darkness of her inhuman soul. He saw where she was from, hell itself, and felt the hatred and jealousy, so much hate at humankind. His mind broke, and he collapsed to the floor, screaming.
Chapter 10. Genevieve. She spent the next 6 years in Bedlam. She felt like Edmond Dantes from The Count of Monte Cristo, one of the many books she'd had to read and reread in her cell. She wasn't planning great revenge, but she was preparing. She knew on her 18th birthday she'd have an interview, and if she could convince them she was sane, she'd walk free from it all. She wasn't idle, she got bored easily, and it was easy to get bored. She only had 2 hours of treatments most days, so she spent her time reading, writing, practicing her calligraphy, reading the Bible. The church had been so kind to her, she wasn't allowed to visit them on Christmas, but they gave her gifts. One year she'd asked for charcoal, she realised she could draw on the blue stone and then clean it off. She drew a lot, she always got many sticks of charcoal from Sarah. Finally, she practiced with her visions. They still hurt and made her suffer, but she would place her bare hand on the walls and take the memories in. They were gaining in strength, but so was she. She would pray nightly for the strength to bear them, and she was slowly gaining it. She sat in the hallway. Before her was a door. It read, Dr. Sinclair. She smiled to herself and crossed her arms. She heard voices on the other side and knew he had another doctor with him. She brushed her long black hair behind her ear. Today she was 18. She'd done it. She'd walked through this place and they hadn't broken her. She was still here, and she was stronger now. She had the visions more than ever, but she could control them. She still felt the pain and sometimes they were too much, but now she prayed for the strength to bear them, and she had it. The door opened and the guards led a man out. He was in a robe that was tied at the back. His head was shaved, and he had 2 burn marks on his temples from electroshock. He grabbed at her as he passed, but the guards shoved him along. She was shown into the room, and she sat down before Dr. Sinclair and another older man. She heard them talking. A very interesting case of sudden psychosis, Mr. Bickleton. Just snapped one day and will not stop raving about demons and her seducing men. It's quite scary. Perfectly sane one day, insane the next, Sinclair said to the older man. She waited as they looked over her notes. Dr. Sinclair spoke.
Genevieve, this is Dr. Foster. He is the director of the hospital.
She had never seen him before in her life. She'd had near on 6 years in here, 6 years of torture, visions and treatments. But now she could be free, if they deemed her sane. If not, it would be worse. As a minor, she'd been safe from electroshock, surgery and more, but not now. Still, she had faith. Dr. Foster just read and made notes, waving at Sinclair that he should lead. He explained to Dr. Foster about her case.
Genevieve here claims to have visions of events that have happened, bad memories of others. We have treated her for 6 years with no real results.
I have never claimed that. Dr. Foster looked at the paper, reading transcriptions of her interviews.
What? I thought you said she did.
Foster said. My sister did. He claims I suffered the same, but I truly don't. I've been depressed and angry at times, but I see no visions. Foster spoke.
Given your experience with your sister and mother, some depression, even suicidal tendency would be expected. Now, Sinclair, she has never once claimed to see these things, yet you have treated her for hallucinations for years.
She felt a burst of hope. She'd stayed true to her lie for years, never once telling him the truth. Maybe now it was paying off.
She's lying, though.
She might be, she might not be, I don't care. Here we have someone who is fully capable of appearing sane. She might not be sane, but in 6 years, she's been a model inmate, no problems of any sorts. Most people have problems, and if she can pretend she doesn't, that's good enough for the City of London.
She was shocked. Sinclair's mouth dropped. Dr. Foster wrote on a piece of paper and handed it to her. It said that she, Genevieve Richardson, was mentally sound. She was sane and had the paper to prove it. Tears filled her eyes. She took Foster's hand and tried not to recoil at his memories. He loved his wife a little too often. Gross. Thank you.
That's fine, Genevieve. You're 18 now and mentally fit, or as fit as anyone else in this city. Now talk with the discharge nurse. She will talk to you about your aftercare and treatments.
What?
You will be placed in a halfway house for the first month. We won't just throw you out on the street with no money. You'll have a bed and food for a while to get yourself sorted.
I have friends at the church who will take me.
Not yet, they won't. We have a duty of care to see that you are ready for the world.
She knew it would be bad, but one more month she could handle. She was finally free. Chapter 11. Genevieve. She had retrieved her few belongings from her room and put them all in a small brown paper bag. Other than the thin dress she was wearing, her long coat, she owned in total around 20 novels, a Bible, and a handful of leather-bound notepads that she used for drawing and writing. They wouldn't let her take them, but they had helped her get through it. The head nurse came to get her from her room, whose first name she'd never learned in all her 6 years in Bedlam, but knew only as Nurse Richardson from the small badge she wore with pride on her faded blue uniform. She sat on the bed, literally counting the seconds until she was free. It was not going to be fun at all. She could imagine their journey through the city and was dreading the carriage ride, enduring enclosed spaces with someone judging her every look and word.
"Come on, the carriage is waiting,"
the nurse said and walked out, leaving Aira to follow. She held her brown paper bag tight and followed the nurse from her room. It was a short walk from her room to the main lobby of the building, past the guard and the caged metal gate. With that, she was outside in the freezing London winter, free. She could feel the cold biting into her bare legs and pulled her thin coat around her for warmth. The nurse opened the door of a rickety one-horse carriage and let her get in. It was a poor vehicle and one used by common people to get from here to there. The streets of the city were filled with the smell of horse shit, because everywhere you looked there were horses pulling these things along. "How far is it?" she asked the nurse. The lady looked at her as if she had fully intended not to talk at all, but she had learned to ask lots of idiot questions was a very good way to get people to stop paying attention to her.
"It's about 4 miles, but I'm not walking that in this weather."
Outside the carriage, it had started to rain. She could hear it pelting down on the thin leather covering above their heads and felt sorry for the driver. What a job! This cab was a bad place to be. It was at least 10 years old, and the leather seat she now sat on was touching her bare hands. She had taken the gloves off for her interview, a move she now regretted. Who knew how many people had been in here and what they had done? She couldn't afford to let them come down on her, and she could feel it was more than one memory that wanted her attention. So she did the only thing that had worked up until now. She thought of something much worse. Her own memories. It was easy in a way because the night she'd been taken away from her home in Kent, it had been in a carriage like this one. Then a piece of knowledge hit her in a rush. She felt a sharp pain in her head and was suddenly looking at herself at the age of 12. It was this carriage. The hospital must have owned it. As a small girl, she sat in the back seat, frightened, her head in her hands, crying and crying. She could still smell the smoke on her clothes, and she was coughing from more than just tears. She calmed herself down and took the visions, letting it wash over herself, and said her prayer. It was like a mantra now, part of her coping mechanism. Jesus, give me the strength to bear it. And she did. She'd seen worse and felt worse. She'd had 6 years of practice. Dr. Sinclair had given her that.
"We're here."
She snapped out of her reverie and realized they were indeed there. The cab had pulled up in front of a large and awful-looking boarding house. It had a yard of sorts where a few younger girls stood in drab clothing. The rain had stopped, but the sky still cast a dirty grey glare onto the building. She'd done it, though, avoided any more of the memories. She looked at the nurse who hadn't noticed anything and felt a slight buzz of triumph. Another lady walked down the stairs of the building past the 2 girls and to the carriage. She opened the door for her, and she stepped out without saying a word to the nurse as the carriage pulled away. The lady took her hand and led her back towards the building. She had the same sort of face as the nurse and looked like every hard woman ground down to a nub by a low-paying and thankless job. Kind once, but now just efficient. She looked at the two girls as she passed. They were younger, which was good. People her age wanted to be friends. And she didn't need any friends. The lady took her to the front desk of the building, which was built like a one-story bedlam, but without the bars on the windows and main cage to walk through. She signed her name on the register and kept up with the lady as she led her to her room. The lady read off the register as she went.
So you have 4 weeks here, a nice long visit. We will feed you 3 times a day, and there is a wash basin in your room. You have a choice to make now. We have a party of girls who work as laundry women, paid, which will keep you going after you have to leave, or you can try to find your own work, but regardless, it's 4 weeks here, and that's it. Tell me tonight at dinner what you decide. If it's laundry, I'll wake you at 5 tomorrow with the rest of the girls.
They walked in silence the rest of the way, with her thinking of just how long she could pretend to be normal if she had to touch people's dirty clothes all day, but thinking it might be her only option. They reached the door of her room and the woman just nodded.
It's this one. There is a wardrobe which is full of leftover clothes and things. You should try to rug up. You'll get sick or worse dressed like that.
The woman left her alone at the door of her room. She opened it slowly and walked in carefully. She almost smiled when she went in. It was dark and smelled slightly of mould, but it was clean in the only way that mattered. She loved new buildings. This one was only 20 years old, and the worst thing that had happened in this room was sad little girls having crying fits. Nothing she couldn't deal with. She looked at the wardrobe, which was a very solid, if battered, piece of furniture, and at her own thin and useless garbs. She'd love to have some new ones, but once again, it was a dangerous game to play. She'd been living with this for 7 years and knew what she could and couldn't do, but she was alone and she hadn't had a bad one in weeks, so she felt strongish. Taking the small brass handles of the double doors, she opened the wardrobe and looked inside. It indeed was filled to the brim with mismatched clothes, which had seemingly been built up over time by the stream of girls who had passed through this place. She looked at the items carefully on the racks, and looking at the bottom, where she saw some packets wrapped in brown paper, exciting. On the rack was a long dress with print much like her own, but thicker and much less worn. She reached out and pressed her hand against it only, ready to snap it back. With her hand on the dress, she felt nothing. No impression leapt at her. No one wearing it was raped or killed. Which was good. She felt a slight flutter of pride and saw the girl who had bought it. She'd saved for weeks and then slowly got sick of wearing it. Another of the seamstresses who had made it was fine. Just another day at work. Sore fingers but no hatred. It was made in London. She took off her own coat and dress and pulled the new dress over her skinny frame. She really needed to eat more. She always thought she looked like a boy. The dress felt good on, well made, and it fitted well. She looked at the other items and found some stockings in the brown paper, also new, and some shoes that would fit her if she put some newspaper in the toes. She was feeling good as she looked at the last item she wanted from the wardrobe. It was a long coat, much thicker than her own, and battered to hell. It had the look of an old workman's jacket, and really didn't belong in a girl's cupboard, but it looked so warm. She reached out and touched it. She was right, it was a workman's jacket. It had belonged to an old man who worked these grounds, when they'd had grounds worth keeping. She sensed him getting up, making a coffee for himself on his small stove. He had a room at the back of the grounds. She felt his workmanlike approach to life. She put the jacket on and felt it buzz through her. It was a sense of knowing one's place and that being okay, confidence in knowing you were capable. She spun around in the jacket. It looked a bit odd with the dress, but it was thick, she smiled. Armour. That night, she sat around the table with the 5 or so other girls in the house and ate her dinner. It was nice to be at a table with other people. In the institute, she normally ate in her room. The lady who had shown her in came to her.
I see you've found some nice things. I think that jacket was Roger's, our old workman.
It was. But the lady looked at her oddly. He wrote his name in it, she said quickly. He had, of course, written in patchy ink.
It was sad when we had to let him go. Guess he didn't want it anymore. Anyway, tomorrow.
She had been locked in that place 6 years, and every day was just a countdown until her 18th birthday. And freedom, now she had it. She didn't intend to waste it. No thanks, I'll try to find my own way. The woman just shook her head.
You sure?
Clearly thinking she'd end up on her back selling herself like most other runaways her age. It was risky saying no, but the pay was so small it would be hard enough to live on and keep her in this place. She'd been given a chance. It was Saturday today, and that meant church tomorrow. She knew in the morning that Sarah would be waiting for her out the front of this hovel and take her. She knew at least a handful of other people who liked her and would try help her now. Chapter 12. Genevieve. The food for breakfast in the halfway house was okay. It consisted of 2 whole runny eggs, 2 pieces of burnt toast, and a cup of milky tea. She had changed, or not changed, but was different from a lot of people she guessed. This horrible place seemed so good compared to Bedlam, and she was filled with an unstoppable joy. Things were finally looking up. She felt hopeful for the first time in 6 years. She finished her meal, helped wash up, and walked from the house. They just let her come and go. She just needed to be back by 10 o'clock. Not that she had a watch or fob. She looked, and standing before the house was Sarah. She was older than ever, but still spry. She'd been one of her only friends for so many years, one of the only ones to help her. She walked to the old lady and hugged her. Her bare skin touched her. But it was okay. Sarah was a nice lady. Love and calm were all she felt. She'd been alone most of her life, but she was happy.
Hello, young lady, don't you seem happy?
I'm finally free of that place. Sarah looked around.
This seems quite bad as well, but how long is it for? A month?
Just 1 month, and then I can move out, maybe out of the city. It's hard here. Sarah was one of the only ones she could talk to fully about her gift, as she now called it. It had been a curse for so long, but now she knew it was for good, even if it came with a very sharp edge and a lot of pain. Everyone had pain. She knew that well, too well. She was strong, though. She'd seen that boy in her room kill himself night after night for years, and it was just something she had to live with. At least she wasn't him. He just couldn't bear it anymore. Then again, he had been 25 and was probably in for life. Poor boy. She stepped into the carriage and it started to move. It was around 40 minutes to the church and she was glad to be going. She'd been going for almost 6 years. It had been her only escape from Bedlam and was so glad that Sarah came and got her every week. She knew if she'd been alone that whole time, she would have snapped.
Any ideas on what you might do? I guess you'll need work.
She'd been thinking of it a lot. There were so many things she couldn't do. It was like she had a disability, like being in a wheelchair. She knew what she couldn't do. Anything with money was bad. All notes had been around for years. They were dripping with memories. She was very good at some things. If she could handle the visions, she imagined she'd be a great person to work in an art gallery. She could tell anyone what was fake and what wasn't. No idea, not a shop, maybe a factory, making things, new things. Sarah laughed.
Work in a factory, it's a small dream.
I like new things, or maybe animals. I like animals. They drove on towards the church and soon arrived. She'd never done much more than helping that one policeman with his bag thief. She'd tried to do things like touch weapons and such, but the pain was often too much. She wanted to help, but she had to get stronger. They went from the carriage to the service. The vicar spoke for a good hour, mostly about following God's plan and not your own, but then they sang a few hymns, which she liked. The service ended and they all went out the front again. The vicar came to her. She spoke to him often. The church had near adopted her.
Genevieve, 18 and free.
She smiled. Yes, Reverend. This is for you. He handed her a small wallet of leather. She looked in. It had £3 notes and some pennies. She smiled. Thanks so much. It was more than she'd earn in a month of work. And this too. He handed her an old pocket watch. She touched it and was hit with its memories. And old parishioner left it to them in their will. He hadn't used it much. It was good. Thanks so much.
We'd do more, but we're not a rich parish. But if you need work or help, you come to us.
He walked away and spoke to some other parishioners. She was glowing. It was a good start. If she left the halfway house, she could afford a month's rent or maybe 2 outside the city. As she stood, Rebecca and Johann came up to her. They had also been close to her since she found their ring, so long ago. Rebecca was so pretty. She was 30 now, long blonde hair. They hadn't had children and still seemed so young.
Hello, Genevieve. We hear you're free.
It's true. No more Bedlam. I'm at a halfway house on Jones Street. It's okay.
But you have to be there.
For a month. Rebecca looked at Johann and he nodded.
Look, when you're done, why don't you come stay with us? We have a small house near here, a spare room. You could stay for a while until you find out what you want to do.
She touched her hand and felt such a wave of care. Rebecca was worried for her, a young girl, the city alone, but she'd wanted a child and felt such protection for her, like a big sister or very young mother. She almost cried. I'd love to. Thank you both. It will be fun. Chapter 13. Genevieve. She walked in through the doors of her boarding house with the first genuine smile to cross her face. In what had probably been 7 or so years, things were looking up. She had been to Rebecca's house before. It was a little cottage out in Kent, small and peaceful. Johann had built it. It was free of visions and a perfect place for her to plan her next move. The people at the church had been great. She had a watch now and even £3. She looked up and a man was blocking her path from going in. It was only around 9 p.m. The man who stood there in her path was one of those she hated. She never touched people as a rule. The problem with people's skin was that it had been everywhere and witnessed everything they had done. Shaking someone's hand was, for her, like getting a bath in the dirty water of their worst and best memories, either of which could be horrible. People like this fat lump just bled out memories. It couldn't hold to their greasy skin or something, so they almost smelt of bad intentions. She walked up to the overweight and balding man and saw what she didn't want to see. A little badge on his chest, it read, Warden. Shit. She hadn't met the man before, as this place was for women only.
You're Genevieve?
He asked, standing in her path. I am, she said back. She was feeling angry at him without knowing why, but probably should have tried being sweet. I don't think we've met you, a warden. I thought wardens were for jail. He just stared at her, but thankfully made no move to shake her hand.
I am. Anderson is my name. Why weren't you with the laundry crew? I asked Mrs. Simpson and she said you refused to join.
She was a bit shocked. I didn't refuse. I thought it was a choice.
It is a choice. Do you choose to contribute? To do your share, or do you choose to be a lazy freeloader who can't pay her way?
Pay her way? I thought the city was paying, she said back.
Don't make me laugh. Look, you'll be ready tomorrow. If I hear you've shucked again, it'll be bad for you, okay?
Of course, things couldn't be good, not even for a day. She was born to suffer. She grabbed her dinner plate from the kitchen directly and went straight up to her room. On the way, she saw the lady who she guessed was Mrs. Simpson. She looked guilty. When she crossed over the doorway to her room, she almost dropped her plate. He'd been in here. She put her plate of food on her bed with shaking hands and tried to calm herself. Her previously clean room had been invaded. She felt this man's disgusting presence in it. What was wrong with him that he radiated this much? She'd not felt it this strongly before. Generally, she just had a gut feeling of who was okay and who was a bit off. Reaching out to her wardrobe, she opened it. Her few things hung there, and she touched her only other dress, but so had he. She could feel where he had run his hand down the length of it. She needed to know what she was up against, but thought she knew. She closed her eyes and opened them up to him. She saw him touching her thin dress and imagining her skinny body. She knew she looked more like a child than a woman, and clearly this is what he liked. He imagined her thin frame and touched himself through his pants. She pulled her hand back and almost vomited in her mouth. Why were men so disgusting? She had to get out of this place. No one would believe her if he came back when she was here. And no doubt when she didn't go tomorrow to the laundry, he'd have all the excuses he needed to get her alone. So if she was going to run, she just needed to stay one night. She was hardly in the position to survive a night on the streets alone. Maybe tomorrow she could just go to Rebecca's. The city would try to follow up, but surely they would forget her soon enough. She looked in the wardrobe and saw it. She pulled out a wooden hanger. It was thin, but around the right width. Taking it to her bed, she propped it under the leg, so the leg rested in the middle of it. She jumped on the bed, and it snapped roughly in two. Looking at the broken bits of wood, she knew they would work. Going to her door, she closed it tight and shoved the wood hard under the door, jamming it. She kicked the wood in till the door was tightly shut. She took the blunt knife from her dinner and looked at it, hardly a weapon, but all she had. She didn't know if he would come back, but at least he didn't live in the building. Soon the lights were out, and she lay above her covers with the window open and the butter knife clutched in her hand. She fell asleep once and was woken by the sound of her doorknob rattling as someone tried to open it. She sat terrified until it finally stopped, and she heard heavy feet move off with a curse. "No place like home," she muttered to herself. Chapter 14. Genevieve. She sat alone in the small dining room and ate her cold breakfast alone. All the other girls had left for the laundry, and she was left in the house with just Mrs. Simpson. The warden, Anderson, had thankfully left for the day and was at the workhouse, probably spitting that she didn't come. She had decided not to run. She would fight. She had 4 weeks left, and this bastard wasn't going to run her out. But more than that, it was Laura that made her decide. Her own sister had killed their father to save her from something, and while she knew she couldn't kill the man, she could barely stand by and let him rape some other girls just because she was scared. She knew she would have to act fast, though. Another night was not an option. She walked up to the lady, Mrs. Simpson, and sat down next to her. "Tell me about Anderson." The middle-aged woman looked afraid and guilty.
"I'm sorry I told him about you, but he watches the girls work every day, so he knew anyway."
"Does he keep the money, or do you split it?" Trying to be bold, but feeling worried it would backfire. The woman looked guilty again, but was trying to be honest.
"Don't tell him you know about that. He'll hurt you."
"Like he tried to last night, when he tried to get into my room." Trying not to get angry. The lady started to cry.
"I'm so sorry, but if I told anyone, no one would believe me. No one believes the girls. I can't lose this job. I have a family to feed."
"What about them? The girls? There are children here." Standing and yelling, it felt good to get mad.
"What can we do?"
She knew what to do. She'd been planning all night. "People only believe you when you can prove it, so show me to his office and bring the keys." If Mrs. Simpson was afraid, she did a good job of hiding it. They went to the office of the warden, and using her set of keys at her waist, she opened it up. "Thanks, now go look out for him." She wasn't worried about his return as much as looking crazy while she found what she needed. Once she was alone, she closed her eyes and tried not to be engulfed by the illness of this place. This guy was like poison, and he had infected every inch of this once clean space. She could feel his ill intent everywhere, but she needed proof he was a pervert, and hopefully she'd find some. She went to his wardrobe and looked, just a change of clothes. In the room was his desk as well. She went to it and opened the top drawer, just ledgers and documents. She saw the door leading to his bedroom and, shaking her head, opened the door and went in. She blocked hard as the memories came at her. He'd done some truly evil things in this room. She felt the fear of one young girl and started crying with fear. Not her own as she looked, then she saw it, the skirting board. It looked like any normal piece of wood, but she knew it wasn't. She saw him going to it again and again. She bent down and touched it and cried out. She was almost taken over by his sick hunger. She pulled back the board and, reaching in, pulled out the small book that was within. It was a diary of a young girl. She felt her fear and shame as she touched it. He'd done horrible things to her, and she'd written them all down. She was engulfed by her memories, and her emotional pain washed with his sickness. She felt his disgusting need. She threw the book away. She knew it would be enough. It named what he did. She thought of the girl. She looked like her, maybe 14, skinny with black hair. She felt her fear, but that was all. Then she saw his memories. He'd killed her. He'd snapped her neck in this room. He'd taken the body in a rented wagon and dumped it. Then kept her diary. He kept it as a trophy, but she knew where the girl was. She was near sick with sadness and fear. She felt what the girl had. Now he'd suffer for it. She took the diary and walked from the room. The woman looked at her.
You find anything?
She wanted to hit her. What had she known? How much had she seen? She walked out of the house and down the main street. She saw a wagon and waved to it. It stopped, and she got in. She had enough money, and she knew a police officer, John, she had helped near on 5 years ago. She took the carriage to the main police office in the city. She knew where he worked. He still came to church, and she knew him well. She often said hi. The office was big and dark, with bobbies out the front. She walked in, diary under the jacket, not touching it. She still looked like a child, no doubt, but she was mad, so mad, she couldn't believe this kind of thing could have happened, that no one had done anything to help. There was a lady at the desk. She looked at she. Yes, I want to see Sergeant Jones. It's Genevieve Richardson. The woman just nodded, and she motioned for her to sit. She sat on some wooden benches, trying to stop her legs from touching them. She needed to start wearing men's pants. Soon enough, the policeman appeared. He looked funny. In full police uniform, he was a sergeant now, not just an inspector.
Hello, Genevieve, you asked for me.
She handed him the diary in her jacket. He just walked with her to a small room. They sat at 2 chairs and he started to read it. She could see him getting affected. He was bleeding sadness, but anger as well. He turned his sadness into rage. She guessed a lot of police did that.
And you know this man. I'm guessing you know more than this.
I know where her body is. I know where he lives and his name. Warden Anderson, James Anderson of Bromley. Chapter 15. Genevieve. She didn't go with the police to find the poor girl's body or to arrest Anderson, but she heard he'd been taken. More than ever, she was feeling that she had to do something with her power, that working in a factory and ignoring it wasn't enough. This man had raped and killed a little girl, and no one had known. But her. She was the only one who had been able to stop him. How many more would have suffered if she'd been too weak to handle the vision? What else was happening in London that no one knew about? She was only 18 and far from strong or a hero, but she knew things that no one else knew. It was her job to do something about it. She thought of the girl's terrified face. Jessica was her name. Now at least she'd get justice. That man had thought he would be free of it, but now he'd hang. He'd be in hell and suffering for his crimes. She believed in divine judgment. The Bible said to let God deal the justice. She couldn't kill people herself, no matter how bad they were. But she could help the police. Surely that was a good thing. She just had to find the best way to use her powers. The police needed help. Catching criminals was hard. If no one saw who did it, that was it. They left no clues. Even if they saw who did it, it was hard to find the person, yet not for her. The next day, she had slept badly. Lots of dreams of poor Jessica. She woke to find a slip under her door. It was a letter from the sergeant, asking her to come in. She walked to the corner of her street. She got on the omnibus. It was a horse-drawn carriage that cost a penny. It was the cheapest transport and would take her near the station. She got out and walked inside, finding Jones's office.
Hello, Genevieve. Glad you could come. Next time I'll send a police carriage to save you some coin. Now to the case. We found the body and he's confessed, which makes it a lot easier.
He confessed?
He's a sick man. He seemed almost proud of it. You've done a good thing here, and it brings me to the next thing. Look, I know you're very young, and I don't want to scare you, so just tell me if this is too much.
She was young, but she was strong too, and she thought he'd ask her to help him more.
As a sergeant, I get a lot of crime statistics, reports of murders and such, and Genevieve. London right now is getting worse and worse. It's fair to say we have almost 20% more murders than we did last year.
Why?
People say it's the modern man. We just don't care about each other anymore. But you and I believe what others don't. I think we have demonic influence, actual evil in the city. Why else would God give you this gift? He has to fight back. They're trying to tip the scales, to make us suffer, and I think we have to fight it.
She could believe it in a way. When she thought of people like Warden Anderson, his crimes seemed so extreme. She couldn't imagine ever being so cruel. It didn't seem human at all. She didn't know if she believed in the devil as a living being, but she'd felt God's love. If one was true, then the other had to be. Maybe she was here to do more than stop some random criminals. Maybe something evil was whispering in the ears of London's people. What do you want me to do?
Well, there are no female police officers, as you well know, but I think you could pretend to be my secretary. Then we could work on cases together. I also think you can get some training as an artist. There is a new American method of criminal sketching which has proven very effective.
I can read and write well, and my drawing is pretty good too, she said with some pride.
I don't need a secretary. I just want you around working with me, and it'll be a paid job as well.
Sounds good. She could draw quite well, but being able to sketch the people she envisioned would be very powerful. When do I start? Chapter 16. Genevieve. She didn't know if she believed that a demonic influence was the cause of London's ills, but certainly the city was being plagued by crime. The city had grown to nearly 4 million people, and lots of them survived solely by crime, or begging and selling themselves. It was a rough life for most people, and she didn't judge them, but there were plenty who enjoyed hurting others and used the desperation of all to their benefit. Her first day at work was interesting. She spent 2 hours or more with a funny Frenchman who showed her how to draw eyes and mouths of different people, many styles of moustaches, and how to do hair correctly. His own art was very basic, but she could see how he condensed people into a few lines. They looked at photos, and then she tried to copy them out. She was good after all. She had practiced for hours a day for years. After lunchtime, she ate at a cafe around the corner. Then she sat in Sergeant Jones's office. He had a list of offences in front of him.
So, we need to find out what you can help with. What kinds of things can you do?
She thought about it. Almost anything, but I need an object to touch. A place would work. A weapon would work. That bag worked.
How about a body?
She shuddered. She knew that the police took bodies from crime scenes. They took them in wagons and looked at them, examined them sometimes, finding out why they had died. Not that that was easy. Then they sold them to medical schools. A body would work, but it would be horrible for me.
The reason is, we have a dead woman, a prostitute, and no witnesses. We won't get him if we don't find something else to try, and it's not the first body.
Is there nothing else? We can try first.
All we have is her and her clothes, but it's up to you. You know your gift and the pain more than me. I have no right to make you do it.
She knew it would be awful, but what choice did she have? A killer would walk free if she wasn't willing to take the pain. I'll do it. Jones stood up and went to the door.
Okay, let's go to the morgue. This is a very new thing. We've only started to take the bodies very recently, again copying the French.
They went downstairs and through the building. Down in a small room was a row of metals benches. There were bodies on them, with a sheet covering them. There was no one in the room, and Jones just walked up to one. There was a sheet, or board, at the feet of one. Sergeant Jones looked at it and read it out.
So, we have a young lady strangled, she's a dress lodger, a prostitute killed last night. No witnesses, no nothing.
He placed the board back and he pulled back the sheet. She looked at the girl. She was young, maybe 22. She had long blonde hair and was quite pretty. She had large red marks around her neck and a bruise around her eye. She didn't like this. She knew it would be so hard, but what choice did she have? What's a dress lodger?
Young girls like her, they are tricked or forced into prostitution. All their clothes are taken as debt and they are sent out to disgrace themselves. All the money goes to the lady of the house. They have no power. If they run, they don't have anything. They don't even own the dresses they wear. Literally, they're stripped naked when they get home, so they can't run. The shame would be too much.
That's awful.
This girl was just another victim of the city. No witnesses, no suspects. The man who did it is free to strike again and again.
Sergeant Jones looked at her neck.
He had big hands.
She took off her gloves and breathed out. She pressed her hand against the girl's forehead and braced herself. A wall of memories hit her. They were all there, everything that was strong and painful. One good one, her first kiss. She was 12 and had felt young love, but then a life of pain. She saw the girl selling herself at a very young age, trying to survive. She felt so ashamed of herself. She pushed through the memories, running towards the end of her life. It was there, the worst one. She felt the girl's terror and pain. She felt the pain of his big hands around her throat. She saw through her eyes, looking at his face. He was older, maybe 40, a working man. He spoke to her. You shouldn't have said no. He choked the life from her, and her last memory was just the fear as she clawed at him. She pulled her hand back.
Did you see who did it?
She took out her pad and started to draw, and it soon began to look like him. He was older, maybe 40, black hair with railway workers' clothes. She said you shouldn't have said no. She finished drawing. It was good, it looked like him. Jones looked at the drawing and was stunned.
I still can't quite believe it worked. We'll be able to find him with this. There isn't a single person who could hide from you. It truly is a gift from God.
Then why does it hurt so much?
I don't know, Genevieve, I don't know. But you've helped more than you know. Now let's go to the scene and see if anyone remembers this guy hanging around.
She was still in pain, shaken and scared, but she wanted to help. Let's go.
Chapter 17. Lord Suffolk. Lord Suffolk, or John, to his friends, sat drinking a port with his friend Matteson in the Captain's Club. It was a nice little place in Piccadilly, mostly men from the courts, members only, and very quiet. A man had just accused him of owing him money. He hadn't seen him in almost 5 years, and he claimed a debt of £5. "Why do I owe you £5? John asked.
You bet me, John. You bet that man Addison from an age ago. He killed his family. You claimed he had done it at the behest of his mistress, but we both know he was sentenced posthumous and found to be solely guilty.
He thought about it. Bickleton. What had happened to him? He remembered the man, the reporter. He was investigating the woman, and he disappeared. Never came back to the Ritz, nor did she. He reached into his wallet and drew a £5 note from a group of 10. Fine, I should have proved it by now, but I still think I'm right. My man just disappeared, it seems.
What man?
Bickleton, the reporter who was investigating her.
Bickleton of the Courier.
Probably.
Remember he wrote that article about you? Very funny it was. The flop of the courts. Or was it Sot? One or the other.
He thought he should find out what happened to him. He might even get his £5 back. Who do you know at the Courier?
No one, but I'm not Lord Suffolk, am I?
No, you're not. You just put your hand in his wallet. The next day was a Saturday, and he'd had no appearance in court, which was lucky. He got into his carriage early and went to the Courier offices. He rarely went around like this, but Bickleton was on his mind. Why had he just disappeared? The carriage stopped out the front. It was a big building and obviously housed some printing machines. He stepped out of the carriage and went to the doors. It was held open by a man. He went to the desk at the front. A young girl stood before him. She didn't know who he was, but she saw he was important. It paid to look your best. Lord Suffolk for your manager or director, what have you? It was only moments before a man arrived with glasses and ink-stained fingers. He didn't even offer to show him anywhere, just bowed. My lord, Henrik Dawson, how can I assist? Bickleton? Richard Bickleton. What's become of him? Well, sir, if it's about what he wrote that was a long time ago, never mind that. Where is he? He's in Bedlam. Bethlehem Hospital, lost his mind near on 5-6 years ago, got himself locked up. It didn't make sense. The man he remembered was quite funny and smart, a bit vain for a writer, but not weak of mind. Truly? Indeed? Why? I don't know really, but it left me high and dry. Why's that? He was writing some article about rich men and their mistresses, private bankers and some mystery woman, and then went mad. It was odd. She was involved. The unnamed woman from the Ritz. He knew it. Maybe she'd poisoned him. Maybe she hit him in the head or something. Who is his doctor at Bedlam? A man called Sinclair. He walked from the office and got back in his wagon. He yelled, "Bedlam" to the driver, and the carriage took off. He was almost having fun, doing some investigating. He'd get that £5 back. What had happened to Bickleton? Why had he just forgotten him? The carriage rattled through the streets and finally arrived at the hospital. He stepped out and looked at it. It was a truly awful sight. He couldn't imagine anyone was cured from spending time here. Cold bluestone, big and frightening. He went to the front door. No one was there, so he opened it himself and walked in. A nurse stood at a desk. Lord Suffolk for Dr. Sinclair.
Have you got an appointment?
He glared at her. Do I need one? Go get him now. The lady ran down the hallway and started yelling out. Soon he was looking at the man Sinclair. He was a skinny and nervous-looking man. He was happy, though he was closing in on this quickly. His name was opening doors. Bickleton, Richard Bickleton, I want to see him.
Of course, my lord. Can I ask why? Does this concern the Crown Courts?
This rat probably thought it was an inspection or something. He's a friend.
Oh, goodness, okay, come with me, but please know we were not aware he was a friend of yours.
He didn't like those words, but followed the man through his wretched hospital. He was going to have to write something about this place. Did people know how awful it was? He saw thick doors, people screaming, cells, and it stank of piss. It was meant to be the most advanced mental hospital in the greatest city in the world. He was taken to a room, and the door was unlocked. He's restrained, the man said, and stepped away. John walked into the cell. It was dank and smelled more strongly of piss. A man stood in the middle of the room. His hair was long, like it hadn't been cut in years. He gazed out the barred window. Bickleton. The man turned slowly. It was him. He looked very poorly, long hair and madness in his eyes. Remember me, Richard, Lord Suffolk? The man came close to him, and John saw he had a thick chain around his neck that pinned him to the wall.
I found her for you.
Good man, did she do this to you? Poison, was it? His eyes grew wide, and he saw madness deep in them.
She's a demon, and she isn't alone, she's just one of the first.
Chapter 18, Genevieve. She had tried to touch 2 other bodies and saw their last memories. She knew it would have been easier if she had the murder weapon or something of the killer's, but she was afraid. When she touched them, she still felt the emotions and pain as her own. She didn't really want to step into the mind of a murderer. Feeling hands around her throat choking the life out of her was horrible enough. There were 2 more. One was an old drunk man who fell in front of a train. It was an accident, though his memories were just sadness and regret. And a young man. He was stabbed during a robbery gone wrong. She got nothing from him. He didn't see who did it. He was thinking of work, life, boring things. Then he felt a sharp pain in the back and was gone from the world. Jones had left her. He was on the trail of the railway man. After an hour, she went back to his office and waited. He came back after an hour, panting and sweaty.
Got away.
What? How?
Well, we're going to where her body was found, right near a station. Turns out a few people did know her. She was a regular near there anyway. As we were asking about her, I saw him. He looked like the drawing, but had a hat, but the way he was watching us as police, you know. but he ran and we didn't catch him.
She was worried. The sense she got from this man was that he was likely just to disappear. They might never find him again. London was a big place and one man could easily hide. What are you going to do now?
Well, I went to the rail office, I described him and got his name of Benjamin Davids. He lives a few streets away. We're sending men there now to see if he was dumb enough to go home.
I should come,
A woman at a crime scene?
he said, surprised. I might get a sense of something. His favourite spot, a family home, something. Let's go. Sergeant Jones walked from his office. They went to the front of the building. She got into the police carriage with 3 other bobbies. They seemed surprised she was with them, but said nothing. Sometimes she hated being a girl. If she was a man, he would have asked her to join the force, not be his secretary. But there were no women police. They weren't strong enough, so they said. The carriage rattled through London, right down to a very cheap part of town. They went up the cobbled streets to his rooming house. It was one of many, 3 stories. They went out and up the stairs, Jones leading the way. They didn't have guns, just batons, which they drew out. She stood behind them. He knocked on the door.
Mr. Davids, we have some questions.
There was no sound on the other side, and he gestured to an officer. He stepped up and kicked the door hard. It flung open in a shower of splinters. The room was empty, a small one-room bedsit and full of junk and rubbish. The police spread out checking the bathroom, the only other room.
He's gone.
She looked around the room. She got no sense of the place. Nothing bad had happened here, which was strange for London. Try to find anything that looks personal, a diary, a trinket. She searched the cupboard and saw his big winter coat. He'd not come back here, but run straight from the station. She let herself touch the jacket. She was hit by his loneliness. Watching the girl, lusting after her, he watched her night after night. She didn't see him kill her. Maybe he was wearing something else that night. She let her mind relax and go back to the room. The jacket told her nothing.
What about this?
She looked down at a table. There was a tobacco pipe. The end was chewed, and she could almost see the spit on it. She reached out and touched it. The man's life came crashing down on here. He'd inherited this pipe from his father when he was a boy. It was his only keepsake. She saw his whole life always single, bad with women, his obsession with the girl, her rejecting him. She felt his mind. It was like something changed in him. He was desperate, sad and lonely, but something had tipped him over the edge. She caught flashes of a man talking to him at the station.
Who does she think she is?
His words infected his mind. She saw him killing her, then crying to himself over her body. He'd loved her in some sick way. He'll come back. He won't leave this pipe. Just turn out the lights and wait. The bobbies looked at Jones. He was their boss, not an 18-year-old girl who looked more like a 14-year-old boy. He just nodded to them, and they went around the small room and blew out the 2 lanterns. They crouched down and waited in the darkness.
How long?
I have no idea. I just know this thing means more to him than his safety. They didn't have to wait long. In less than an hour of waiting in the dark, listening to the men breathe. She heard heavy footsteps up the stairs. They walked slowly, trying to be careful, but failing. He was a big man, around 40, and didn't seem that fit. She was at the back of the room, behind his bed, with Jones and his 3 bobbies in the front. The door was locked, and it opened, letting the light from the hallway in. She saw the silhouette of the man. He stood at the doorway and walked in. She heard Jones yell, "Now!" and heard a rush of bodies and falling furniture. He had a knife, but Jones had slipped past him and pinned him down. The lights came on and the man was pinned to the ground, 2 of the bobbies helping Jones hold him down. She looked at his face. He wasn't struggling, just resigned. Jones spoke.
Benjamin Davids, you're under arrest for murder.
The man just nodded.
I have a message for you.
What's that?
He told me to say 2. One.
Chapter 19. Lord Suffolk. He sat at a table in the Ritz. He was looking around, but the lady wasn't there. The problem with London was its size. It was a massive, sprawling city of 4 million. Carriages and people pushed around the streets and suburbs he'd never heard of, spilt out with people in every direction. Finding one person was near impossible. All he knew of the woman was what she looked like, and that she sometimes came here. He had no real way of finding her. He'd thought of going to the police. He was an important man. He could say she stole something of his, like his £5, and maybe they would try and find her, but he doubted they would have any luck. He waited, and soon he was joined by Mr. David Brown, the private banker who had been questioned by Bickleton, and even though it was almost 6 years ago, he remembered, it wasn't every day your client killed his whole family.
I can tell you what I told him.
Which was?
Addison didn't spend much. She seemed to pay herself, which is strange, but he did pay for her rental on a place. He seemed like he was going there.
And you never heard from him again?
Why would I? He had all he needed from me. I kept expecting an article about the service we offer, but nothing. I found out years later he'd gone mad. Nothing to do with me. I haven't really thought about it until I got your message.
The man had the address written out. It was years old. A rental apartment. She'd have to be mad to live there still, and he knew she was very smart, at the least. What can I do now? He asked almost to himself.
You could do what anyone else does when they lose something.
What's that?
They put an ad in the newspaper, like I did when I lost my dog. Found it in days. I had to pay a reward, though.
That was a fairly good idea. Someone had to have seen her, rented to her, a neighbor. Maybe they knew where she was now. Maybe her name. Chances were she even had a criminal past, and the police might be able to help if he knew a name. Thanks, David. You've been a great help.
My pleasure, and if you need to discuss your banking needs, I'm ready to help.
He laughed. I'm single. My bank statements can go to my house. Actually, how does a woman pay for anything? Do they even have bank accounts? The man laughed.
Of course not. They get an allowance from their man, father, or husband. If they earn, they have cash. They hide it under a mattress or in a drawer.
He drank his drink and waited for the man to leave. He tried to get him to join their bank once more, but had no chance. He didn't like the secret style of business, and they charged a monthly fee, which was ridiculous. He looked around the room. An advert was a fine idea. As he looked, he saw a pretty young girl watching him. She caught his eye. She was dressed in nice clothes. It was Lisa. She was a nice lady, a professional mistress, but a funny one. He waved to her, and she brought her gin and came over. She was tempting. He was single, and she was very pretty, but his reputation meant something to him. Not a lot, but something. He might drink, play cards, and haunt the clubs and bars, but he wasn't a man about town.
Lord Suffolk, good to see you again.
Young Lisa Walker, it's just us. John is fine. She smiled.
All alone, John? What a waste.
Lisa Walker, she looked like a mistress. Pretty, expensive haircut and jewels. Besides, she was drinking at the Ritz, alone. He'd found himself talking to her a few nights. She had a funny way of saying candid and horrid things about people who truly deserved it. I was looking for someone you might know, actually.
I'm glad to help. I know most people and am happy to dish some gossip.
What do you know of the other girls who do this kind of thing? She sipped her gin.
What kind of thing?
That are popular with my class of men. Discreet ladies who laugh a lot and drink more.
Well, no one is in your class, my lord, but there are a few girls who, let's say, like comfort. They like to have their gin paid for and not have to take an omnibus around the city.
You know one, black hair, sultry red dress, dangerous. Used to see Addison years ago.
Melissa Randall. No one has seen her for a few years, and good riddance.
Why good riddance?
Married men only is what she's after. It's not right. All of us want a man like you to marry, stay with, and be looked after. Sure, some take the temporary, the apartments, the gifts. But a single man is the goal. Not her, though. She only wanted married men. Personally, I find it insulting to other women. She enjoyed damaging relationships. You could see her, she'd throw herself at some married man right in front of his wife, just to watch her squirm.
She sounds like a nasty piece of work.
That's putting it nicely. I would have said she was VD on legs, but she's gone now, or gone from the regular places. Maybe she has found somewhere else, somewhere worse.
Where?
There are rumors, secret men's-only clubs, married men, rich men doing stupid things.
You don't happen to know her address?
She wasn't one of us. She never had the girls over. We stick together mostly, but she was always separate. She used to live in Piccadilly.
He handed her the address David had just given to him.
Probably it, but I'd guess she'd have left it now. This was all years ago.
Thanks, Lisa. I might visit her house and try to find her.
Don't do anything stupid. You're too good for her. Now buy me another gin.
Chapter 20. Genevieve. She sat in the cell across from Mr. Benjamin David's. He looked like a defeated man. He didn't look like a killer. In a way, he looked simple-minded, or certainly a man with a simple life. He'd worked on the railways for almost 20 years as a cleaner. He'd get on at Charing Cross Station and clean the first-class cabins and couches, picking up rubbish and litter for the next load of travellers. Joan sat across from him. He was handcuffed to the table, big shackles. He more than likely was going to hang, and he knew it.
Tell me about the girl,
Joan said.
Her name was Lucinda. She was so pretty. I saw her every day, but she sold herself to men. I saw what she did for money. I wanted to help her, to save her, but she just laughed at me.
She watched his face. He did seem sad he'd killed her. And the man, the numbers, what does that mean?
I don't know. He just said to tell the police. He told me I'd be arrested, but that's okay. I have to pay for what I did.
She spoke up. Then why did you do it, if you knew it was wrong?
His words were in my mind. I knew she deserved it. I gave her a chance at a pure life, but she chose darkness instead. She had to be punished.
He didn't seem to believe himself, not anymore. Joan spoke up.
She was a dress lodger. She couldn't just leave her life behind. This man, was he her stalker or just a passenger?
If she was there, he was there. It was like he was her bodyguard.
Or he was stopping her from running away and finding the polices.
Jones went to her and spoke to her.
We'll get little from him, but if we can find out where the girl slept and lived, we might be able to do some good here as you follow her. You know where she lived?
I know. It's a large house near Cow Cross. There are lots of girls there.
Good to know. And for the record, you killed this woman.
I did.
How?
I strangled her.
He almost cried over the words.
You're going to hang. You know that.
It was only her.
You're going to hang anyway.
I deserve it.
Genevieve, it would help if we knew what he looked like. Are you up for it?
She took off her gloves. She knew she would have to at some point. She reached across the table and she took the rough hands of the killer into hers, the hands that had choked Lucinda to death just days ago. She was engulfed by his loneliness, his obsession, memories of him watching her, thinking of her, jealous of the men that paid her to have sex with her. Then she saw him. A young rake, as they would say, well-fitted clothes and a dangerous swagger. He followed the girl, but spoke to Ben. She could hear his words in his ear, pushing him over the edge. She took out her pencil and pad and started to draw him, first his face and his dark eyes, then his lean body. The man looked at her.
That's him. How did you do that?
She just stared at him. He was so sick and broken, it hadn't required much at all. They left the man in his cell and went to Jones's office. He pulled out a map of London. He had her house already marked. There were a lot of houses crossed with red. This man is involved. I don't like it. He seems to have talked this weak-minded fool into killing her, and I think we should try and find him.
He also might know about this other girl. I don't like those numbers. 2. 1, There are 2 dead prostitutes, but who is the one?
And charge him with what? Following girls around, talking to people.
We'll find something.
She was thinking more and more about what Jones had said. From a demonic point of view, this man was doing the work of the devil. He'd helped condemn this man to hell. And what was he doing to these young girls? Surely even if they started off being forced, they were still sinning. Surely they would turn away from God as well. How could a person believe in human kindness or God's love when they were being used like chattel and had no one to love them or help them? So we go to the house.
We go to the house, we'll follow him and see if he makes a mistake.
Chapter 21. Lord Suffolk. Lisa had proved once again to be a very knowledgeable person to talk to. There wasn't a single person of wealth she didn't know about, who was doing what, who went where, and did what. He was surprised, in a way. He'd always known that the vice of the city was high. There were millions of people, poverty, crime, and prostitution, but it seemed to be getting worse as the city grew. Everyone, it seemed, was chasing the new god of the dollar, and they would do anything to earn a few shillings. He had stood her 2 more gins, but taken her calling card. Not that he'd use it. She was young, around 25, and clearly once from a good family, Scottish. He wondered what had led her onto this path. She wouldn't have just come home with him. It would be dinner and a few dates first, but marriage wasn't needed, just lust and support. He had his carriage take him to Melissa's address. It was one of those nice white apartments in Piccadilly. Usually the homes of lawyers and bankers, quite expensive. He rolled to the front of the house. He didn't expect the woman would still be there. It had been years, but the landlord might know her. He stepped from his carriage and went up the stairs to the door. He knocked briskly and was answered by a young workman. He was dressed in dirty pants and a shirt. He had some paint on him. Inside there were 2 other men, painting the wall a bright white.
Good morning, sir. May I be of service? David McGee.
He was Irish, it seemed, but deported himself well. He could tell Lord Suffolk was high class. He looked it. This lad looked like every 12-year-old errand runner he saw in the city, sharp and hungry. My good man, I'm after a woman who once lived here. Can I speak to the landlord?
There is no landlord. Strange business. But we've been contracted by a company, a proper corporation. I wouldn't know who to speak with.
How did you get hired?
An ad in the paper, 4 shillings a day.
He said with a smile, a true pittance. Know anything of a woman? Black hair? A real stage star?
The last renters were a man and his wife. We are just changing the colour. Apparently, it's not white enough.
Fine. It was a long shot.
You write her a letter, but get no response.
John looked at him. Why did you say that?
Begging your pardon, sir, but I thought it might be of service.
Indeed, young David, how is that? He asked. He liked lads like this. They were always after a few coins.
Well, we may, or I may have found some old letters, hidden under the floorboards. Maybe I kept them, and one had a photo of your lovely lady. She's hard to forget.
Melissa Randall? John asked, feeling some hope.
That's her for sure.
You have these letters?
Sure as taxes.
John reached into his wallet and pulled out a £1 note and gave it to him. His eyes lit up. It was more than he would earn in a month.
Right, go into the study and I'll bring them in.
The lad came back and handed him 3 letters. They had been opened before. One was returned to sender. The others were addressed to Melissa Randall. He read the 2 private letters. They were much the same, but also shocking. One read, I responded to your letter. I am greatly grieved to hear of your situation and would be glad to help. Please respond, and we can arrange to meet, as suggested. Mr. Bilson. He read the returned letter, and when he opened it, a photo of the woman fell out. He looked at it. It was posed in a good studio, and she looked very wanton. Her dress was quite low at the front, but also she lifted it slightly at the ankle, showing something of her skin, seemingly unaware of the accident. He doubted it. He read the letter and laughed. It was directed to a man of the house. Clearly, she was sending letters directly to men. People did it a lot to beg, but this was new. It was a plea for a strong and stable man to help rescue her from her own wicked nature, and offered to meet, if she could find a good Christian who would help lead her back to the light. Looking at the photo, she didn't seem at all like she wanted to be led anywhere but the boudoir. At least he had a photo of her now. He might have to try publishing an ad seeking her. He walked from the room, and the Irish lad stood before him.
Any luck?
Unfortunately, no. The lad went back.
Good luck, sir. And if you ever need my help or assistance, I have light fingers. I live in Cheapside. Just ask for young Dave Irish.
John smiled at the boy. He hoped he wouldn't need the services of a thief, but who knew? He walked down to his carriage. He sat in it and looked at her picture. She was quite stunning. He saw the bottom corner. It had a watermark, and he turned it over. It read, Divine Studios, 22, Bond Street, London. He thought about her scam. If she sent them out a lot, maybe she bought them in bulk or every month. Someone would remember her for sure. She was fetching and looked very wanton, which many men liked. John leaned out of his carriage to the driver. 22 Bond Street. He smiled to himself. He was having fun again. They rode to the studio, and he stepped out. It was a nice little glass-fronted building and looked very expensive. He stepped out and walked in. A man sat at a table, smoking. He was young and looked French, like a Francophile. He even had a red bow tie. John saw next to him was a woman, probably his wife. He had the photo, but walked up with it in his pocket. Hello, my good man, Lord Suffolk. Is this your business? The man butted out and looked up in a hurry.
Why, yes, sir, an honor to have you. How did you hear of us?
A lovely friend recommended me. She has had good work done here. He looked at the man. In moments he had judged him as an adulterer. He turned to the woman. Time to be rude and rich. I fancy some tea. She just nodded and left the room in a hurry. The man started to speak.
We have excellent rates.
John put the photo on the desk. The man just looked at it. John then put a pound note next to it. He saw the man shake his head. Rogue. John put a 5 down, and the man smiled.
Lovely Miss Randall, we have, let's say, an arrangement. She comes by most months, gets new prints or shots, and pays me for the work.
Pays you?
You know her, and you know the game.
I want her address.
Well, I did send her something a week back, but I can't give it to you. She's a friend, and she's also dangerous.
You'll find it, or we'll finish this conversation in front of the wife. The horrid man had to think about it. He was clearly deciding between freedom and having to make his own dinners.
Fair enough.
He went to his book and rewrote the address for him. Don't tell her I was asking.
Of course, not my lord. Now, should we discuss a seating?
John just walked out of the office as the man's wife came back. He turned and looked at the address. 23 Crompton Street, Crystal Palace, not a rental, but he'd finally tracked her down.
Chapter 22. Genevieve. She was getting worried. She'd spent very little time at her boarding house and spent most of it with Sergeant Jones at his office. She was officially his secretary, but that just meant she could come and go with him. Still, she was poor, lowest of classes, and didn't really care about etiquette. She spent a lot of time with Mr. Jones, who was 33 and married. She got lots of looks from the older women who ran the office. She was getting worried about what they were investigating. Jones was so strong in his faith, and he believed fully they were on the tail of something otherworldly. She knew not if it was just wicked people wanting money, so she was unprepared. Her visions were somewhat under control, and she felt God's love and that she was doing the right thing. But she knew nothing of demons. If they were real, and she faced one, she had no idea what she would do, what was right to do. Were they possessed people? That's what she'd heard, in which case, was it right to send them to the jails? Jones didn't have a gun, but they were getting to the point where they might call in the armed units. They sat in the police wagon outside the house near Cow Cross. It was poor, and everyone saw the wagon. It was a little township where everyone knew each other, and a lot of the tenants were criminals of some sort. The house was a run-down affair, built next to two of theirs, but 2 stories high. Wooden and broken. She watched the people that came and went. It was easy enough to tell who were the fallen women, as they were called. They wore bright dresses, had lace in their hair which was coiffed. They had dresses that were long, but they raised them up with both hands to flash their ankles. That was bad, apparently. She had no idea about these things, but Jones seemed to think it was wanton. She didn't understand normal people. These girls all had corsets, tiny waists and cleavage, showing off, which was fine, but an ankle on display that wasn't. It made no sense to her. They watched the house. It was midday, and as night started to fall, all of them left the house. She'd seen around 10 young girls leave, and each one had a watcher, a man who would shadow them and follow. Jones had said it was, so they didn't run. They held the drawing up and looked from it to the men, who exited following the girls.
That could be him.
They watched a girl as she left the house. Nice dress and hair done, she had natural bright red hair and looked Irish. Behind her, a man walked from the house, hurrying after her. He was young, around 25, black hair and wore the clothes of a young gentleman. Definitely. A lot of the men were poor-looking sorts, old and broken, clearly not paid well for their watching. Jones stepped out of the carriage and started to follow them. He was dressed in the plain clothes of a workman, and she wore her normal dress, which she thought was nice, but was just simple cotton. They followed as they walked down a few streets to an area that was like a market. Near the corner, she started to hear music. Someone was playing and singing. They walked up the street and turned. Before them was a huge music hall. She hadn't been to one before, but lots of people stood out the front at night time and smoked from pipes and talked. They were all people like her. Girls who worked in factories, boys who worked in shops or ran errands. It was a nice building to her eyes, very large, painted, like a theatre. The music spilt out, a man singing and a few instruments thrumming behind him. They went to the door. An old lady sat at a table.
6 pence for the middle pit, penny for the bar.
Jones looked at her.
The bar?
He said, and handed her 2 pennies. She pushed one back.
It's free for her. Your first time here, love.
Yes.
Feel free to come anytime you're thirsty. I'm sure there are plenty who would like to buy you a drink.
They walked into a lobby and looked around. There was a low carpeted area and a stage with a band of 4 people, which had chairs and tables. There were stairs to the upstairs bar. What was that about?
The girls get the men to buy overpriced drinks. It's how they make money. The owner gives them a cut at the end of the night, depending on what they have earned.
So she thinks I'm one of them? She asked, feeling down.
It's me, not you. You're too young and pretty to be with a man like me for any reason other than money.
They walked up toward the stairs and Jones stopped. A bobby stood in the lobby. He was watching people as they passed, but didn't stop anyone or seem to care what was going on. He grinned at Jones.
Sergeant Jones, your night off?
Jimmy, yes, my night off. Keep it downright.
Never fear. It's good to see even a Bible basher like you can have some fun. Who is this?
He looked at Genevieve. He was young and smiled like a lech.
My niece?
They walked upstairs. The man laughed behind them, and in moments they were upstairs. The bar was very big, and if the girl didn't have bright red hair, they would have lost her. There were booths lining the walls, tables everywhere, and young men and women sat at them all. Some men were older, but mostly young. They sat with girls all dressed like the lodger. brightly, and they all drank from big mugs of gin. At the back, there were doors leading away. What are those?
Private rooms for shy people to have drinks alone.
But he said it, so she knew what he meant. But there are police downstairs.
It's not illegal. They don't get paid from the men, but from the owner to go in you have to buy a bottle of gin. It's normally £1.
She had no idea this world had existed. She could see the girl was talking with boys and men. Someone had bought her a drink, and she sat with them, talking, her hand across the table touching his. The man watching them stood alone. He had a drink which he sipped. He seemed bored. Then she noticed he was searching too. He was looking around and saw a man. He wasn't talking to anyone, but staring at a girl, the redhead. He went up to her and started to talk. What can we do if there are no crimes being committed?
We have to find out if that is him. Why don't you ask him to buy you a drink and try to touch him?
He had no real idea of what he was asking. If he was a killer, that alone would be awful, but she didn't want to touch him and see all that he'd done. And if he was a demon, she had no idea what that would be like. Would she feel the evil? She'd felt the faith of believers. What would that be like? She took a deep breath and walked over to the man. He was talking to the other man in hushed tones, but they turned to look at her. They both nodded. She decided to be forward. She reached out her hand and, taking the man's, shook it. It took all her strength to maintain the grip. It wasn't memories, it was emotion. He was so angry, like a being made of pure black rage. She forced herself to breathe and smiled at the monster. "Hello, I'm Genevieve." She kept a hold of the man's hand and then let it go. It was strange. She saw him talking with the man. It was him. He felt happiness and feeling of satisfaction when he had a hold of him. He had even watched the man kill the girl. He felt so satisfied. But as she went back, that was it. She had expected more, but he had no memories before a few months ago, or nothing strong. Then she felt it a few months ago. He was a different man. She saw him sitting in a small room, drinking gin, depressed, dressed in rags. He was broken and lost. Now he was something else. The rage tainted all he did. It was who he was. He grinned at her, eyes filled with a deadly purpose.
Hello, Genevieve. I'm Michael Tate. Nice to meet you. This man is Francis Taylor, a good man.
She shook his hand. She felt his lust and perversion. He loved watching girls and women. He came here a lot and just watched, trying to find his ideal woman.
You're new here?
I am. Buy me a drink.
Of course.
He went to the bar and bought 2 mugs of gin and water. He came back and handed it to her. She touched his hand again as he passed it to her. She focused on when he had changed. She saw a flash of him in the room. He had a handbill, one of those flyers people gave to you to promote a theatre show or new penny book. It read, "Contact the departed. The mistress of divination can help." He had felt a surge of hope reading it. That was why she saw it now. He stared at her. She'd just ignored him. "Sorry, my mind is elsewhere." "That's fine. Go back to your man, but if you ever want work, come and find me." A girl as pretty as you need not be a factory girl. She took her gin back to Jones, who had a table now. He had a drink of his own. He didn't drink it, but raised it to his lips for effect.
Is it him?
He watched the girl die, that is for certain, and he's changed. He was broken and sad. Now he seems driven and dangerous.
Possession?
I don't know, I didn't see it, but he did read something about a mistress of divination. I think he lost someone. Jones shook his head.
This divination is everywhere. The rich people love to get their palms read, summon the dead and have table-knocking parties. Most of it is a scam, but maybe some of it's worse.
As they watched, they saw the redhead girl. She went to the bar with a young man. They bought a bottle of gin and then went to a private room. She felt sorry for her, having to use her body like that. It was so strange. She hadn't even kissed a boy, and that girl was the same age or younger. "We can't arrest him."
No, we can't.
She could see him looking at the door repeatedly. He was getting increasingly angry. She could feel it coming off him in waves. She knew he was mad at the world that let this happen, that the law wasn't set up to handle this.
I can't just do nothing.
Jones stood up from his table and pulled out his badge.
His Majesty's Police.
He walked to the door of the room. Everyone was looking now, and the bartender came around.
We run a legal establishment.
That girl in there is wanted for questioning in a murder.
Jones kicked the locked door as hard as he could. It smashed open and the door flung wide. She was standing next to him and they looked in. There was only a couch in the room and they sat together, a drink between them, but her dress was on the floor. She was completely naked. Everyone behind them was looking and gasped. She too was shocked. The girl dove behind the couch.
Get dressed.
He went to the man and grabbed his collar.
You piss off. If I could charge you, I would.
She could hear the girl crying, but she got dressed quickly and stood.
You're coming with me. Wanted for questioning.
The girl ran to him.
You're taking me now to the police.
I am the police.
She saw her relax and felt a wave of relief coming from her. Okay, good. Behind her, the man Tate had walked into the room. He stood blocking their way.
What's going on here?
Jones turned his badge to face him.
She's coming with us for questioning.
The man smiled and reached behind him, pulling out a revolver. He pointed it right at Jones' chest.
I doubt it,
he said, and he pulled the trigger. She hadn't even seen a revolver before or heard one. The sound was huge. It filled the whole room. The man stood over Jones as he fell and fired the pistol twice more into his chest. He then turned at her.
Too bad you could have been an earner.
He pointed the weapon at her and fired.
Chapter 23. Lord Suffolk. John was far from a fool. He hadn't gotten to the old age of 35 by being an idiot, but he was in danger of becoming one now. He was on the tail of this killer woman for the real reason that he was bored. He didn't believe she was some supernatural being, rather a conwoman and charlatan. But chasing her down had been fun. Still, he sat in his wagon, now at the front of her house in Crompton Street, and was nervous. Like all well-raised gentlemen, he was fit, could box, fence, and use his cane to good effect. He'd had to deal a smart rap to the heads of more than one street urchin who had tried to snitch his watch or wallet. But this was different. She could have help. She seemed to have many a man wrapped around her finger, and if he barged in, no doubt he might face one, or a simple employee to stop him. He had no reason to go to the police. What could he accuse her of? So, he'd done what seemed best. He'd hired some help. He stepped out of the wagon. 2 men jumped down from the front. They stood next to him. They were private investigators, which mean they used to be police or soldiers and now hired themselves out. They had answered his ad, saying they could also act as protection, which was what he really wanted. They would protect him if she was as dangerous as he thought. One spoke.
My lord, this woman, she lives here.
She does.
And how do you want her handled?
He knew that with the amount he was paying them, they would happily hurt her for him. I just want to ask her some questions. The man just nodded.
We'll follow your lead.
The one, called Macready, was an ex-Irish/English soldier. He was around 30 and looked harder than a coffin nail. Shaved short hair and dark eyes. He walked in a way that said, I've hurt people and I could hurt you. John walked to the front of the house. It was big and quite nice. 3 stories, sandstone, well away from the neighbors. Not a rental, it seemed like an old family home. It even had a servant's entrance at the side. He went to the front door. There was a lantern, hanging but not lit. Inside it was completely dark. He rapped on the door, but no one came. He looked at the door and then to the men. I guess we have to come back.
Or we can open it. Up to you.
He could laugh. He was a QC. He worked in the courts, usually prosecuting criminals. Now he was one. I'd like to see that. The man pulled a small kit from his pocket. He had a small needle and a flat file-looking thing. He put them both in the lock, pressed around for a moment, and turned it. The lock clicked open. It was very fast.
Sir, maybe we should lead the way?
A fair idea. The man walked through the door. The other had lit the lantern. As he stepped in, both the men drew out revolvers. He was shocked. What was he doing with men like this? They walked into the house, and he looked around. It was clear she had yet to move in. There were chests and boxes, but no real order. There were no staff, no candles in the candelabra. He knew she wouldn't be home, and that could be perfect for him to find evidence against her. They went up the stairs in the middle of the room, the two men leading the way. Looks like a study. They went to the end of the hallway. They stepped through an open doorway, and there was a study. He looked around. There were more boxes and letters on the table. He looked closer. There was a handful of photos, all of them women, young and pretty. He recognized one as Lisa Walker. What were they? People she wanted to recruit? Or photos to send out in her swindles? John turned the photos over. Sure enough, they were from Divine Studios. Maybe Lisa was in danger. He should tell the girl.
Sir, look.
MacReady shone the light over one of the chests that sat on the floor. On one corner was a droplet or two of blood. It was gathered at a corner of the chest. He was scared now, but the man bent to the chest and using his picks unlocked it. He flipped it back in one movement, and they looked in. Laying in the chest, her head bent up and wrists cut, was the woman Melissa. Black hair, pretty dead.
That her?
Yes. She looked almost peaceful. No fear or pain, just wide-open eyes and a blank face.
We should leave before the police come and we have to explain this.
He had to agree. He had no idea what was going on. He'd been chasing her, and now she was dead. Who had killed her, and why?
Sir, we should take this.
He passed him a letter. Hand delivered. Dearest Melissa, a man has come asking for you, and the pressure he applied was too great to resist. Lord Suffolk, in the House of Lords and Wealthy, seeks you for an unknown reason, and has your address. Sorry for this, but I had no choice. I hope I see you again, but understand if I don't. Find enclosed 20 prints to help ease your anger. Julian. So she was dead because he'd chased her. That was bad.
Chapter 24. Genevieve. She woke in a world of pain. Her chest ached. She opened her eyes. Above her was a bright gaslight, and she looked around. She was on a table, a moving metal bench, and next to her was a woman, a nurse. She wore a blue dress and white smock with blood on it. Next to her was a doctor, or he looked like one. They stared down at her. She was in a hospital. It must have been St. Thomas's. It was the closest. She was scared. Of all the places to take her, this was the worst. She knew well. It was one of the oldest hospitals in London, and while it was quite modern now, following the Nightingale design, it had been founded in 1207 by some monks. The doctor was above her. In his hand he held a saw, like a bone saw. "Mr. Fredericks, your leg has been crushed. We have to take it off before it becomes gangrenous." She started to scream. The vision was total and pushed her own thoughts out. She had no mind of her own. She was stuck in this memory. The nurse pinned her down, no aesthetic, and she felt as the doctor started to saw at her leg. She screamed in pain, and a piece of wood was shoved into her mouth. The blade cut into her, and she cried. She closed her eyes. "Please, Lord, give me the strength to overcome this," she said. She pushed at the vision and thought of herself, her own injury, the bullet. "I'm Genevieve. I'm Genevieve." The pain in her leg stopped, and the doctor faded away. The nurse was still there, but she had changed, her clothes and look. The blood was gone.
Are you okay, girl? I can give you something more for the pain, but already have.
"What did you give me?"
just morphine.
No, it makes me sick.
But the pain, you've been shot and the bullet is still in there.
No morphine! As she said the words, the woman faded away and her vision changed. She lay in the bed and felt such a deep hollowness, sadness that was so entire and complete, she felt a dull pain. And reaching down, she was wearing a robe and pulled it up. Her stomach had a large scar across it, fresh and red. A doctor was above her again. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Griffin, we had to take the baby. It was him or you. The damage was too extensive." She started to cry. She felt the pain of the loss and her body hurt. Her arm ached and looked damaged. Had she been hit by something? She pushed with her mind. "Give me the strength," she cried and pushed it away. It slowly faded again. She stopped crying and tried to steady herself. Her eyes opened and the nurse was beside her again. The table with wheels was being pushed.
Are you okay, girl? It's like you're having episodes. Do you have a doctor I should bring? Your file says you were in Bethlehem.
"Don't bring him, please. It's just the morphine." She didn't think it was the morphine. Maybe it was, but maybe it was just she was in a place of great human pain, something too strong. They wheeled her up a hall and into a large room. Round her came 2 doctors. They washed their hands and came to her. One had a small knife.
"So, Genevieve, you're awake. Why is she awake?"
She can't take morphine, doctor.
"That's bad. What about chlorophyll?"
"I don't know."
"Well, try. You can't be awake. It'll be like hell. You have a bullet in your chest and we must get it out."
She looked at the knife. It looked clean, but wasn't new. She imagined all it had cut. She didn't want it to touch her. "Use a new knife."
"This is cleaned, I assure you."
"Please use a new one." The nurse was rushing behind her and pulled out a white rag. She dipped it in something and then pressed it hard against her face. It smelled strongly like cleaning products, and then she slipped away. Her eyes closed and her mind went blank. She didn't know what he did. She opened her eyes again and looked down. She could see the doctors cutting into her and working away. They sliced into her and the nurse wiped her blood with a rag. She looked away. She cast her eyes around the room and saw them all. The doctors working on different people, a man, a woman. She felt the anger as someone died. The doctor was so mad at himself. A woman's pain. The operation in this room but 50 years ago, before chlorophyll, they cut into her and she felt it all. She screamed in her mind. The visions were worse than ever. She saw them all and felt it coming down on her. She calmed herself. She prayed, "Give me the strength, Lord." It helped, but she still felt them. She had to do something. She couldn't take it. It was too much pain, too much suffering. She screamed to God in her mind, "What do you want me to do?" she cried. She pushed at the pain, and a thought came to her. She didn't know if it was her own thought or something else, but it said, "Accept it." She stopped pushing at the pain and let it wash over her. She accepted it and felt sympathy for them. She saw the doctor's rage and understood it. It faded and she saw only the visions. The emotion was less. The pain of the woman faded as she accepted it and just tried to bear it rather than pushing it back. She saw her, but that was all. She smiled. She saw them all now. But she could take the pain. She was strong. She took the anger, helplessness, rage. She accepted it all and took it as her own. But she was stronger than it, and it faded as she looked on. She finally understood something she never had. These moments, the strongest ones, she saw when they wanted someone, when they needed someone to share their pain or joy. It was too much for them alone. The pain was gone. She was just in a room of memories and she felt a tug. She was dragged back to her body. She opened her eyes. She was back in her bed. Many hours had passed. The nurse was gone, but her doctor was there. He shook her shoulder lightly.
"Genevieve, are you awake?"
"I am now."
"Good to hear. My name is Dr. Hanson. I was your treating doctor."
"I remember. Did you use a new knife?"
"I did. You must know about Nightingale and her germs theories. Well, we did."
"Thank you."
"Good. The reason I need to talk to you is that the police want to talk to you, but I want to ensure you're well enough."
Now she was through her surgery. She thought of Jones. There was no way he'd survived. The man had killed him and shot her. The police would need to know where he was if they hadn't found him already. Sergeant Jones is dead.
He is, and you came very close, but you got very lucky.
Lucky? How was I lucky?
The bullet hit your rib bone and was deflected to the side. It missed your heart by such a small fraction, and it didn't break. We got it out in one piece.
Is that why my chest hurt so much? She felt like she had been punched in the chest by a giant. Breathing was hard.
No morphine, sorry, but maybe we can find something else. Gin, maybe, anyway, police. You tell me, yes or no. I'll tell them to leave if you want.
I'll talk to them. They need to try to find this man.
Fine, but bear in mind you're not leaving here for a few days.
Chapter 25. Lord Suffolk. He had spoken to his office. His cases would be handled by his junior staff for a week. He needed time to think and get right. He sat in his home in Kent and, sitting by the fire, worried. He'd half expected the police to come and question him. His investigators had gotten him out of the house quickly, but he was still wary of any feeling. He hated being in the dark. He hated not knowing what was going on. He felt he had uncovered something, maybe some kind of criminal ring. He'd always assumed that Addison had been seduced by this woman. She'd cheated him of his money. He snapped and killed his family and himself. Then she'd done something to Bickleton. Now she was dead. What sense did that make? It made him think she was working with someone. Maybe her employers heard someone was searching for her, and they decided to sever the loose ends. He thought back to the photo on the desk. All nice-looking women, but women who like comfort. They all looked like professional mistresses, like the young Lisa Walker. What did they want from her? He was going to find out. In a way, he was worried, but he wasn't going to let some rogues ruin his city. He had tried to visit Lisa's home. She had given him a calling card, and he'd been to visit, but she was not there. Maybe they had already done what they planned. The only other place he knew was the Ritz, and some clubs like the Argyle she might attend, though that was a bit beneath her. His two men, Smith and Macready, were out working. He liked having them around. One was at the Ritz, or rather waiting out the front, and one at her house. He was sitting by the fire when he heard a knock. His server came to him.
Mr. Macready for you. He asked for you to join him outside.
John stood up. He took his cane and coat and went to the door. The man was by his carriage.
She's at the Ritz.
Good man. He climbed up into the carriage, and Macready got in next to him. They shut the door, and the driver started off. He, too, always kept his mouth shut. John would have to give him a bonus. He'd seen a lot. They went through the packed city. It was a Saturday night, and people slipped out onto the streets.
This lady, is she part of it?
What do you think is going on?
Your friend killed his family. I read about it, and you're trying to find out why. It seems like they blackmail rich men.
Have you heard of things like that?
Of course, when I was young and before I joined the army, I used to be a vampire.
What's a vampire?
We'd get a little gang of lads together around 5, all tough lads, and we'd go to a known brothel. You'd follow some bloke home and just threaten to yell out where he'd been unless he gave you a few shillings.
It worked?
It worked until we tried it on a police officer. Then we got in trouble. I ran and joined the army, got my backside to New Zealand for a few years.
He just nodded. What a dark world it was. They pulled up to the Ritz, and a man opened their door. He went out of the carriage.
You want me in or out?
He looked at the man. He hardly looked like a gentleman. He looked like what he was. A tough ex-soldier in working-class clothes, hired to protect. Come in. I could use your eyes. They walked in and found a booth. He looked over, and Lisa was holding court. She talked to a few men, drinks before her. He looked up at her and tipped his hand to his head. She raised a glass to him. In moments, Lisa had left the men and walked over to him. She sat down.
Lord Suffolk, good to see you.
He thought she was less formal than that. It was John now. Hello, Lisa. I thought I could stand you a gin.
Very kind, my lord, but I prefer wine. Anyway, I'm quite busy tonight. Did you need me?
He looked at her. No warmth, no smile, no trying to flirt. And wine. Since when? Women like her only drank gin. I tried to visit you, but you weren't home.
Oh, yes, I've moved. Do come and visit. You're always welcome.
Where have you moved to?
A nice little place, 23 Crompton Street, near the Crystal Palace.
He tried not to react. Fine, fine. I'll talk to you later. I'm waiting for someone. She smiled short and left the table. Soon, he was sitting alone with Macready as she went back to the men.
She won't catch many with a demeanour like that. I thought you said she was jovial, funny.
She was. And that address, she's living at that house?
I think your friend just became the new woman of the house.
He watched as Lisa flirted with a man, and then taking his hand, they walked from the hotel. All eyes were on them. He looked at him, saw the wedding band around his finger. What had happened? The Lisa he knew was a classic gold digger, but she'd stated plainly she wanted a single man to give her a life of comfort. She had changed so much in the space of just days, she seemed like a different person.
What do we do? Follow her?
We know where she's going and what she's going to do.
Yeah, and Smith is at her house. He'll keep an eye on her.
I don't know what to do.
What do we want to find out? You tell me and I'll get it done.
Melissa is dead because I sought her out. Her cover was destroyed. So now Lisa is the one. Is she being paid? Who is running this and why?
Good, that's plenty. Give me a few days and I'll have something for you.
Macready stood and walked out of the Ritz, walking up the street and jumped into an omnibus, leaving John alone to drink and wonder.
Chapter 26. Genevieve. She sat in her room. She'd had a breakthrough. Her whole life she'd tried to push away the visions. She'd tried to block them out. But now she thought of them differently. She'd always thought of the visions as just something that happened, but maybe they were just the moment when people couldn't take it anymore. The pain was too much and they needed it to come out. She experienced good ones as well, much rarer, but it was the same. When someone felt so much they couldn't contain it. By accepting the visions and the pain, she was sharing with these people. She would feel it, understand it, but then it would fade. Maybe they just wanted to not be alone in their suffering or joy. She was sad in herself for Sergeant Jones. The poor man had been killed trying to do the right thing. She thought of the man who had killed him. He'd looked so cold and direct he'd felt nothing. He just pulled the trigger and fired, enough to make sure Jones was dead. He had more than enough bullets to finish her. She wondered why he'd only shot once. The door to her room opened. She shared it with 10 other people, all in beds like hers. There was nothing between them, but they all kept to themselves. Doctors and nurses came and went and checked them. They were all in recovery. A well-dressed officer walked in. He was wearing blue and went to her. He was with another man.
Hello, Genevieve. I'm Captain Cranston. I'm here to talk to you about what happened.
He was a very severe-looking man, around 50. He looked like an ex-soldier, very short hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Of course, I'm so sorry about what happened to Sergeant Jones.
We're all very sad of what happened to Sergeant Jones. Now the man, the suspect, we are on his tail. The owner identified him and his address. Pretty much everyone knew who he was and what he did. So we don't need you for any of that.
What do you need from me?
We need to let you know you're no longer going to be working with the police.
She was shocked. What? Why?
The reports, written by Sergeant Jones, contained some very troubling things. The fact he is a married man and was with you, some 18-year-old single woman, at a music hall, is very bad. It's been in the press and we have to distance ourselves from this.
We didn't do anything. We were following that man. He's a suspect.
Indeed he is. He matches the description given by the killer of that prostitute. But why were you there, as his secretary?
She could hardly tell him the truth, because I see visions, and he thought I could tell if he was a demon or not. What about the man? Have you got him?
It's no business of yours now, but no, he ran straight from the hall. We haven't been able to find him, but his description and name will be added to the police gazette.
He placed an envelope on the counter.
That contains £1 3 shilling. It's a month's pay, more than we need to give. Be good to his memory. And when the papermen come, don't talk about what may have been happening. He still has a wife and children.
The two men walked out. The other people in the ward were all listening, and she saw the judgment in their eyes. People were horrible. They could only believe a young girl and middle-aged man were having sex or something sinister. She was stuck. The men walked out, and she realized how lost she was now. She couldn't investigate them anymore. She was just a lone young girl. She had a little money, but no one would help her now. Even her church would have heard the rumours. Would they turn against her? She was in the hospital for 3 more days. She missed church, and she'd read a newspaper article that basically said, a sergeant got shot by her drunk lover at a music hall while having an affair with her. There were no facts, but they seemed gleeful to destroy his name and hers. 2 reporters even came by and tried to interview her, but her nurse had scared them away. She was ready to check out. She'd been vision-free for 3 days. They walked her out, in her old clothes again, and stepped out. A few people stood around, smoking pipes, waiting for an omnibus, but no reporters. She walked down to the stop, and a lady walked up. She had tears in her eyes, brown hair, and she took her hand, forcing her to look at her. She felt the woman's pain burst inside her, her grief and torment. She took it all in, and it washed away in moments. But she saw her, standing with Sergeant Jones on their wedding day. It was his wife. She looked at her.
I need to talk to you.
It's not what you think. It's not what they say. I was helping his case. The woman looked at her. She saw the depth of her pain.
I know. He told me everything. And Sarah, she helped me see the truth. But Genevieve, this man killed my husband, and the police will never find him. He'll escape from justice. I know what he is. How can they catch a demon?
The lady believed in them, but she didn't know if she believed. He might just be a beast of a person. He'd changed. She felt that. He was cold and brutal. But was he a demon? They fired me from the police. What can I do?
They searched at his house and can't find him, or his awful work. They have no leads.
She had been planning to visit the divination mistress to see if they could get a clue, but that was while she had a police carriage and men to help her. She was once again a lone girl in a very dangerous city. She looked at Jones's wife. She was heartbroken, but such a good woman, she didn't have a shred of doubt in her man, no matter what people said. I want to help, but I'm just a girl. What can I do?
Thomas never thought that. He told me what you could do. He had so much faith in you. He prayed you would find the strength to do what you had to. Please, Genevieve, don't let him die for nothing.
She took her hand again, and she felt her pain again, but some hope. She wanted her husband to have died for something, to be a part of God's plan in some way. The man, he went to a mistress of divination, a church event on Smith Street. We were going to go and investigate.
I'll come with you and we'll find out what happened.
No, you have children, and they need their mother now more than ever. I'll find out what's happening, and I can keep in touch.
Do, Genevieve, and come back to church. No one blames you. They all know what the papers are like, and what kind of man my sweet Thomas was. No one believes that trash.
She was so grateful. She had been dreading this lady and her church turning on her. She left her with a squeeze of her hand, and she stepped up to the omnibus that was there. She sat down on the bench, paying the conductor a penny from her envelope. He gave her change, and she slumped in the seat. Her bare legs touched it, and she saw a vision. There was no pain at all. She saw a young man snatching a purse from a girl. Her outrage burst from her. She saw his face. It was a face that was across from her. He was on the bus. She saw he was watching her. She tucked her envelope into her waistband, and he looked away. She smiled, a vision that helped. Who knew? She rode for a long time and finally arrived home at the end of John Street. She jumped off and walked the block up. As she neared the door to the house, she saw a boy sitting and waiting. He saw her and stood. She walked to pass him.
Genevieve Richardson?
She turned to him. Who wants to know? He smiled and stepped back.
Mr. Johansson. He's heard about your troubles from the people in Kent Hill Church. He's a friend of Ms. Sarah Davidson. He was hoping to talk to you.
About what?
About all the wicked things that people don't believe.
Chapter 27, Mercedes. He liked working for Lord Suffolk. It paid well, that was the first thing. And he had a strong feeling if he had to kill someone, it would be a white English person who looked down his nose at Irish trash like him. He'd tried to be a good Briton. He'd joined the service and fought for a year alongside his English brothers as they put down one Maoria uprising after another in New Zealand. It was a nasty war. Guns against sneaky fuckers who hid in the jungle and leapt out with spears and wooden knives. He'd left before it was resolved, but he'd had enough of it. He didn't believe in the crown anymore, unless it was on a note or a coin. He'd been tasked to track down what was happening, and as far as he could see, this was some sort of criminal gang or conspiracy, and it ran deep. At first he'd thought it was some crazed woman, a sort of mistress gone mad, but she turned up dead. There was this blonde Lisa Walker, who'd been upstairs having some very sinful times with a married man. These gentlemen and ladies were a joke. They got all offended if someone didn't nod back to them on the street, but they were doing all this behind closed doors. She probably had VD, and he'd go home and give it to his wife, then go to church on Sunday. He hated people like this. If you were going to be bad, be bad. He was a killer, a fighter, and that was fine, but he didn't pretend he wasn't a piece of shit. He knew he was going to hell, and he knew he deserved it, but he'd make some money before he had to go. "What do we know?" he asked Smith, his partner. He was a veteran too. New Zealand had been in his unit. It was Macready and Smith. They were partners, though he did most of the paperwork and acquiring of jobs.
She's not alone in the house. I mean, there is another bloke, not the John.
And what's he doing?
I think he's just living here too. I've seen him sitting around drinking wine, and of course there are servants, 2 maids.
The man had been upstairs with her for less than half an hour and came back down. He was dressed already. That didn't take long. They both laughed.
Should I follow him?
Head home to Bryony and the kids. It's late, and he's just some rube. Smith left and went to the hackney coach. He waited, and sure enough the woman came down. She was wearing a robe, thin and sheer. She walked to the back of the house. He walked around, looking in the windows. He saw the man Smith had mentioned. Black hair and sharp-looking, he had a pistol on the table. They talked about something, and then the woman dropped her robe. She turned around, slowly, showing her body off. He seemed to approve as he nodded to her. It was weird. It was like they were inspecting her. Was he the ringleader and she was just proving herself? He saw the man tuck the gun into his pocket and started to walk to the front of the house. He grabbed his coat. Macready knew he was leaving and wanted to follow. He knew she'd stay and he didn't like this guy. As a dangerous man, he knew the killer gait as he thought of it. A casual way of holding yourself that showed the world you were a wolf amongst sheep. He ran out to the street and went to a wagon he'd hired. It had a single horse and he'd have to drive. He waited, and soon enough the man came out. In his own carriage, him driving. He followed the man through the city, him not going fast nor rushing. He went all the way to the city and finally got out, near the Strand. He parked his horse and carriage up and jumped out. Before them was a theatre. Macready did the same and went to the front of the theatre house. He saw a post bill, "The Mistress of Divination, speak to the dead." He laughed to himself. More bullshit. These people would waste money on anything. He walked into the room. It was a large theatre and a lady stood at the table. She held her hand out. 2 pence. He grunted and gave it to her. Inside the room was dark, but he could see it was full. Maybe 50 people. Mostly men and a few women. He could see a few fine gentlemen and plenty of working class. There were booths and tables and they were drinking. It was entertainment for some of them. On the stage a woman walked out. She was a Nubian, very dark skin, and she wore a long black dress with sticks in her hair. It was all very African and silly, but he knew people loved this kind of thing. She walked to the middle of the stage and spoke. They had some technology, so her voice was loud to the whole room.
Welcome, friends. Tonight we contact the departed and see what message they have for us.
He looked around. His armed friend wasn't at a table. He was near the stage door speaking fast to a man who looked like he worked there. Macready walked closer to them and found a table very close. It had a glass and he pulled it over and pretended to sip.
I need someone. Do we have anyone?
We have 2 men who want private audiences already, and the show hasn't started.
Good. I'll wait.
So something happened to these poor slobs when they had a private audience. Maybe something more than just robbing them. He didn't like all this divination stuff. It was just arseholes taking advantage of lonely idiots. The woman walked to the front of the stage. She looked around and then stared at the ceiling.
I'm getting a message from someone. I can see a little girl. Her name is Schaefer.
A man in the front put his hand up.
She wants to speak with her father.
That's me.
Macready shook his head. So easy to find out about him. Do some research.
She says she's safe and happy. She doesn't want you to worry about her anymore. It's not your fault.
The man sat down and started crying. What an idiot, Macready thought. Literally, they knew her name and she died, listed in any newspaper obituary. He saw her do a few more. She just said names and described them and gave blandishments of how they were safe and happy, not your fault. No one asked what your favorite color or your mother's name, all bullshit was. It was dangerous bullshit. He hated this fake magic stuff. At the end of the day, he was Irish, and he could still hear his grandmother's voice saying it was the devil's work. He waited for her show to end. The other people mostly left, but a few people went to the side door he assumed for the private reading. Macready stood and went to the stagehand. Any chance of a private session?
Of course, friend, it's a 6pence and you must speak first with our friend here.
He pointed to the man. Why?
The mistress can only help people who truly believe he'll find out the truth.
More like he'd find out who he wanted to contact and tell her, or pull his gun out and rob him blind. Of course. He passed the stagehand the coin from his pocket and followed the man to a back room. It was dark and dingy, but creepy in the right way. He sat, across from him at a table.
I'm Brother Tate. I'm here to find out about you.
Ask away.
You have the manner of a soldier. Which war did you fight in?
New Zealand. The Maori Wars, they called them.
And you want to contact who?
A friend killed a few years back, Thomas Addison. The man just stared at him. He knew that name. He looked at him. It was the, has he got a gun look.
And why is that?
He killed his family, and I want to know why. I think a woman is involved. Maybe I can get her name.
It doesn't really work like that.
You mean at all? I just get to hear he's okay, safe. It's not my fault. He probably should have played along, but he wasn't really that sort of person.
You're not welcome in the next session. I want you to leave.
I want my money back then. He stood up and left the room. He had pushed the man far and he was dangerous. He took his coins and was shown the door. He walked out of the room and the theatre. He walked to the back of the building up an alley. The back door was unwatched and taking his pick out, he opened it. He looked in. He could hear a voice and went to a door. He could hear the lady's voice and some refined man. Macready looked around. There was a room next to it that was open. He walked in. It was dark and there was a door leading to the other room. He assumed it was behind a couch or curtain, so she could just appear. He listened to the door and could clearly hear the 2 voices. One was the woman from the stage, and one was the man who was crying over his daughter. He heard her speaking.
This will be quick. I have reached her before and can again.
She said a few words, some Latin, a bit of some African stuff, and then, I have her, I see her.
My goodness, I can see her too. Holly, it's me.
He could imagine some floating cloth in front of him, idiot.
She wants to join with you, to enter you, and share with you. Say you accept her. Say, I accept you.
I accept you.
Macready heard a noise like a rush and gurgling and then a bang. He realized he was cold. There was a cold breeze coming under the door. He heard her.
Did it work?
Of course, my pretty young one is gone, and now I'm trapped in the body of a fat English idiot.
He was in shock. He ran back into the room. As the door swung open, he looked in. Laying on the floor was the cold body of the young man who had interviewed him. The old English gentleman walked out, but he walked very certain of himself and spoke to her as he turned.
That girl will pay, Genevieve Richardson. She took my body, so I'll take her soul.
The man walked out of the room, followed by the lady. Macready walked into the other room. The man was dead for sure, a foam at his mouth. He had poisoned himself. What was going on? If he believed in this shit, he'd say the young killer had just changed bodies. He knew who Genevieve Richardson was. She was that young prostitute who got the police officer killed. This young blade had killed him. Now he had switched bodies to avoid capture. How was that possible? Some divination magic? He put the magic from his mind. All he knew was this man was a killer, and he was going after this girl. That was enough for now. He needed to talk to Suffolk. He needed a much higher wage.
Chapter 28. Genevieve. Mr. Johansson was an old man. He sat in his little house that was quite near the church and handed her a cup of tea he'd made. He looked like a priest, but he was near 60 and walked very slowly around. I haven't seen you at church.
I used to be the head vicar a good 30 years ago, but I was asked to leave. My views on things are quite unpopular with most people these days.
He sat down across from her. It was the morning. She had to sleep the night at her halfway house. That was the rule, and she'd come in the morning to the address the boy had given. She wasn't afraid. He seemed to be who he said he was. And what view is that?
That the evil one has power on earth, he has a design of his own, and that his demons possess people and try to carry out these plans.
It was a lot to take in. She was getting certain demons were among them, but she didn't know how they fit into Scripture. People spoke of them, and she knew Jesus cast out demons from possessed men, but that was thousands of years ago. And why did you ask to see me?
Sarah told me of your gift, and she also told me of the beliefs of Sergeant Jones and his suspicions of the man who killed him.
And you believe it?
Oh yes, and the fact that you survived a bullet to the chest, that is a sign, my girl. God and his angels are protecting you. That means he also has his designs for you.
He was a nice-looking old man, softly spoken. She found it hard to believe they'd asked him to leave. Still, most Christians she met just didn't talk about demons or evil. They just ignored it. Most people don't talk about this. What do you want me to know? I assume that's why I'm here.
Indeed, my girl, if you are to fight these things as I have in my life, you need to know more about them, and your faith in God must be 100% or you won't hope to win.
My faith is strong. It was. It wasn't just words. She hadn't been raised a Christian, but had come to it in her long years in Bedlam and the kindness of her church.
Good, and what do you know of the nature of demons?
Nothing. I didn't even believe they existed.
Exist they do. Many people struggle with the concept basically because if they are evil, how can an all-knowing and all-loving God allow them to exist? But sadly, he has no choice. A demon is nothing more than a fallen angel. It's another word for them. When Lucifer, that great betrayer, raised against his master God and threw back the gift of life and goodness into his face, he was thrown to the earth. With him went a third of the angels. They were on his side. Now I assume they were jealous of God's love of man. But that's just my thoughts. It's not written he raised up because he was prideful and wanted to rule. It was like a heavenly coup. But it failed, so down they came. The Lord prepared hell for him and them. So until the end of days they walk the earth. They have no bodies, but have learned from long study to take control of the human body. That's what possession is.
It was a lot to take in. So they could possess me.
No, not at all. Your body is the home of Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit. They couldn't get in, the house is full, and God hates these demons, but sadly, the loophole in life and the cause of most of our suffering is free will. God can protect us, give us His words, show us the way, hope we go to heaven, give His Son to save us. He has done much, but at the end of the day we have to choose good and right. If we choose to accept evil, then we will be evil.
They ask to be possessed.
Indeed, maybe only a few truly evil men and women summon demons and speak to them, ask them for power and knowledge, but many are tricked. They worship false gods, do divination. These things can appear as angels of the Lord or the spirits of the departed. Non-believers are at risk.
Why would a fallen angel possess someone?
They have no bodies, still they hunger and thirst.
What for food and drink?
No, they are evil, they serve Satan. They hunger and thirst for souls to damn. God can't stop them coming into a person who asks them to, but He can help you defeat them.
It's a lot to take in. These visions were like a curse. What have they got to do with demons?
How do you catch a criminal who can change his face? How can you tell a possessed one for not? You can tell, I could tell sometimes I often dream of God's will. He would show them to me, but you will always know, and then you can stop them.
Stop them how? Cast them out? An exorcism?
That is the weapon against them. It's like a cure of a disease that leaves the body whole. Scripture and faith is the vaccine that stops one from being infected in the first place, but you must learn exorcism. It's not easy if the person wants it to stay, but most will regret their choice moments after saying yes. They are tricked and soon realize, as they see themselves doing such evil, they are a tool of Satan.
Can a normal person perform an exorcism? Don't you need to be ordained?
Jesus was the original exorcist. He cast them out by a simple command to leave the body. Let me read you something, he said. He went to a drawer and took out a well-worn Bible and went to a page he had marked. This is from Mark 5:1-20. He said, and read the passage. They came to the other side of the sea, to the country of the Grians. When he had stepped out of the boat, immediately a man out of the tombs with an unclean spirit met him. He lived among the tombs, and no one could restrain him any more, even with a chain, for he had often been restrained with shackles and chains, but the chains he wrenched apart, and the shackles he broke in pieces, and no one had the strength to subdue him. Night and day, among the tombs and on the mountains, he was always howling and bruising himself with stones. When he saw Jesus from a distance, he ran and bowed down before him, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "What have you to do with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? I adjure you by God, do not torment me." For he had said to him, "Come out of the man, you unclean spirit." Then Jesus asked him, "What is your name?" He replied, "My name is Legion, for we are many." He begged him earnestly not to send them out of the country. Now there on the hillside a great herd of swine was feeding, and the unclean spirits begged him, "Send us into the swine, let us enter them." So he gave them permission, and the unclean spirits came out and entered the swine, and the herd, numbering about 2,000, rushed down the steep bank into the sea, and were drowned in the sea. From this we gather that there are many demons. 2,000 at least were in this one man alone. They can possess men and be cast out in Jesus' name. Yet also the man was very strong physically, so the demons impart some supernatural gifts to their host like witches. Jesus spared the demons and let them take the form of swine. A lot of people don't like this, because Jesus let the demons survive. Why would he do that? The reason, I think, and it's made me very unpopular, could be one of two. First, they will be needed at the end of days to gather the armies of man to the great battle of the apocalypse, but also to destroy them whole. Might injure humans. I know of no battle between great armies where innocents aren't killed. If they take the bodies of swine, they are locked in from hurting people. I think he has to wait until all good Christians have left the earth to clear it of demons, lest they strike out at his flock.
But they are hurting us now.
Yes, they are, and that scares me, but I have always found it's free will. No one is possessed who doesn't want it. God has never stopped man doing what they want to do, even if he hates it.
She was quite shocked. The man had been talking for nearly an hour, but she believed him. She could see his way of thinking. It had always been her major problem with the works of God, that people suffered, but truly they suffered at the hands of other men. If everyone was following the Bible and true teaching, they wouldn't be suffering. It was man himself who causes grief to his fellows. So all I must do is say, "In Jesus' name, leave his body."
That's it. I feel that you have a strong connection with the Lord. He loves us all equally. And the faithful will be given a protector. Also bear in mind, if a third of angels became demons, 2/3 didn't. You would never ask the angels for help. They are soldiers. And if you want a soldier's help, you need to ask the general, but they are with you. Genevieve, that bullet was guided away from your heart by something. Have faith. The enemy may seem strong, but God is stronger.
Thank you for believing me and for everything.
Thank you for fighting for us all. It can seem a lonely road sometimes, but know you are blessed, and the gift of the visions you have is only to protect you. It must be awful at times, but one day it will save your life. Of that I'm sure.
She left the house of Mr. Johansson and walked a slow trip to the omnibus. She was going to head home and then try to find this demon rat who'd killed her friend. She was filled with a sense of purpose for the first time in her life. She'd always believed, but in a way believed her visions were a test, or just her human brain being broken in some way. Yet now she saw of anyone alive, she alone could track these things. It could change its face, but she would know where it was. She could also stop human killers and criminals. She had to become stronger, to fight them all. She got onto the omnibus at the corner. She sat down. Across from her was a man, an older gentleman. He smiled at her. She smiled back. People weren't that bad, she thought.
Chapter 29. Lord Suffolk. He sat in the drawing room of his house. Macready sat before him, and he had to decide if the man was lying to him or not. The things he said were crazy, true ravings of a madman, but he was as calm and steady as ever. He seemed scared. The fear of a capable man who had once been able to walk with a confidence that he could fight the world if it came at him. But that was going away. He changed bodies.
That's it. I didn't see it. I don't know how they did it. Some science, some magic spell, some evil force. Maybe that Nubian lady was a witch, or a voodoo lady, who knows? All I know is the man who came in wasn't the man who came out. He had changed. He walked differently. He spoke differently, and he said he wanted to kill that girl.
The girl from the paper, the prostitute.
I don't think she is a prostitute. I've since read every article on the incident, and it's all very conflicting. But the crux is this. She was his secretary and him a police officer. They went there to follow that man, Mr. Michael Tate. And he killed the police officer and shot her. She survived. People assume the worst because she was 18 and him 30. He married and she not. But maybe they were innocent and just trying to find out more about this man.
So let's forget this insanity of body swapping. For all we know, it's some advance in science to switch minds, or she has hypnotized him or something. But the long and the short is this 18-year-old girl knows about this man. She knows something we want to know, and he's aiming to kill her.
He is.
Well, I would assume it's a lot then. You only kill people who can expose you, who are a threat to you. We need to find this girl and protect her, find out what she knows.
Glad to hear it, or I would have had to quit.
Quit? Why? John asked.
I might be a horrible person, but I'm not letting this thing kill an innocent girl. I learned a long time ago. I can kill people so others don't have to. I'll find this man and put a bullet in his head.
You'll be arrested. No one will understand. He could see the man was very serious. He'd hired a stone killer to protect him. But maybe he would need him.
They won't catch me now. Should we go? I have her address.
Fine, let's go. Where is Smith? He's following the Nubian woman. She's involved as well, and we need to know where she lives. And what of Lisa? What do we think?
You know her better than me. Was that her at the Ritz? Would she be involved in some sex with men to blackmail them scheme?
No, she's a good person, just a bit wild.
So, Melissa Randall, your woman in red, must be her.
But how and where is she? Worried and scared of this new world.
She's at that house, but let's get some answers.
They went out to his carriage and set off. The girl lived in a Jones Street halfway house. When he thought about it, the papers were dangerous in what they published. Her full name and address for anyone to read. Macready had a file on her, and he read it. She'd been in Bedlam most of her young life, hardly a reliable source of information. They travelled through the city and soon made their way to the halfway house. It was a broken, beaten thing. They stepped out of the carriage, and Macready looked at it.
Looks like where I grew up.
They went inside, and a woman sat at a small desk. John spoke with her. Lord Suffolk, to see Genevieve Richardson. She seemed shocked, but soon regained herself.
Sorry, my lord, she's not here. They only have to be back before 10 p.m. I think she said she was going to visit a friend near Kent.
Address?
She didn't give it.
He walked out of the building. What do we do? Wait? He asked Macready.
I have a bad feeling. I think we should try and find her.
Well, there is only one road to Kent. We could go up and keep an eye on the omnibuses that pass.
Not that we know what she looks like.
They got into the carriage and started down Kent Road. They rode for only around 5 minutes, and they passed a large horse-drawn Omni. John looked out the window into it. He looked at the people. No young girls. He doubted he'd find her at all. They travelled further up the road, and there was a bus stopped. The police stood by it. He leapt out, a feeling of dread growing in him as he went to the police officer. What's happened here?
A girl got taken, that's what. In broad daylight, some gentleman drew a gun and just forced her off.
Any idea on where he went? We're friends of hers.
He got into a waiting carriage. It was planned out. If you know her, we have questions. Please wait over there with the other passengers.
He guided John and Macready to the side of the road. Standing there were a handful of passengers. Macready addressed them.
The girl is a friend of ours, if anyone knows him, saw where he went or can help us in any way, we will pay.
They all looked at their feet, but a boy stepped up. He was about 12, scruffy, didn't look like he could afford the penny to ride. I know him, or his address and things, reward. John drew out his wallet and handed the boy a shilling, and he grinned and handed him a pocketbook. It was leather-bound address and ledger book. On it was written, Property of Richard Redmond. Please return to 103 Jameson Street, Kent. You stole it.
Me, sir? Never. Let's say I found it. When he dropped it, but it's his. Hope you catch him, sir. What a villain. He had a gun too.
The other passengers looked at the boy like they might grab him, and he bolted up the street, having done his civic duty. John showed it to Macready. You think he'd go to his home?
If I stole someone's life, it would be as good a place as any. No one there and no one coming.
John leapt back into his carriage, and Macready took the driver's seat, and they started towards the man's house.
Chapter 30. Genevieve. The man across from her smiled again. She looked at him and smiled back. She was starting not to like him. He kept looking out and checking the streets they passed, maybe looking for his stop, but she didn't like his eyes. She relaxed and let her mind go outward. She reached towards him and shuddered. All she felt was hate, deep, burning hate. An almost inhuman hunger and anger. It was directed at her. She looked at him. He was a stranger to her. But it felt like when she'd touched the hand of Jones's killer. He stood up, and she thought he was getting off, but he sat down next to her. She felt something cold press against her side.
It's a gun, and you're getting off at the next stop.
She froze. His hand touched hers as he sat there, and she felt a wave of memories. He was the one who killed Jones. She saw it in his mind. He felt happy. She saw the memories of him taking the new body. It was the memories of the possessor, not the possessed. They were stronger. The hate was the strongest thing, though. It was like all-filling rage. That was what showed he wasn't human. She'd never felt hate so deep. Thousands of years of it.
You try to run, I'll shoot you and everyone else on this thing.
The wagon stopped at the next stop. She stood sharply. Across from her was a scruffy boy, and he pointed at the man. "He's got a gun!" he yelled. Everyone started to scream as he drew it. He shoved past the boy and everyone else, pushing her off the Omni. He grabbed her hair and dragged her to a carriage. Sitting in the driver's seat was a man, a normal-looking driver, but he didn't flinch as she was thrown in at gunpoint. He just drove off. The man came in behind her and they took off.
The perfect crime.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a white hanky. Reaching over, he shoved it to her face. She fought, but it smelled of the hospital. She was asleep in seconds. She woke up in a small chair. Her hands were tied behind her back and the man had pulled another chair up and sat before her. The gun was in his hand, a revolver like he had at the hall. It was strange because he looked different. He was now an old gentleman, maybe 40 and well-dressed, stern but kind-faced. Yet she knew what he was. It was that thing that killed Sergeant Jones and tried to kill her.
I'm surprised you're alive. I guess it was my fault. For some reason I just thought one bullet would be enough. You are a skinny little wretch, but here you are alive and well. Now, girl, please tell me, what are you? And what do you know?
His voice changed, too. It was deep for this man's body and dripped with menace. "I've never met you before. You just took me. I don't know why." She was used to lying to her doctors, and it came easily, even if it shouldn't.
Don't lie, Genevieve. Lies make baby Jesus cry, you know. I was watching you. You were at the club, testing me, making me lose my lovely body. Then you went to visit that old bastard Johansson. So you know things. Lie to me and I'll get a knife and start to cut your face.
She'd been scared in Bedlam. She always feared what they would do to her. But this thing would gladly kill her. Or worse yet, torture and disfigure her first. She mustered her courage. She thought of her faith in God and Jesus, and looking right at it, she cried, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave that man's body." The man stood up and shook a little. He began to shake all over, and then looking at her, he started to laugh. He cackled in her face.
So you do know, nice try, girl, but you don't know shit. I can't be pushed out. Not while he wants me in here. Right now I'm talking to you. But I'm in his mind, and his little girl is hugging him and saying she loves him. He doesn't want me to leave.
She felt for the man. He must be so lonely. Did he even see what it was doing in his body? He reached out to her and grabbed her throat. He started to choke her.
I can't have you running around causing trouble. I loved that body, and now I had to take this one.
She let her mind go. She went past the hate, the unending hate of this thing. She thought of the man whose body it was. It was his skin. She saw his pain of losing his child. She died of a sickness. Her name was Holly. He stood over her as she coughed herself to death in a hospital bed. His wife left him, went back home to France, broken. She saw him at his daughter's grave and coming to seances and divination, wanting something. His name was Richard. He was so lost. She felt his pain and loneliness. She spoke, "Richard, come back. It's not Holly. It's evil." The thing stopped choking her and looked at her.
What are you? How do you know his name?
"Richard, it's not her. Ask her favourite book or what her mother's name was. It's not her." She saw the creature shudder.
Shut your mouth right now.
He went behind her, and she felt the rag over her face again. She fought against it. She felt it trying to push her to sleep. She struggled, but it was too strong. She faded to sleep again.
Chapter 31. Macready. He stood in the front yard of a house. A carriage was parked in the yard and it was mostly dark. This is it. It feels like a fight. He'd been in enough ambushes and battles to sense when his life was about to be tested. You might want to stay here, boss, he said, and he pulled out his revolver. He checked the 6 bullets in the pin. It was primed. Should we kill him? Isn't it an innocent man in there?
I have no idea what this thing is, or how it works. All I know is a man in there with a gun has an unarmed girl prisoner, and we have to stop him.
Okay, no plan, just rush in and hope for the best.
Have you got a spare gun?
You can shoot.
A gentleman excels in all the manly arts. Shooting, boxing, fencing, of course I can shoot.
He liked him more and more. He went to the back of the carriage and drew out a coach gun and passed it to him, with a handful of shells. This is a breech-loading needle fire, more accurate than the hunting one you've used, but have you done any quail hunting?
Of course.
Just like that in your shoulder hard, and be careful, it sprays like a bastard, at least a hand either side. They walked to the front door. Macready knew the driver was in and crooked. He knocked on the door, gun drawn. He waited a moment, and the door opened. The coachman stood before them. Macready smashed him on the top of the head with his pistol. The man hit the floor hard. Lord Suffolk didn't even flinch. He just followed Macready into the house. He dragged the coachman out of the doorway and shut it. He then bent down to the man and quickly unlaced his boots. He turned him around and tied his hands and feet with it, tight enough to have his hands turning white. He could hear voices, and they walked down the hallway toward where the study would have been. He went to the door and held back. They listened.
What are you? How did you know his name?
We burst in and see the truth.
After you, I'm well out of my depth with all of this, but I can aim straight.
Macready reached down and opened the handle. It wasn't locked. He slipped in and pointed his revolver at the shocked-looking gentleman. John came in behind him, pointing the shotgun at him as well. The man had his gun pointed at the girl. She was tied to a chair, slumped down, her head resting. She looked drugged.
And who are you, fine gentleman? What did you do with my man?
He's asleep. We've come for the girl. You let us take her and we won't kill you. The man laughed.
Do kill me. I hate this body, so fat and old. He breathes so loudly, you'll be doing me a favour.
John spoke up.
What are you? How have you taken this man?
You won't believe me if it told you, but now you're boring me.
The man turned his gun to shoot at him, but he was too slow. Macready fired his own gun and it hit him in the shoulder. He fell to the ground, dropping his weapon. John just covered them as he went to him. He put the revolver to the man's head.
What are you? Tell me now.
I'll show you soon. You'll burn just like her.
He cocked his gun and looked. Sorry, friend, but you first. He put his finger to the trigger and was about to press when he heard don't. It wasn't the man. It was the girl. She was awake and looked at him.
Please don't kill him. He is under its control, but hold him, and someone please untie me.
John ran to the girl and untied her hands, then went to hold the man. He started to fight and was strong, even with a bullet wound in his shoulder that dripped blood. She knelt before him and put her hands to his head.
Richard, it's not her. Fight it, Richard. Holly is waiting for you in heaven, but not now.
She pressed her hand to his head and let the memories of him and Holly wash over her.
Does she remember? You and her mother going to their grandmother's, the beach, her cooking. Ask her, does she know?
Macready held the man as he fought. He lunged back to hit him, to get to his feet. He hit the man's leg and he fell. The girl looked at him and she smiled.
In the name of the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave his body. Leave poor Richard and let him find peace.
She was crying, and as he held the man, he shook and shook. Then he leapt up. He was too strong. Macready tried to hold him, but his hand was around her throat. The words died on her lips. It grinned. He raised his revolver to the man's head and fired. It hit him hard and took half his skull with it as he fell to the floor dead. The girl stood. She was crying and looking at the body.
It had almost worked. I could feel it.
She knelt by the body.
Oh, Richard, I'm so sorry I failed you.
As he looked a light raised from the body, he leapt back. It was like a glowing white light, so bright he could barely look at it. It filled him with love and hope. An angel. The girl shook her head.
I curse you, demon. Go back to hell.
The thing spoke in a voice that was dark and awful.
You have no power over me now. We are legion. You will see every face, every person. It will be me coming to kill you and everyone you love. See you soon, Genevieve Richardson.
As he watched the thing faded away to nothing and disappeared, the girl bent to the body and cried.
Chapter 32. Genevieve. She stood out the front of the house with the man John who had saved her. The shooter, Macready, had taken off on foot after a few words to his lord. The Lord Suffolk had convinced her to leave Richard. She needed to escape the police and avoid getting sent back to Bedlam. She was a different person now, very different. She'd faced an actual demon and almost cast it out. She'd felt its grip fading, but it was so strong. She had failed the man Richard. She truly didn't blame Macready. It would have killed her. But it had won. It had destroyed another life and now was free to take another body and try to kill her again. Her faith had changed now. It was so much stronger. She wiped her tears and tried to be brave. She wasn't angry at Richard for letting himself fall prey to it. They had used his pain. If only he had people he could have turned to. She'd believed in God and Jesus, but never had she felt such a connection to them. She had called on Jesus to help her, and he had answered, or his angels had. She had asked for help and gotten it when she needed it. Her faith had never been stronger. She could see more than ever that she was blessed, that she had been given something powerful and good, something to help people and do good. She wiped the tears from her eyes.
We need to leave, and now Macready will make sure we haven't left anything. But we need to go.
They had saved her, but she was well past trusting anyone. She didn't know this man from Adam. For all she knew, it would be jumping from a frying pan into a fire. Give me your hand. He looked at her strangely, but did as she said, took his hand and opened herself up to his memories. The memory of Richard being shot burst into her mind. He was as horrified as she was. She saw his fear at the voice of the demon. He was scared too. She delved deeper. Lord John Suffolk, his father dying, his life, wins he'd made in court. The life of a gentleman, he was a kind-hearted man, someone she could trust. John, let's go. He climbed up into the carriage and she sat next to him, pulling her gloves back on. The memories of his life kept coming to her, and she let them. It was better than thinking of what had just happened. They drove in silence, and soon enough they were close. The man sat across from her as they pulled into his vast estate.
I was keen on some gin, and maybe to discuss what has happened. I'm a little lost, and could use some explanation. I'm sorry you had to see that. It was truly awful. Just a young girl, and to see a man reduced like that. It will haunt me. I fear for what it will do to you.
You both saved me. I'm happy to talk. It was awful, but it wasn't your fault. It was me. If I'd been faster, maybe I could have saved him. And worry not on my behalf. I've seen awful things my whole life. She still had a vivid memory of her leg being removed with a saw, the pain, the terror that still woke her up at night. They went from the carriage and the driver took it around the back. The vast oak, double doors were opened by a neatly dressed maid who curtsied. She followed John into his parlour, and they sat on some leather couches at a low table. She was brought gin in a small sipping cup and a tray of small sandwiches, salmon and rye bread. Your home is lovely, and the service. Are you Lord Suffolk, the one in the papers?
What have you read? That I'm a drunk, or that I have convicted more criminals than anyone my age and am one of the youngest in the House of Lords?
That you're good at your job, and they called you the Prince of Piccadilly.
I paid them to write that. But yes, I do well when I go to work, that is. Lately, I've been busy investigating this business now. Genevieve, tell me honestly, with no flourish, what we just saw.
A man killed and a spirit leaving him. Did you hear it?
Oh, I heard it. I think that voice will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life.
She was changed. There was no doubt in her mind. She knew what they faced, and she knew this man, the Lord, was a good person. He was just in over his head. She could see he was almost clinging to his wealth and status like it might protect him from the darkness he stumbled into. She could see him on the tail of some woman. He had tracked her down and had had fun playing detective, but it had dragged him into all this. It was a demon possessing that man, and by the grace of God I was near to casting it out, but failed, and your man had to kill him. It was a waste and my fault. I was too weak.
If it was a demon, I think we were lucky to survive, and no one could expect a skinny young girl to face that alone.
That is true, but I still feel guilty.
Don't. You're a child, and in a world of evil things beyond belief. I understand you're saying he was an innocent, taken over by that thing, but he would have snapped your neck. How did it get into him? Why didn't it try to possess you or me? It just faded away.
It didn't fade away. It's trying to find another body. It can only take people who agree and don't have God in their hearts. It tricked Richard. He'd lost his daughter and was a broken wreck.
How did you know that? Did you know him? Richard, you spoke to him of his child. Holly, was it?
He was smart. He knew she had gained some knowledge of him through the touch, but he was just polite enough to wait until she told him about it. If he could help her, that was what she needed. She was still an 18-year-old girl. No one would have listened to. He could get almost anything done. She'd read he was 60th in line for the throne and a member of the House of Lords, hence the title. His family had a massive manor in Suffolk, and she saw he was the eldest son. I see things, memories of people, anything that was a strong memory of people, their skin, objects, sometimes places. For instance, when I touched you, I saw your life or the big moments. Sorry about your father, and I see you're very worried for this woman, Lisa. He looked at her.
That's appreciated. I am. And we'll find out what to do. But how is that possible?
Before today, I would have said I don't know. Now I know God needs me to be like this, so I can face them.
Well, Genevieve, my world has been expanded. What I thought was real has been altered to its core. I thought I was a sober man, a smart man. Now I find myself in a world of demons, angels, and girls who have powers.
Try being one. Who is this woman, Lisa? I saw her briefly.
A man called Addison killed his family. I didn't like it. So I sent a man called Bickleton to investigate. He went mad chasing the man's mistress. Or I thought he went mad. He claimed she was a demon. I guess he was right.
It did say we are legion. That means more of them. Who is she?
A professional mistress. But now I see she was more than a woman. Black hair and sultry. Now I think she might be a lady called Lisa Walker. She was my friend, sort of, and she changed a lot. And she lives where the other woman lived. I'm scared for her. Is she still inside? Or is she gone?
She's still in there and can come back once we cast the demon out of her. If you take me to her, I can tell you if she is one.
And help her? With your powers?
He said with a laugh. Yes, with my power. They feel different, the demons. Their memories are all anger and hate, but you think she killed this man's family.
No, I think she convinced him to do it.
We can stop her. Does she have anything to do with the one that was in Richard? Why were you there to save me?
It's all connected. My man Macready followed him from her house. We found out about you from the newspapers and your connection with him. It all came together. He tried to kill you, just as we're trying to find you. A very big coincidence.
Get used to them. We have to find her. If we stay close to her, he'll show back up in a new body, and I can try again, but cast them both out.
As good a plan as any.
She looked at him. I thank you for helping me, but this is my fight. I can handle it from here if you want to go back to work and forget this. He laughed, then took a sip of his gin.
You're an 18-year-old girl, fresh from Bedlam, no parents, no money. It's your battle. It's my city as well, and as a gentleman, I could never let you face this alone. We'll find her, and we'll find him, and we'll stop them.
Thank you, Lord Suffolk.
It's John, and please stay the night. I have lots of rooms.
I have to be back at the halfway house by 10.
Not anymore. I'll send someone to the house and tell them.
Tell them what?
That you're my new maid, and I want you to be able to work all hours.
What's it pay? He laughed.
You tell me. You won't be a maid. It's just so they leave us alone. But you can stay here. I'd feel safer.
With me to protect you? She asked and laughed.
It would be funny if it wasn't true. Chapter 33, Lord Suffolk. He sat in his drawing room, long after his servants had gone to bed, and showed the girl, Genevieve, to her new room. He felt safer with her being here. No one knew her address, but as shameful as it was, he felt safer for himself. He knew she was the only one that could stop these things. He'd hide his manly self behind a skinny 18-year-old girl. During a single day, his world had been shattered. He'd always considered himself a sensible man. He attended lectures at the Explorers Club, knew about advances in science, and while he had been raised as a Christian, it wasn't a big thing for him. Now, he'd seen true evil. Firstly, the death shook him. He'd never seen a man killed. Now he'd seen Macready, his employee, put a gun to a man's head and pulled the trigger. He could still see bits of his skull flying over the room, brains exposed and torn apart. Then that thing had come out of his body. That voice, it was the thing of nightmares, like a true monster, deep and scratchy, tortured and strangled. The girl was a marvel. He'd heard of the mental toughness of the lower classes, and he'd read her file. She'd spent years in Bedlam, where they must have done horrible things to her. If some demon from hell had called him out and named him, said it was going to hunt him down and kill him, he'd be a shivering mess, hiding out, or moving to France or Germany, somewhere where he was unknown, and hire a small army of men like Macready to guard him. She also had these gifts. It was just another thing to try wrap his struggling mind around. Tonight of all nights, he was going to get drunk. John took a gulp of his gin. He had to help her. That was clear. He had been raised to believe it was the man's role to protect his family, and certainly the women in his family, certainly an 18-year-old girl with no one in the world. He put his head in his hands. He'd not prayed in years, but he felt it now. He was scared. He'd seen the darkness, but he wanted to know the light existed, that it was stronger. The girl seemed so fearless. She was the light. Her power was surely a weapon of good. He closed his eyes. Dear Lord, I know it's been a long time. Don't let me be weak. Don't let me be a coward. Give me the strength to help this girl. Show me the path you want me to follow and keep her safe. Amen. He drank some more gin. He didn't know if that was good, but it's what he needed. As he sat, he heard a knock, then a key at the door. He'd given Macready his own keys. He came inside. He had Smith at his side.
How's the girl after what happened?
She's shaken, but okay, as am I. How about you? I'm sorry you had to do that. Macready shook his head.
One of the only times I've ever felt guilty after it was her. She seemed so sad, the tears, it wasn't him. But what choice did I have?
John saw he was asking for forgiveness. Another certain man brought to uncertainty. You did what you had to, he said. Police?
They came, but the coachman was gone. They didn't get much. I'd say we're fine. Smith, anything on that woman?
Followed her home, got her address. She lives with her husband and like 5 kids. She does readings at home as well.
That was strange. He hadn't expected a family. Maybe she was just paid to help them. Who knew what people would do for money? Macready spoke.
Smith, go watch the carriage.
The man walked out. Clearly, he wanted a word. He spoke.
Where's the girl?
Upstairs. She'll stay here from now on. I think it's safer.
Good. We have to protect her.
Where do you stand with me? You still on board?
More than ever, sir. It's like I see now my whole life has been leading to this point, all the horrible shit I've done, all the awful things I'm good at. There might be a reason for it.
You seem a good enough fellow. You might have killed that man, but what choice were you given?
One day look at the reports of what we did in those Moiri wars and tell me if I'm a good fellow. But if those awful skills can help her, then maybe it was for a reason.
What do you suggest as our next move?
Just listen to her and follow her, she'll know what to do.
Who do you work for, her or me?
Her, but you can pay.
He smiled and walked out the door, leaving John alone with his dark thoughts once more.
Chapter 34. Genevieve. She woke to the sound of a servant closing her door. She sat up in bed. Beside her was a silver tray on a small folding table. It had a few cut scones, cream, jam, and a pot of tea. She smiled. This was how the rich lived. She'd never experienced anything like it. She swung herself out of bed and bit into a scone. From outside, from a distance she could hear gunfire. She walked to her window and looked out. Far back, she could see that Lord Suffolk was shooting at clay pigeons, being flung by some machine. She liked him. He was young but solid, around 30, but unmarried, which was very strange for a man in his position. She was still fully dressed. She hadn't changed. The words of the creature still sounded in her head. Any face, any person you see, it will be me coming to kill you, it said. It wanted her to fear everyone, but for now at least she was safe. No one would search for her here. This was as far from her old life as one could get. She slipped on her shoes and then looked at the dresser. There was another dress, much nicer than hers. She took off her clothes, kept her slip on, and changed into it. It was one of the loveliest things she'd seen, dark red and sated, but no bustle and small shoulder puffs. She walked from the room. A servant girl, who looked like she normally did, wait by her door.
My lord asks you come to the shooting range when you're free.
She curtsied. It was all so strange. She didn't know how to handle this. She was poor and had no manners. Poor people didn't expect them, but now she was around. Some very different people.
Do you require a chaperone?
What?
You are a single lady. Our lord is also single. You should have a chaperone.
She laughed. It's fine. Last night we took gin together. That was the wrong thing to say. The girl was horrified. They'd all been talking. She was sure all the maids and staff thought she was a whore. Why else would she have moved in? She went outside and walked up the lawn. Lord Suffolk was there. A clay disc got thrown and he followed it with a gun and fired. It broke and smashed. Good shot.
Well, it's a shotgun, so it's easier, but still a man must practice. In fact, the reason I asked you here, Genevieve, not to be rude, but what kind of education have you had?
6 till 10.
Really? At what, a religious school?
No, when I was aged 6 to 10. When my mother died, I stopped going to school, or rather she stopped teaching me. Then I was in Bedlam from 12. The only lesson there were how to hold your breath longer while they submerged you.
Good Lord,
John said. Please don't blaspheme.
Quite right.
But I read and wrote a lot in Bedlam, and my drawing is quite advanced.
I was thinking, given the situation, it might behoove us to do some training with you. Boxing, fencing, guns, knives. It could be useful for you to know how to defend yourself. And all young ladies should know, and certainly a young lady who is very likely to have to deal with someone in a physical manner.
You gentlemen can fight? I thought it was all dancing and cards.
Hardly. The last legal duel was only 20 years ago. Most of us can fight. I can box and fence. But boxing not like those men with gloves, I mean bare knuckles, with much grappling and some kicking.
She laughed. You, my lord?
Indeed, the world is a dangerous place. As we both well know,
And you want me to live here as well.
at least for a few weeks you're in danger. If you go anywhere, people would expect you to.
She knew that was right. She'd never thought of learning to defend herself, but if she'd been able to fight, maybe Richard would still be alive. She had just stood there while he choked her. If you want to pay for my training, I'll gladly take it.
Good. The main benefit of being well off is that one can afford to better oneself, or so my father always said. I assumed it was the private carriages.
Any news from Macready about last night?
We're all fine. No police to worry about. I'm very worried about Lisa, and I've been thinking, now I want to find out if she has been possessed. And in a way, I hope she is, rather than being a common criminal, but I don't really want you to have to face her.
You could get something she touched, like a piece of clothing, but I'd be fine if you and Macready were there. No, me and him both agree, while you might be a very capable girl, a girl you still are, it would be wrong to send you into the lion's den before we must. Macready is at her house now. He'll find something of hers and bring it. You've hired a man to break into someone's house and bring the item to a psychic to tell if she's a demon, she said, laughing. He laughed as well.
I know. Once I was a simple Queen's Counsel, now this nonsense. Anyway, Anna is drawing a bath for you. I thought it might be nice. It may have been a while. Come and see me at lunch. Macready will be back, and we can watch you work. Personally, I bath daily. A man should smell pleasant without the aid of perfumes. Feel free to do the same. I have also purchased for you a toothbrush of ivory. You can keep it.
Thank you, my lord, she said, and tried to curtsy. He laughed at her attempt. John is fine when it's just you and me. She left the lord and went back into the house through the glass back door. She was shown upstairs to a guest room and to a bath that steamed hot in the room. She shut the door and locked it. She looked at the hot water. A bath. It had been near a month, she thought. She had them very infrequently at Bedlam. More normally, she got a cold hose blasted at her body, while Dr. Sinclair stared at her nudity, looking to see if she had any lesions or bed sores from the dank room. She knew he just liked to look at her naked, but she had no choice. It had made her not care about being naked, at least. The bath was like heaven, so warm and good she almost forgot about all their trouble and the battles they would soon face. She could have a very nice life here, with Lord Suffolk as her rich uncle or older brother.
Chapter 35. Macready. He stood in the darkness of some tree near the house and waited for the woman to leave. No strange men had shown up, but the fact that the household had not a single servant was strange. She left the house herself, and the only servant was the coachman who waited. He was the same one Macready had cold-clocked, and he'd gladly do it again if the lump came at him. Soon enough they were off, and the house was empty. He went to the front door, and using his picks soon had it open. Locks weren't hard, and he'd had plenty of practice. They were more complex than when he was a lad, but just required more patience. His mind kept coming back to the girl. She and he was surprised, because he was happy. His grandmother had always said, back in their little hut in Ireland, "One day you'll be important, you'll do God's work." The life he lived in England, the gangs, crime, the army, the murder in the name of a queen he hated, all thing that made him feel he was well past forgiveness. But then he'd seen her. She was a skinny wretch. She looked like many girls he knew from back home, and she'd stood up to the very servants of hell. No fear, just faith in God's protection. If he could help her or protect her, then maybe he wasn't so bad. He walked into the house. He needed something personal, something she wore and had poured memories onto. Apparently, the girl could read them, another amazing thing she could do. He went up the stair to the lady's bedroom. He looked around. Drawing a lantern, he lit it and looked. It was wrong, all wrong. She had very little of personal effect. No perfumes, no makeup, hairnet. He opened many drawers, hardly any clothes. It was like she didn't know how to be a lady. He opened a drawer and saw a corset. He picked it up. It didn't seem well worn. He opened a drawer at the side table and same a ring. He rolled it in his hand. Inside it was engraved. It read, "Dearest Jessica." In the back, it had a clasp. He flipped it open, and inside was a lock of hair. It was a memorial ring. If it was the lady's, then this would have been on her finger. He took it and a dress from her cupboard, tucking it into his bag. Macready walked out of the room. No servants. Why? He walked down into her kitchen. It was bare. Not a single plate, bowl, cup, or stitch of food. He walked into a bathroom. I had hairbrushes and thing. He took a toothbrush of ivory, worth £1 anyway. He crept out the back door. There was no one. He went to the back street where his carriage waited. Let's go. Macready let his mind wander. He thought of the girl. This thing. Clearly there was something wrong. She had hardly any clothes, no food, and only enough toiletry to remain clean. It was like she didn't know what a lady did. Her house was vast, but no servants. No one around to see anything. Soon enough the carriage pulled in front of the Lord's house. He stepped from it. Smith stayed to guard the carriage. He was becoming a driver. He must put him to work again. Macready knocked at the door and was answered by a servant. To see his lordship. The girl just let him in. He walked to the back where the man was shooting at clay pigeons. She was next to him. She still looked at him with fear and horror, but he understood. He'd killed a man right before her. What person, and what 18-year-old girl wouldn't look at him like that? I have a ring, a dress, and a toothbrush.
She spoke. Bring them to the parlour and we'll break the Vagrancy Act of 1824.
What?
Fortune-telling or the subtle craft.
Chapter 36. Genevieve. Her whole life she'd denied her visions, saying she didn't have them to Dr. Sinclair daily and pushed them from her mind when they did come to her. Now she was trying to use them more. When she explained it to others, she realised in a way that she was limited still, that her gift, as she now viewed them, or rather painful gift, was still a pale shadow of what her sister Laura had. She had to touch most things to get a memory of it. Some people just bled out their feelings and she could normally gauge someone's intentions or mood. But unlike Laura, she didn't really take much from a room unless she was touching the walls or floor. Only in the hospital did she see everything that had happened there, even 50 years ago. She was glad in a way. London was a dangerous place, a place of too much history. She didn't want to see all the things the Tudors or the Romans did everywhere she went. Before her on the table, Macready had laid the ring, the dress, and a toothbrush. She knew the toothbrush would be strong because it would have her spit on it. And that would be new. Still, people didn't tend to have deep emotions while brushing their teeth. They sat before her, John and Macready, watching her. She did indeed feel like a fortune-teller. They sat watching her, edge of seats, very attentive. So, what am I searching for? She asked John. He was essentially the boss of the operation as he was paying, and Lisa was his friend, sort of.
I want to know if she's possessed, and if so, when it happened. If it's only happening at that theatre, I might be able to get it shut down. We can use weapons of a lawful variety. I am Lord Suffolk, after all.
She reached out and put her hand over the items. She didn't touch them, but just hovered over them for a few moments. The ring seemed to be the strongest. What do you know of these rings? You said it was a memorial ring.
It says, "Dearest Jessica." I would assume it was her mother's, and she had a sister. A lot of wealthier people have locks of hair put into rings and necklaces as keepsakes of those they lost.
She'd have to avoid the hair. That would be very strong, she thought. She reached out and touched the ring. She was engulfed in sadness. She saw an image of a woman. She had the ring in her hand, standing over a gravesite. She was maybe 40, and next to her was a blonde child, around 8. They both cried and cried. She tried to accept it, and the sadness faded a little. She also felt a horrible disappointment. The lady almost cursed that the wrong child had been taken. She tried to come out of the memory and found one of the girl, Lisa. She had inherited the ring and wore it daily. She delved into a host of memories of her, getting dressed, going out, dancing, drinking, smiling at men, but she felt some hollowness, a kind of gnawing sadness. I think she was sad under the smiles.
Not a surprise given what she did for money.
Then she found it, a memory that was good. She felt a burst of hope, of happiness. A group of women sat around a table. There were a handful of other people, all women like her, nicely dressed and drinking. They sat around a table and there was a black woman there. She had a crystal ball on the table and asked them all to consider it and imagine who they had lost and who they wanted to talk to. She cried out, Jessie. She could see it. She saw through her eyes a shadowy shape in the globe, not really a person, but enough for a desperate person. The woman spoke. Accept her into you. Let her join with you and share her story. She said the words, I accept you. And she was hit with a force. It was a glowing light and she felt peace and happiness. It was in her. She scoured the ring, trying to find anything else. There were so many strong memories. But she got one more. The woman stood. She was in Lisa's body. She could feel the thing in her. She felt her coldness. But there was more. Unlike the man who was a being of rage, she was one of lust and jealousy. She stood in front of the man. He was in his young body. She wore a robe and dropped it before him. She stood naked and spun around. Isn't she a fine one? She could feel the woman Lisa was now fighting the thing in her. She knew it wasn't her sister, but it was too late. It had taken her. He laughed. Yes, sister, she is fine. You might just win our wager. The memory faded and she looked up. Both men were still staring at her. She has been taken. It wasn't the theatre, but an African lady was there. She did some gazing in a crystal ball, and then when she thought she saw her dead sister, she urged her to accept into her. I guess the demons need to be invited in, which makes sense, only free will of man would be strong enough to allow such a horrid thing to happen. Macready spoke up.
We followed this lady. I think she's just a person. She has a family.
She might not know what she's doing. They could be lying to her as well.
Or just paying her a lot.
There is more. The male one and the female one are brother and sister, and they have a wager.
A wager of demons, what could that be?
She thought of the railway man. He'd said 2, 0, almost like a scorecard. I think it might be who can kill the most people or make us kill more of each other. John shook his head.
This is very bad. We have to stop this woman, the Nubian. She is like their recruiter, their supplier. We must stop her. Can you help Lisa?
I felt she was fighting her, so I think an exorcism would work fast, as she wants it out as well, not like Richard.
I'll talk to some friends I have in the police. We'll see if we can't get this woman arrested. She is breaking the law. Sadly, as she goes amongst the rich, she gets away. If she was a street corner peddler, she'd have already been locked up already.
What about Lisa and the man?
Macready, what do you suggest?
We just have to keep watching the house. Smith is there now. Once we get a strange man shows up, we know it's him and we can take her. After that, sadly, we need to leave her tainted as it was until he shows up. She is our bait.
She hated he was right. His connection with her was all they had. If not, he could be anyone or go anywhere. Yet she was aware of what they were making poor Lisa do. She had seen her with the first man, felt her revulsion. She was letting her suffer for her own freedom.
No, we have to save her now. We can't wait while this thing makes her ruin herself. But Genevieve, it's up to you. You're the one it named, and said it would hurt you.
We can't let it keep using her. Let's get this done. We'll find him. They started to get ready to leave and walked out the door. As they did, a carriage pulled up and Smith got out. He was panting.
She's gone as well. I tried to follow her, but they lost me. Sorry, boss.
John threw down his cane and went inside.
Chapter 37, Ada. The mistress of divination, or Ada to her friends and family, was in the middle of a reading when she felt it. She had some cards. Before her and the gentlewomen she read for had paid 2 shillings to find out her future, and if she would ever have children, a cold feeling ran down her back and she knew it was back. We have to end here, But yes, you will have children. I can see a healthy boy and girl, but not with your husband. You must seek remedy outside of the marriage." The woman was shocked. She liked saying things like that to rich gentlewomen. They all thought they were so special. "I would never do that," she said. "Then you'll never have children. Please leave," she said. The woman stood, took her 2 shillings back, and stormed out. She would have chased her and got the money back, but it was there, and she knew it needed her. She drew out her crystal ball and considered it. They never spoke directly to her. It took a lot of effort, only through the ball. "Yes, I need you again. I have lost my body and need a new one," it said. It didn't really speak to her. That would be impossible. Spirits couldn't speak to people, but its words sounded in her mind. "I have a show on tonight. Surely there will be one that's ready, or in 2 days. I have a function at a house. Lady Sarah Ravensbourne, maybe one of her friends." "Tonight I'll be back," it said. The sensation faded away and she shuddered. She hated that one. There was another. She also helped, and she liked her more. Her finding them, or them finding her, had been a stroke of luck, truly. She had bought a book on palmistry and had set up her house in Cow's Cross. English people believed her because she was an African and they thought she was spiritual. It was money to her, and she was good at it. She'd read in the papers of a crystal ball and how people would pay just to look in one. It captured their minds, much like staring into flames. An overactive mind or a sad mind could see things. The people that came to her were sad and desperate to see something. They didn't take much to push them. In Africa, she had seen the voodoo priests calling spirits into them, so when one came to her, she was surprised. She was a fake. She knew it, but through its need it had found her. She remembered the day it came, much like now. She felt a chill and words in her mind. It had said it was the spirit of a dead man. It told of his life and passions, and that it wanted to walk like a man again. It could help her too. It shared with her knowledge and secrets. It told her who was good to approach. It knew who suffered, who had lost someone, people who believed in her line. She wrote letters to them, and so she built her business, from her house, charging a penny for an insight. Now she had a regular show at the theater. She had staff who would survey her guests, read their obituaries, find out who they lost. Everyone who came had lost someone. Most of all, she got a 10-pound bonus per body. They would take someone and pay her later from their own wallets or bank accounts. Ada walked out of the back room. She'd find one tonight for him. That was the deal. She'd seen it take control of them. It was awful, but she understood. It was a ghost, trapped and wanted pleasure. Who was she to say no when they had given her so much? Soon she could buy her own theater, hire some staff, maybe write a book of her own. Standing in the front room were 2 police, peelers, bobbies in blue. She knew them. Grant and Hayfield, local beat police. They walked up and along her street. "Hello, gentlemen. Are you after tickets or maybe some pocket money? It's a bit early in the week, but I have something on hand." The man, Hayfield, spoke. "That's why we're here. I got word. They will be raiding you tonight, during the show, so they get you red-handed." "What? Why do I pay you in the station? I thought I was safe." "Pressure from high up. We can't do anything." "What crime?" "You know, vagrancy, palmistry, the subtle craft, fortune-telling and calling the dead. None of it is allowed. You'll do 1 month's hard labor if they catch you." She went to a drawer and pulled out a few coins. She had a handful of shilling and gave them each a few. "Thanks, boys. I'll make sure I'm gone." The bobbies left and Ada went to a seat. She sat down, head in hands. She was in trouble now. No show meant no person for her spirit. It was an angry and dangerous thing. She didn't know what it would do. Maybe take her instead. She went to her back room and started to gather her money and clothes. She wasn't staying to find out. She had enough money. She could set up shop in Manchester or somewhere else, change her name or something.
Chapter 38. Genevieve. She was out on the grass with Harrison the butler and Macready, who was watching. Harrison operated the machine that flung the clay disc. She waited, he fired it, and she followed it and shot. It kicked hard, but she hit it. Macready spoke.
Good, but get it harder into your shoulder. Just keep it there and spin your body.
She was slowly getting better. Not that she intended to shoot anyone. Maybe one day she'd have to hold it at least and look menacing. John appeared. He had a man with him. He looked military. He was her new trainer. She'd not done any fighting, and that was John's focus. They walked up.
Jen or Genevieve Richardson, this is ex-Sergeant Watson. He'll be teaching you boxing.
The man was around 40, but fit and serious. Macready looked him up and down.
Surely you jest, my lord, when you said to train your ward. I thought you meant a boy.
She was mad, who needed training more than her. She still had red marks around her neck from Richard's hands. What's wrong with girls fighting?
You're weak and don't have the minds for the science of boxing. Also, you're wearing a dress. Is that practical?
John looked angry.
But we've already discussed a fee.
I'll have it returned. Good day,
he said, and he walked off, leaving them there.
I'm so sorry, Genevieve. That must have been quite insulting.
I'm used to it, but maybe I should wear trousers.
No, you shouldn't.
No?
Why train in pants if you won't be wearing them when the real fighting starts? And boxing, waste of time other than the basics. She needs American rough and tumble, elbows, bone breaks, biting, eye gouging. You're little, you need to fight dirty.
John laughed.
Try finding a teacher for that. I think I hear an offer.
You pay me already, I'll train her too if she wants.
She knew he was tough and could fight. He also cared for her in his scary way. Sounds good to me.
Good girl. Well, I can teach you fencing, Harrison and me shooting, and Macready to break bones or whatever. I'll see you in a few hours. The new police captain is coming to visit.
John walked away and Harrison went with him. She looked at Macready and she knew chances where she was going to be touching him. His horrible memories would all fall on her. Sorry, Macready, but could you wear gloves? He just nodded and pulled some leather ones from his pocket and put them on. He always had them. They had powdered lead around the knuckles.
Now for you, fighting. You need to understand. Almost everyone you fight will be stronger than you. They will be able to knock you out with one hit. They will be able to choke you to death. But you won't be able to kill them. This is good. I know you'll end up fighting some possessed person and you don't want to hurt them. But put that from your mind. You're skinny and weak. You'll have to fight like a banshee. Throw everything at them, but don't worry. Even if you tried, you couldn't kill someone with your bare hands. Bones heal, so that's fine.
She just shook her head. Boxing it wasn't.
Now you messed up with that guy, Richard. Why?
He was choking me.
A lot of people will choke you. That skinny neck looks perfect for a good choking. If I was fighting you, I'd try it, so you have to learn to deal with that. Let's start on that.
She was glad his hands were gloved. He stood before her and put his hands around her throat, lightly. She couldn't imagine any escape.
You can't go back or forward, but your neck is round, you can spin and your arms are free. Don't forget that. Now if someone was choking me, I'd pull out a knife and stab them easy. But you're not me. You want this. Lifting your left arm and elbow, spin and bring it down on my hands, I'll let you.
She didn't get it, so he showed her. She tried to choke him. He just spun and brought his elbow down on her arm. She felt if he'd done it hard, it might break her arm, or at least break her grip. They swapped, and she practiced it.
Now do it as hard as you can.
She spun and brought her elbow down on his arms, hard. He flinched, but didn't let go.
Looks good, but you need more strength. But getting better. Now let's try a breast grab for fun.
What? She said, shocked.
If some thug grabs your tit, what to do? Don't worry, I won't grab you.
He put her hand on his chest as if she was groping him.
So grab the hand, then twist your body with your elbow out. It should crack the jaw if done right.
She saw him do it slowly, and then she copied, him not quite touching her. Not that she had much to touch. She laughed as her elbow slowly hit him. What kind of ladies have you been teaching?
I had 3 sisters.
She spent the next few hours training with Macready. It was fun. For every way someone would grab you, he had a way to get out of it and hurt them. They also did basic boxing, teaching her to punch, but it was much more retaliation than striking. It involved a lot of elbows, using her nails and teeth and kicking shins. She'd asked him if it was very gentlemanly, and he'd laughed. She didn't think girls weren't meant to learn things like this, but it was fun. They were brought water and sandwiches and kept going. Her body ached and she was getting sore. Macready put a hand on her shoulder. To practice a move, she hit his arm and her bare hand touched him, just above the glove. It was only a second of contact and she fell back screaming. She had flash of war, of him covered in blood, backing off as a man stood above him, a wooden spear in his hands, and he thrust it. Just as Macready shot, she felt his fear and the shame of shooting a man with a spear.
Sorry, you saw some of it.
You felt guilty.
You would too. Now let's try guns.
And put your gloves back on, just to be safe. He would pull a gun on her, and she had to knock it from his hand. They went over it for hours. Her body was bruised and aching, but she felt good. She knew why he was doing it, not only so she could one day maybe protect herself, it was so she could stop being afraid. As they rested, John came out with another man. She'd done well and was sore all over. John met them.
Captain Jared Cranston think you know my young friend, Genevieve Richardson, and my man, James Macready.
We've met, he said, and he put his hand out, only to Macready he just walked away, which made Genevieve smirk.
Of course, poor Sergeant Jones. Now please, for her benefit, can you tell us again about the Mistress of Divination?
Of course, my lord, acting on advice from this good sir, we raided her theatre. She wasn't there, but we found much evidence of her using palmistry and other tricks to defraud Her Majesty's subjects as she had absconded. We went to her house to find it also empty, her whole family gone.
She's escaped?
No, she hasn't. We extend her description to the other stations, and given she's quite recognisable, she was apprehended at Blackfriars Station, trying to get an overground train. From the city, we have her in custody. She will be charged in the morning.
Macready spoke up.
And we haven't seen any new men at the house.
The captain spoke.
Now, the Lord here has asked if you, Genevieve, can be present to interview her. In fact, he wants you to interview her, with no one else present.
She listened to it all. It would be better if she could do it alone. She didn't want to be acting crazy, touching her hands while the police watched.
What I fail to understand is why this girl was with Jones when he died. Now she is here. She seems to be at the centre of this trouble. What use can an untrained girl be in an interview? She hasn't told us anything yet and most likely won't.
This untrained girl has a very good sense of people. I think she may be able to reach her on a woman-to-woman basis. She may feel more at ease talking to a young girl than a seasoned officer. And I would be personally very grateful for any help.
The man just nodded.
Fine. I'll send a carriage for her and you in the morning.
They had dinner, which was brought by the servants, and she got to see a true gentleman in action. John had what he wanted and spent the rest of the meal engaging the captain on his family, career, and the good work the Peelers were doing. He left seeming happy and like he'd won a friend. They sat now they were alone, all three like a secret club, knowing things others didn't want to. John spoke.
So this thing, the male one, we think it hasn't taken a new body. I mean, if she's under arrest, it might not have.
I've been thinking about that too, and we need to realise it's thousands of years old. It's been here since the evil angels and Lucifer were cast down. So in that time, it surely took bodies without the help of this woman. It's probably just easier if she helps, but I'm sure it has someone by now.
Great. So tomorrow we walk into the station and it could be there. It probably will be there, waiting. It will know we're coming for her.
You come too. Bring Smith and come armed.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 39. Genevieve. She tried not to be afraid, but she did feel like she was walking into the lion's den. Still, never in her life had she had some many people or her side. John believed her, and he was a man who could get things done. Macready scared her a bit, but he was on her side as well, and seemed to want to protect her above all things. They rode in the police supplier carriage to the station house. She stepped out and went inside. Macready stood near her always. He was like a true bodyguard. Still, if this thing had taken someone else, she didn't want another dead person on her conscience. She wanted to drive it out and down to hell. They walked into the large stone police station and were greeted at the door by the captain.
We have her in a cell of her own. As requested, a lot of security for a vagabond like her, but we do what we can.
John thanked him and was led on. They walked through the building and down to a row of cells. They were for questioning. This was the actual jail, just arrangement before trial. This woman's so was intricate in them taking of people, and it seemed like she'd only be getting a single month of hard labour. They walked past a few locked doors and then the captain took out a key. He unlocked a door and opened it. She hadn't seen the lady before. She was around 40, African, and looked sad and broken, probably enacted. She'd learned just how much money she'd made from her cons, and it was a lot. Almost £10 a month, much more than from honest work. The captain showed them in. Smith had stayed by the carriage, but Macready and John were in the room with her. The captain walked out and locked the door. The woman sat at a wooden table, but she was manacled to the floor and to the table. She looked up at them. She cast her eyes around them all.
Who are you?
Her accent was quite thick, African. It must have helped in her business.
We're concerned citizens. We're friends of David Addison, who killed his wife and children, friends of Lisa Walker, who currently is possessed, and friends of a man, Richard, who tried to kill this girl while he was also possessed and is now dead.
The woman just stared at them.
Sounds like you should be in Bedlam. Possession. I'm a simple woman. I tell fake fortunes, that is all.
He looked at Genevieve. She just sat across from the lady. She took off her gloves and reaching out she took her hands. Fear hit her. She was scared and not of them. Her mind ran across all the major memories of her life. She was a happy con artist. Money made her happy, but so did her family, moving them to a nice new house, kids well fed, not like back home. Then she saw the thing, fear. She had helped them take bodies. She saw it speaking to her mind, saying it was a dead soldier and wanted some pleasure again. She didn't believe it, but it paid. Once it had taken someone, it came back and paid her with their money. It's not the spirit of a dead man, it's a demon. It paid you to help it. It gave you names of people who suffered and were weak. It consumes human sadness and pain. The woman stared at her.
How do you know?
But you're scared. You didn't help it and now it's angry at you. We can protect you. We don't care about you. Only him. We want him. The woman flinched.
Do you have some power? How do you know all this?
I know all. You're Ada, your husband's Edo. You have 3 daughters, 2 sons. You were so happy to move them out of Cowcross to Stoke near the park and you lost a child in Africa. You came over when you were 14. The woman drew back her hand.
How could you know that?
Look, I just do, and I know these things you're helping is evil. True evil. You know it too, so tell me where is it?
It has no body right now, or not one I gave it. But he can get them on his own. The only problem is they fight. You need to understand, it can take almost anyone. But they will fight. Sometimes they win, most often not.
It can only take people who don't believe in God.
What do you know, little girl? Demons, Christians, you're not the only power. It could be a spirit. I won't tell you anything, no matter what power you have.
Macready leaned forward. He grabbed her head and smashed it into the table. It was so shocking and scary. Blood came from her face and she cried out,
Tell us or I'll hurt you and I'll hurt your family, 15 Hatton Street, Stoke. Tell her or they suffer for your crimes.
The woman started to cry.
Fine. It can take people without me, but they fight unless they have asked for it. He lives in Crompton Street. The woman is one too, but she's more dangerous. He's scary and angry. She's smart and lustful.
Where is he now?
He might be at Lady Sarah's house. Tonight he might be there.
Why?
She holds a weekly séance. She invited me to come, but I'm occupied. I told him about it, so maybe he'll be there. That way he can get someone how won't fight. Also, he likes young, fit, military men, and she always attracts that kind.
It seemed as good a plan as any. She was learning more and more how possession worked. The Trinity would protect her, but many people didn't believe, so they were at risk. But it could only take complete control if they let it in. It made sense to her. Why would God allow demons to take people? There were millions of them, and she was sure there weren't millions of possessed people. They were protected, even unbelievers. It was only if they were dumb enough to use their free will to say, "Come on in." Sure, they were tricked. They thought it was a spirit of a dead someone they knew, an angel or something else. But who would let anything come into them?
What's her address, and when does she hold them?
I'll write it down for you if you free my hands.
Soon they were sitting in front of a nice little country house, yard, footmen, and their carriages. It seemed like they were getting ready for a party. Maids and servants, carrying in food and drinks. John looked out.
Seems to be quite the affair. We'll be well received, but that thing will know us, and I guess if it sees us, it won't enter someone. But I don't understand all of this. Do we need to wait until it takes someone to send it to hell then? Or if you see it, can you just tell it to go?
I'm far from an expert, sadly, but in Scripture God cast them to earth, so they are allowed to be here if they just float around. But once they interfere with people, try to enter them, then they are subject to banishment.
Sounds good.
I hope it is. They stepped from the carriage and went to the door. John knocked loudly, and it was answered by a maid. She curtsied. "Lord Suffolk to see your lady," he said. He placed his calling card on the small tray she had. She walked off and came back shortly, with a very excited, rich-looking lady. She seemed about 25, very well dressed and her blonde hair up high, and with a bonnet with a little bird and fake flowers. She bowed.
Lord Suffolk, you came. I've been leaving invitations at your home for weeks. I didn't think your servant was giving them to you.
He smiled.
Lady Sarah, of course, not normally my thing, but I've heard more and more people are attending.
Oh, yes. And more than a few like you, well-known people. Everyone wants some fun. A touch of the supernatural.
Fun?
Oh, yes, we have a good time. Touching the beyond, it's a laugh. But sometimes they say things. I have even bought a board for tonight. Sadly, my guest lady of divination was detained literally, but I know enough to host.
The woman was so excited it was just a parlour game to her, a reason to invite rich people to her house and earn some points.
Please come in. I have robes for you all. We like to hide our faces, adds to the fun. And of course, some of my husband's friends would prefer to remain unknown.
They went into the house and were shown to a side room. There were indeed black robes on the chair, and she slipped into one. It totally hid her face and body. She turned to John, who is her husband.
Lord James Ravensbourne. He's a high-up man in the House of Lords. I know him. He's boring and rich and old.
This is so strange. Rich people are weird.
I had no idea this was going on. I knew fortune-telling was getting popular, but Lady Sarah, she is a well-known socialite. I'm surprised she's involved in this.
They sat at the table, and being early, the lady brought them some drinks. They sat as the room slowly filled up. The people were in normal clothes as they entered and put the robes on that were on the chairs, so she saw them all. One man was a young navy type. He seemed likely. Soon enough, she sat around a table with 10 or so hooded figures. Lady Sarah walked in. The sun was going down out the window. She had no robe, but had changed her clothes into something long and flowing with a tight corset.
Welcome, friends. Tonight we seek the unknown. We reach out across the void and try touch the beyond. For those newcomers, it's all a bit of fun. But sometimes we see things and hear things. Maybe tonight will be the night. I'd ask you all to join hands.
In the middle of the table was a vast crystal ball, and they gripped hands around it. She held gloved hands with Macready and John on either side of her. She felt apprehension in John and readiness in Macready. He kept thinking of his gun. He would again shoot first if he had to. She wanted the thing gone and not having to hurt someone else. The Lady Sarah rambled on and then had everyone gaze into the ball.
Does anyone see anything?
I think I can see something. It looks like a girl or a woman.
A lady spoke up. She had an old voice.
Does she have black hair?
She does, I can see that now. very dark like a raven and long.
I think it's my sister, but when she was young.
Lady Sarah spoke.
She comes to wish you well, surely. But it's changing. I can see a young man. He's in pain, suffering and scared.
She was good, it was all blandishments, easy to say, but she delivered it with confidence. A boy? The man asked. It was their Navy man. As she looked, the ball indeed filled with something. Before it was empty, but now she saw it had the image of a boy in it. Everyone gasped. Oh my goodness, John, is that you? He put his hand out and the image came clear. It was a blue-eyed boy. Lady Sarah spoke.
Who is he?
My brother who died of consumption. Surely it's him.
Her voice changed. It was bizarre. It deepened a bit. Ask him into you. Let him come into you and share his love.
Yes, John, come in and tell me you're okay, Kishu.
He said. His voice was warped. Idiot. She watched as the ball lit up and glowed white. Then it travelled to the man and filed him. She looked at his face. He grinned, and it was a dark smile.
He's gone. It didn't work.
Lady Sarah was heartbroken.
Still, what an incredible vision. We all saw that, yes? We really reached something.
The man stood, his robe dropping.
I should leave. That was very shocking, and I need to lie down.
She knew it was now or never. Grab him! She yelled. Macready jumped from his seat, as did John. They went to him and held his arms, her robe dropped, and the man looked at her.
Hello, bitch. You want round two?
She grabbed his hand. She felt his rage, a bottomless hatred. But she saw the man's pain, his brother dying, and his love of him. It's not your brother. Ask him your parents' name. The man shook and broke from Macready's hold. He swung a fist at her. She dodged left, but was too slow, and it hit her in the face. She dropped to her knee, but stood again. She wiped the blood from her lips and grinned at him, talking through a bloody mouth. You saw him die. It's not him. Ask what he said to you. How could he not know that? He shuddered, and she saw the man's eyes. He lost some confidence. He was fighting his host. He grabbed at her throat, but she jumped back. Macready kicked the back of his leg hard, and he fell. She yelled, "In the name of Christ, the risen and eternal, leave this man and get back to hell." The thing faltered. It stood again, smashing the two men away. He had a sword and pulled it on her bloody Navy men. "In the name of Christ, leave this man." He drew the blade and pointed at her.
You have to mean it, Ike.
She closed her eyes. She thought of Jesus and God. She felt the power. She needed help now. She believed she knew she did. She felt her thoughts guided. She saw an image of Christ on the cross, unbroken and strong. She drew on his strength. "Get out!" she yelled into his face. The man dropped to the floor like strings cut in a puppet. He fell down face first. From his body a form rose. This time it wasn't white and pretty, but like a dark shadow. In human form, it raised up from him. It lashed out at her, but his hand hit nothing. It yelled and screamed, but started to fade before them. In moments, it was gone with a primal and feral howl. She stood panting, and then she looked at Macready and John. Panting and staring, she started to laugh. "I think we did it," she said.
Huzzah!
John said, but softly and still in shock. They looked around the table. All the robed people sat shock. Sarah stood and then she started to clap. Soon all round the table they clapped and clapped, standing robes dropping as they did. Lady Sarah spoke up.
Lord Suffolk, what a show. You've really shown us what a performance is. You'll have to show me how you did that shadow thing. I could use it. Did you hire stage actors?
She looked at them all, excited, rich faces. They seemed shocked but happy. They thought to be a trick. One or two didn't seem to believe that, but they all wanted to. "It's not a show, you idiot. That was a demon, an evil being that would have ruined that man, made him kill and more. You're all morons doing dark magic you have no right to. This isn't fun, it's evil." John pointed at them all, his finger making a path pace them.
Any of you do anything like this again, and I'll have a constable at your houses, you Lady Sarah, this your last gathering. This is illegal, and you all know it. I will publish all your names in the paper as cultists if you do this again, and let me tell you, No one good thinks this is acceptable. Continue at the peril of your status.
They stood and walked out of the house. The man was standing from the floor as they left. One down, one to go.
Chapter 40. Lord Suffolk. He sat back at his house. Sitting around him was Genevieve and Macready. They sat drinking gin, and he was well pleased with their efforts. He felt as if they were a club or group, society. They had faced a minion of the devil and beaten it, wicked, evil thing. The problem was, not that these things existed. Evil was in the world. He knew that. The problem was the idiocy of these fellows. This Lady Sarah held séances and tried to call these things for a laugh, for social stakes. It was getting worse. Spirit calling, fortune-telling, it was all getting more popular. We have done well.
We have? And now we can try to save your friend Lisa.
If we can find her. She laughed.
I love you a bit tonight, John, withering with threats of social ostracism.
It works sadly, and people do care what I think, for better or worse. Macready spoke up.
Genevieve, I don't know if it matters, but I'm proud of you, girl. You've done well. You got back from his hands, and while you didn't dodge that punch, you took it like a champ.
She reached into her mouth and pulled a tooth out.
Thanks.
They laughed as she placed it on the table. Didn't that hurt?
It hurt, but I have a memory of a man hitting his head against a stone wall until death. A punch is nothing compared to that, even if he hit like a ton of rock. He was strong, wasn't he? Inhumanly strong?
Certainly stronger than a man should be. He just stood up despite us both holding him down. But isn't it in the Bible the man couldn't be chained or held?
It is,
she said, surprised he knew it. As they sat, there was a knock at the door. Smith walked into the room. John hadn't seen him for a while. He was always off, watching people, keeping an eye on things. Smith?
I have her in the carriage.
What, who?
The woman, Lisa. I went to the house after the séance. It was all dark and deserted, so went in. She's laying in a bathtub. Her wrist's cut, you know, so I pull her out. I do a bit of quick stitch work, and here we are.
Is she alive? John asked frantically.
Of course, boss. Or I wouldn't have brought her. She's groggy, but she is waking up. What should I do with her?
Bring her in, John said. Macready went out with Smith, and in moments they came back. Lisa was draped over his arms, and they sat her down on a couch. John went to her. Lisa, are you okay? John asked. He was surprised. He felt a real sense of concern for her. Her pretty blue eyes opened.
John, I mean, my lord, is that you?
He laughed. No time for that. Are you okay?
I think so. That thing was in me. I knew it wasn't my sister, and then she left, but not before making me take some pills, cut my wrists. Who knows where it is now, or what it was. It just felt wrong. But what am I doing here?
We've had a man watching for you. We know all about this, but you're safe now, he said. She smiled at him.
Thank you.
She looked at the cut on her wrist, stitched by Smith. Very roughly, the cut wasn't that big, and it was across, not up. Genevieve smiled at her, and then walked over to Macready. She whispered in his ear, and he just nodded.
So I was wondering, have you got my pay?
Well, of course, but do you need it now? I want to see to Lisa.
I think now would be suitable.
Fine, John said and stood up. He went to a cabinet and drew out some notes. As he walked back, he saw Macready had his gun drawn. He pointed at Lisa. Genevieve stood next to him. Smith pulled his gun as well, just following his boss. She spoke.
You're not Lisa. You're the thing, the demon, and you shouldn't have come here.
He heard Lisa laugh, but it wasn't her laugh. It was something else dark and awful. She sat up.
I should have known I didn't cut the wrists enough. So you idiots killed my brother. Worse than killed, now he burns before his time. I don't know how. But I wanted to see your faces. Before I was just having fun. The murders, the numbers. That was me and him having our yearly bet. Married men versus single men. Married men always win. Now I've seen you all. You're all dead.
She looked at her.
In the name of Christ.
Lisa's body was in convulsions, and a dark shadow leapt from her body. It almost flew towards the door and was gone in moments. Lisa slumped down to the couch, passed out. It was gone. Once again, they were alone. She looked at Macready and said, "Thanks." He just nodded. He went to Lisa. She was breathing softly. "Genevieve, please check her just to be sure."
Chapter 41. Lisa. She woke, and she was in a fine bed. She sat up, her head hurt. Her stomach felt empty, and she really needed some water. There was a glass near her bed, and she drank it down fast. She felt as if she hadn't eaten or drank in days, and when she thought about it, she hadn't. She set the water down and cried to herself. She knew where she was, what she had done. She remembered clearly the 3 men she'd been with, all the sex and depravity, the things she had let them do to her. She always teased men, been outgoing and what many would call indecent, but she never let anyone do those kinds of things to her outside a relationship. Next to her sat the girl. She'd been watching her sleep. Now she had woken, she looked at her.
Hi, I'm Genevieve.
Hello, Genevieve, Lisa Walker, as you probably know.
I'm sorry this happened to you, Lisa. I'm sure it was awful.
She started crying again. She was normally strong, but this was too much. She cried for a long time, and the girl just put her hand in hers.
She made you do those things. It wasn't your fault.
Not my fault. I asked it in. I thought it was my sister. I turned my back on God. No one made me act like this, but now I've been punished. I'm probably pregnant as well. She started crying again. The girl closed her eyes and seemed to be concentrating.
You're not.
How do you know that?
I can see everything she made you do, but I can feel inside. No one else is making memories. There is no mind inside you. I've touched pregnant women before.
What are you?
Gifted, weird, a freak, but on your side.
She sat up. I need food. She didn't eat. I'm so hungry.
We'll get you some food, and John will want to talk with you.
She shook her head. He must hate me. Do you all know what I did? You were watching me, following me, weren't you?
He knows, but he won't blame you.
I know men and he will. It's one thing to flirt, be forward and have had lovers. It's another to go with any man with a bankroll and a wife. The girl seemed like she wanted to ask something but was afraid. Ask it, she said.
I saw your memories. She had a lot of sex and she stood for hours in front of a mirror, just looking at your body.
She was obsessed with the body, how I looked, how everything felt. Sex, sex, sex. She was obsessed, worse than any man. She loved it. She is a demon, yes, as in a servant of Satan who is real. Yes. She shook her head. She knew it. She felt the woman's evil nature. She wasn't just a really messed up person, it was much deeper. Then she's a thing of lust, or wants touch and feeling. She was always looking and touching. I'd spend hours with those men just running their hands all over me, horrid fucking bitch. The girl laughed aloud.
I've never heard a lady speak like that.
Genevieve, I'm not a lady.
You look like one.
Thank you. Now I guess I should get dressed and face John, but I wanted to thank you.
Why?
Because she came here to kill everyone and you stopped it. I don't think I could have lived with myself if I had done that, under control or not. The girl left her after that. She got dressed slowly, put back on her dress and corset. She was wearing just her slip. A maid had clearly taken her dress off. She went downstairs and could hear gunfire from the backyard. A maid stood waiting at the bottom of the stairs.
They practice arms in the morning, but Lord Suffolk has asked me to bring some breakfast for you. Is that suitable?
Very. I like coffee, not tea, and thank you. She walked out the back of the house. This was everything she'd been striving for. All her machinations and seductions, and she was there without having to have sex with anyone. She stepped out into the garden. She saw John and Genevieve standing at the back. Shotguns ready, a man stood at a clay pigeon hurler thing and threw it. She almost laughed as the girl, who was in a big frilly dress and corset, aimed her gun and fired, hitting the disc. As she walked closer, she heard John. It was great to hear some happiness in his voice.
3 of 5, Genevieve. You're getting much better.
He exclaimed. If she was honest, she hadn't stopped thinking of him since that night at the Ritz. But a man like him was beyond her. Even for a few months, he didn't seem the type. He had a reputation as a drinker, but that seemed to be going. She hadn't seen him out since that night. She walked up to them. The girl was grinning.
After lunch, I do fighting with Macready.
A very unusual education for a young lady. She laughed but went back to her range. The old man pulled the thrower again and she spun. She aimed a second and shot. It shattered the clay disc. She laughed and then actually ran off to the old man and started to talk to him. The maid had brought her some scones and a coffee, which she sat on a table nearby in the green. John sat down across from her.
Eat, and we can talk. Genevieve tells me that beast thing wouldn't let you eat.
She didn't. It was like she never hungered for food.
Curious. That means a person possessed might die after a month or so from hunger. That may be relevant at some point. Lisa, it's good to see you free and yourself. I'm so sorry it wasn't sooner.
She laughed. It was a sad laugh, but she saw he was upset at himself. Fear not, my lord. Only you of anyone I knew me well enough to know something was wrong. Only you who had the girl, who got it out of me. I might be mad that it had me for days, but it had that poor Melissa for years and years.
But it is very good to see you free and yourself.
Is it?
Of course. You're part of our society now. You, me, Genevieve and Macready, the only people to be fighting these things.
You fight them?
I guess so. I mean, someone has to, don't they? The world as we know it is getting worse. We have good people, gentlemen and ladies doing stupid things, fortune-telling and crystal ball gazing. It's all getting more popular.
The seance I went to was at Sarah Saunders' apartments, and the other women there were all like me, but all fairly well off. You're right, it is spreading, I would say.
I think I might need to do something. Petition the government or something. We need hard laws for these people. No one knows how dangerous it really is. When I think of what she made you do, it saddens me.
She felt like it did. Maybe he wouldn't think of her as just a whore who had gotten what she deserved. I thought you would hate me.
Lisa, I know your game and how it works. You flirt, you wear your hair in a pretty way, you're beautiful and have a dress that is an inch too short. You say things that are a bit risky and flirty, make men think of sex, but you're not wanton. I know it's the game. Maybe you have a lover. Is that a crime? You're not married. At heart, I always thought you were a good person.
As he looked at her, tears filled her eyes. She rubbed it and ate some of her scone, covering. Thank you. She was back before them.
Is it time to go to church?
John answered.
I'll get the carriage and Macready and Smith.
She turned to her.
We're going to Kent Hill Church. We'd be glad to have you along.
I don't really do church, she said to John.
Neither did I. But we're learning. We're learning.
Chapter 42. Genevieve. She was such a different person now. It was strange in a way to go into the carriage and go to her old haunt of Kent Hill Church. She stepped out. The door opened by Lord Suffolk's footman and looked. The old bluestone building was there. People smiled, all looking at the fine 4-horse-drawn carriages. It had only been 2 weeks since she'd been, but what a fortnight it had been. It was one thing to talk about Jesus, believe in him, talk about him. It was another using his name to cast out a demon. To know she had proof of the other world. What else had changed was she had people. Once she had no one, she was alone in the world, and Sarah's kindness was all she had. If she hadn't come to her in Bedlam, she wouldn't have had this faith, this strength. She would have been alone in that horrid place, her faith lost in the cold stones and treatments. She stepped out. The service was yet to begin. She had a lot of people now, so many John, Macready, Lisa. She had a whole group that believed her, if nothing else. As he went out, Sarah stood there. She was talking to someone and then came to her. She turned and hugged her.
Hello, girl. Good to see you. You've had adventures. How's the chest?
She'd almost forgotten she was shot. That seemed like a lifetime ago. Near them, the fair face of Mrs. Jones came up to her. She could see everyone was watching her to see what they should do. The papers had been hard. They had painted her as a harlot, the teenage mistress of a married policeman. His wife went to her, she believed her husband, and her.
Genevieve, glad you're okay. How have you been?
Good Mrs. Jones, and I have something to tell you, but it will be strange to hear. The thing that killed Mr. Jones, that shot your husband and me, it's been sent back to hell. It burns daily and suffers torments. It regrets the way it hurt my friend. The woman held her, and she saw everyone else soften. That was their guide on how to treat her.
Thank you, Genevieve. You do God's work.
The service was about to start, and they went in. She saw the vicar notice Lord Suffolk and seem shocked. They found their seat. She sat next to Lisa.
I haven't been to church since I was a little girl. I feel like a fraud.
Just talk to him. You can be angry. He can take it. I sure was. But finally you'll see.
See what?
Why you had to suffer, that there was a point, that it wasn't in vain, that he did notice and did care. The vicar spoke for a good 30 minutes about sin. She didn't think she had sinned much lately, but she knew she was getting jealous of Lisa, how womanly she was, how she turned men's heads and people looked at her, not as a child, but she liked having another girl around. The vicar then said,
And finally, as a group, we have had a child in our midst, Genevieve Richardson. She has grown and blossomed. Now we're aware that she battles the darkness on our behalf, and we pray for her. Genevieve, know we are with you. We ask for your safety and the strength to do what you need to do.
That's nice,
Lisa said to her. She almost giggled. She loved these people. They had given her something, home, when she had nothing but torment. The service ended and they walked outside. They normally have tea and cake. I bet everyone is so thrilled to meet the Lord Suffolk. John laughed.
Okay, we can stay. I like free things.
They walked back into the church and to the small hall. At the side, it was funny, really. Nearly 30 people were in there, and they all stopped talking and stared. She was newly confident. Friends, this good man is Lord Suffolk. He's been helping me, Lord Suffolk, the Church of Kent Hill, and our vicar. He shook hands with the vicar, who was luckily nearby, and they all started to talk again.
My lord, what blessing to have you here.
Feel free to report it to the papers. I'll be attending weekly.
What really here?
Of course, we can't leave Genevieve unprotected.
As they stood, she heard a clapping. It was a long, slow clap. She looked. A man stood in the centre of the room. She didn't know him. He was a gentleman, but older, and he stood alone. Clap, clap. Well, isn't this nice? She knew in an instant, who knows this man? No one said a thing. Before she could blink, he drew a revolver and grabbed a woman next to him.
Just to let you know it's begun, I'll cut a bloody path through London as you've never seen.
It said. He turned the gun to Lisa.
If I can't have you, no one can.
It said and fired. Macready had pulled her out of the way and the bullet passed her head by inches. In the name of Jesus Christ, leave him, she yelled. The man dropped to the floor, but the darkness fled from him. It was quick and gone. It had escaped. Everyone looked at her. She knew she couldn't come again, not until it was gone.
Chapter 43. Lisa. She rode back with them all, to the house and sat. She was shaking. The thing had tried to kill her. Luckily, it had talked and given Macready time to shove her to the left. The bullet had missed her by a fraction. She sat a cup of tea in her hands, shaking. They all sat around. Thank you, Mr. Macready.
She talks too much, we're lucky.
Why her? I mean, why Lisa? Why not Genevieve? Surely she's the threat.
I know her, that's why. We shared my mind and body for days, hearing her thoughts, watching her actions. I know what she can do.
And what can you tell us? I know it's painful.
I don't know how these things came about or where they're from, but she is a creature of jealousy. She wants to touch. She wants sensation and to destroy any people in love. She finds married men and seduces them, but she has the power to manipulate. They all do what she tells them.
Like Addison, he killed his family.
While she was in me, she had 3 men she saw. I think sex is a key. I saw her use a kiss once. It's her, not to be disgusting, but fluids. Then their minds are hers. I think she'll use these men as weapons.
Fantastic. So we have 3 men we have to stop, and her and any more she seduces in the meantime.
Yes. I'm sorry I've dragged you all into this. I really don't see how we're going to stop her.
She's been alive for thousands of years, as had he. They had a yearly bet. They have been busy. I'm sure if you were here or not, it would be the same. But we can stop her, Lisa. Do you know these men? The ones she was with?
It was so horrible, she was telling him, the men she'd lay with, that had done such things with her, things she never did. The things it did with her body were sickening. I know them, their names, looks.
You sit with Genevieve and write it out. Genevieve, can you draw them? If we get their names in, can go to the London Land Office tomorrow and find out their addresses, but how can we stop them? They aren't possessed. It likes mind control, suggestion.
Macready spoke up.
I'll get some chlorophyll and we can knock them out. I'm guessing it only lasts a few days or something. Genevieve, any ideas?
I'll go to Mr. Johansson. Maybe there is a prayer or something that can help.
The 2 men left the room thankful, and Genevieve came to her. She drew out a pad and pencil.
I'm quite a good artist now. I can draw them.
Do I have to describe them?
If it's okay, I'll just take your hand and I'll see the memories. Then I can draw from them, get their names and anything else you might have forgotten. I can see the memories very clearly, sometimes more clearly than you can remember.
It will be awful. John said you see powerful memories only. If you see when I was upset and crying, it will be very bad. She took her hand. She saw the girl's face and she flinched. She took the pad and wrote a name, Mr. Michael Bevel, and she started to draw him. He was around 40, but fat, not at all an attractive man, but she'd laid with him. She drew his face and his top hat. She got it just right, and below it she wrote, wife, no children. She noticed that Genevieve had started to cry. It wasn't a sob, but slow tears ran down her face. She turned the page and wrote another name, Mr. David Grayson, and started to draw him. He was young and fit, but a total bastard.
I'm so sorry she made you do all this. I can see you so upset and her so happy. She'll pay. I swear to you, she'll regret doing this.
Thank you, Genevieve. But I feel like it's my punishment. I have lived a wanton life, not caring what I did or what people thought. I went after men and never really cared about God or what might have been right or wrong. Now this happens. I probably invited it into my life. Well, I did when I asked my sister in. She had started to draw the third one. Mr. Geoffrey Kelly. He was another older man, gentleman type, almost 45 and married with 3 children. He'd fallen for her in less than a drink. So ready for something else.
I'm learning that everyone taken by these things is sad, alone, and desperate. There is nothing for them, no one to reach out to. Maybe they wouldn't have so much power if we showed some compassion to our fellows.
She had finished the drawings of the men, and then she put the pencil to the pad again. She started to draw. She drew a picture. It was her sister Jessie. The details were perfect. She stood next to her. She drew her as well. They were smiling and holding hands.
When you went to Covent Gardens.
Thank you, was all she could say.
Chapter 44. Genevieve. She rode in a carriage with Macready. She wanted to go to visit Mr. Johansson to talk about everything that had happened, but she needed a guard. John and Lisa were headed to the land office to see if any of these men had property. Macready still scared her, but he was useful. He, above anyone, seemed to only care about helping her personally. When she'd asked him to point his gun at Lisa, he just nodded and did it, no explanation needed. She also trained with him every day. He was rough but kind. He seemed proud she could punch a throat and knew where the solar plexus was.
So this man is an exorcist?
I suppose so. He certainly knows about demons and things.
You're an exorcist too now?
I guess I am. That's strange to say. She smiled. She was. The carriage pulled up in front of the small cottage. Smoke raised from the ceiling and the door was slightly open. She went to the door and knocked. Mr. Johansson's voice came from within.
Come in.
She and Macready walked in. He smiled at them and directed them to sit. She had forgotten how old he seemed. Few 60-year-olds around.
So I hear you have been very busy, Genevieve. You even had a visitor at church.
I cast one of them out, and now the other one is spitting mad. It seems to have quite a grudge against us.
They tend to get mad when people interfere with their plans. Now, tell me why you are here.
The one we chase is a female. It seems to seduce men and has them under its control. I need to know how to break that control.
What do you assume to try?
Ask Jesus to help, or get them to pray for help.
Your instincts are good. The simple word will help, and if you could get them to pray, then it would break in seconds. Here, I want to show you something.
He went to his bookshelf and took out 2 books, leather-bound and big.
One is called the Key of Solomon, the other is the Lesser Key. Solomon was a king and they claim he had a ring to control demons given to him by Michael. And now these books claim to have rituals to control demons and such.
She looked at them. They had pattern drawing and described methods to control them. These work?
Indeed, but the reason I show you this is you're now in a very dangerous place. You said to me, you cast one out. No, Genevieve, you didn't. God did. Jesus did. You were the tool. Demons are evil, they lie and are tricky. They will often take the form of an angel of the Lord to deceive.
He took the books away.
Don't take the path of pride and vanity. Don't start thinking you're the one that is so special and you have a connection to God others don't have. That's how they will ensnare you.
Thank you. I'll try not to get too proud. He was right in a way. She felt like she was the one, strong and blessed. She was. But so were all people. The power was God's, not hers. What do you know of the female ones? Have you heard of this?
Some people call them succubus or succubi. They are female demons who lead men away from God by their desire. It's very easy. Men, as you well know, are stupid. But be aware these creatures are all fallen angels. They sided with Lucifer long ago. And they all had reasons for doing so. Hers may have been her own sexual desire or want to feel touch and love as we do.
Angels can't love.
They can love, but they don't have a form like us. Not a human form, with the given pleasures and pains. They are holy beings, or were, so she might have weaknesses of her own desire. They all have a weakness. They all did something stupid. So at very least they have the weakness of being short-sighted and letting emotions rule them. Lucifer fell because of his own pride in his form and power, so that I suppose is a weakness.
So, to break control, just ask Jesus for help.
Yes, but be careful. The greatest danger for you now is from corruption and only thinking of the darkness. Yes, there are demons and you, it seems, have been tasked to fight them. But don't spend all your days thinking of them or the evil one. Bring your mind to Jesus, what he did for us, God, his power of creation and love for us. It's very easy to be engulfed by feeling the force of darkness is all around you. So is love. So is grace. You just need to look.
She spent a few more hours with him, and then they left. Macready shook his head as they left.
Genevieve, can I ask you something?
Of course, I know you just heard a lot of things which are very life-changing.
I've always struggled and now I struggle more. If God is so good and powerful, why does he let these things exist? Why does evil exist?
They stepped back into the carriage and started off. There's 2 questions in there, but I'll tell you what I think, and this is just what I think. I mean, I have read the Bible back to front, maybe 20 times. Not a lot to do in prison, I mean hospital. But when it comes to evil, the real question is, how much of it is his doing? None. How much is Satan? A lot. How much of it is man's? Most of it. The problem is, everyone thinks because God is all-powerful, he should use this. But where is the test in that? He says to us, don't kill each other, but we do. He could surely stop us from doing it. People just couldn't die by each other's hand. The world would be a much better place, surely. But who would go to heaven? Who would have rejected sin and choose God? He stared at her.
So you think most of the suffering of the world is caused by men?
Surely you see this. Someone robs you because they are poor and think more about their belly than right. You get war between nations because they think their right to wealth is more than someone else's lives. It's not God, sadly, it's man. The Bible says we all sin, and we do, but not just small things, a lot. On a grand scale, humans can be truly awful to each other.
I think you're right. I mean, I have killed people, done horrible things. I knew it was wrong, but I just followed my orders. Queen and country. England is worth more than the lives of savages. We killed so many in New Zealand because we wanted their land.
The thing I think is that God isn't happy. I think people assume he doesn't give a shit what we're doing. But I think if I made these wonderful beings, gave them the feeling of love, hope, grace, and gave them rules to live by, and then I also gave them the power to decide how to act, it would really piss me off if they started to kill each other. He laughed.
You should be a vicar.
A girl? Not likely. Now you want to hear my thoughts on demons?
Sure.
Chapter 45. Lord Suffolk. He waited at his house. He had been to the City Land Office, and in a stroke of luck, every single man on the list owned his own house or had a bank mortgage against it. They could find out the addresses of the 3 men. The woman had left her house and was out causing grief, but they could stop these ones from causing trouble. Lisa had come with him. She had the list of men's names, but had remembered them herself. He was torn when it came to Lisa. She had said she would return to her home, but he'd asked her to stay as well. He had a very large house, and until this was over, he didn't want any member of the small society to be alone and unprotected. She would be a very easy target if she went back to her apartment alone. He found himself thinking of her a lot. She was very pretty, smart, and well-spoken. She was also tough and didn't complain about the things that had turned against her or the rough treatment life had given her. Before all this business of good and evil, he thought a woman in her line was just getting ahead and flaunting some idiot rules of society. If a man acted that way, no one would care. He was an unmarried man and could take a lover, or a widow could. It was all perspective. But now he saw that lust itself was a dangerous thing. He had never been one to give in to his urges, didn't pay for company, or read dirty books, or buy those playing cards you could buy anywhere with the photos of nude women. But he saw now how many men fell away from a good life, led entirely by their desires. Soon enough, the rest of them had arrived. They all sat. It was like a small society, though he was paying most of them. He'd started back at work, but had a very light case, just some property thing. So, we have their addresses, and thus we can find them.
I have the chlorophyll, so we can knock them out.
Lisa and I have been talking. We think we should go after Mr. Geoffrey Kelly first. He has a wife, 3 children, and it seems like he could hurt them.
I remembered her talking with him. She had him saying how trapped he was, how he couldn't be free without them around. I don't know if that was enough, but it might have been.
Are we all going then?
Genevieve, you can decide, only you can break them, and Macready needs to stay with you. We'll come if you want us to. He felt guilt just sending her off alone. But he didn't know what help he could be. Still he could fight, and people would do what he said because of his name and family status.
I think we should all split up. I'll go with Macready to this man. You and Lisa take Smith and get another man on the list. I saw Jameson, the young one, newly married, only a wife. But he seemed dangerous. He wasn't nice at all.
No, he beats her anyway. I don't think it would take much to tip him over.
We'll split up and try to stop them. But what do we do? How can we break demonic control? I'm not like you. God hasn't chosen me.
He's chosen us all. That's why we're here, each one of us. Just try your best, and if prayer to Jesus won't work, just knock him out and tie him up.
John laughed. My life is so strange now.
Chapter 46, Genevieve. She rode in the carriage with Macready. A man was at the reins, one of the Lord Suffolk's men. The house was near the Crystal Palace, and they pulled up in front of it. It was nice, 2 stories, well appointed. She only picked wealthy men, it seemed. They stepped out of the carriage. Try not to hurt him. He's not possessed, just under control. I have no idea how strong or weak it might be, if he'll be himself, or like somebody who has been hypnotized.
I won't hurt him unless he tries to hurt us or them. I mean, I'll hurt him, but nothing that won't heal.
Macready drew out a long metal pipe and held his rag in the other hand. She walked up to the door. She knocked loud, but no one came. They should have at least one servant. They were middle class. She waited, and from inside she heard a woman scream. Macready pushed her aside and put a pick to the lock. He had the door open in just a few seconds. It swung wide open and they ran in. They could hear a woman scream from the back. Macready led the way and he ran through the house to the kitchen. He walked in, the pipe ready. She looked. A woman lay on the floor. She looked like any English woman, a mother, around 40. But from her head, blood pooled and her body was in a messy pile. She ran to her side and pressed her fingers to her neck. She was hit by a powerful image. Her husband hit her in the head, hate in his eyes. I need to be free to love her. She doesn't want me to love anyone else. The woman was still alive. She stood up. She had such a horrible feeling about it all. Upstairs now, she yelled. Macready ran up the stairs 2 at a time. They heard a banging and children screaming. He smashed in through a doorway. The man stood over the bed of his daughter. She was only around 6. In the room were other small beds. All the girls were sitting up and crying. He had a knife in his hand. He's hit his wife with something else. Geoffrey, don't do this. It's not you. He looked at her, but his eyes were far away. She gained a sense of him. It was strong and radiated through the room. It was jealousy, so much angry jealousy.
I have to be free, so she can love me.
The man reached up and went to stab down, but Macready leapt past her and tackled the man hard. The knife sank into his shoulder and he cried out, but he pushed through the pain and smashed the man's head hard into the wall. He slumped down to the floor. Macready stood back. The girls were crying.
Well, that works as well as chlorophyll.
Macready took the man and started to drag him from the room, get him downstairs and tie him up. He took the man out of the room. The little girls were all looking at her. Cute blonde things took after their mother. One spoke. What's wrong with Daddy? He's sick, but we're going to help him. Stay in here, but your mother will come up soon. She's fine, and she'll protect you. Now all climb in here together. You stay together till she comes. The girl listened, and all ran to the eldest's bed. They were fearful, but didn't really understand. She went outside and down the stairs. Macready had the man tied to a chair. She went to the kitchen and tried to rouse the woman. She sat up, blood on her temple. She looked at her.
Did he hurt them?
We stopped him, but your girls need you. You should go upstairs and be with them.
Who are you?
Just people who know about these things. Your husband will be fine.
That's not my husband. He spoke of another woman, how pretty she was, how much he had loved to be with her. It was sickening.
He's been hypnotized.
Was he with another woman?
Yes.
Then it's over. I don't care what has happened. He's betrayed us all.
She got up and went upstairs to her children. The demon had won its work, one marriage down the toilet. Still, once again, man's stupid fault. Why were they so sex-crazed? She went into the lounge room where the man was tied up to the chair. Macready sat behind him and shook his shoulder. He slowly woke, his eyes still glazed and distant, still under control. It was like he was hypnotized. "Geoffrey, do you hear me?"
You can't stop me. I love her. I'll be with her if I kill them all. Then I can be free.
You're an idiot, man. Your wife will leave you, your children. You've thrown your life away.
She is perfection.
She walked closer to the man. She didn't know how she would do this, but she placed her hand on his head and felt the memories. She saw it looking deep into his eyes, saw as it compelled him to kill his family. It was weird to see Lisa say those things, but a voice not hers. She closed her eyes. "In the name of Christ, cleanse this man of those dark thoughts and control." She saw him shudder and look up to her. His eyes seemed different, less bright. He started to cry and cry.
What have I done?
Macready was behind him and shook his head.
Ruined your life for a night of sex.
Chapter 47. Lisa. Her life had changed a lot in the last weeks. She'd gone from a professional mistress, feeling like she was the unofficial queen of London. She had money, carriages, a nice apartment. She was secure in her place. She was good at what she did. Sure, she was miserable and drank a lot to cover it. Sometimes her smiles covered tears, and she knew the men in her life would gladly bed her but not marry her. But that was life. It wasn't the fairy tale people thought it was. Now she traveled in a carriage with the Lord Suffolk, John, his armed guard at the reins, and she was holding a shotgun across her lap. They were going to stop a man from doing something stupid because a demon, which was in her body at the time, had compelled him to. They drove to the front of his home. It was a small affair. The man was just scrapping middle class. David was his name. Fit, young, and a Navy officer. He'd married his wife, who was a few years old, directly for her family name and money, and used that money to whore and drink. He was the kind of man she would have avoided at a club, but the demon had much worse taste in men. They went to the front door of the house. It swung open. It had a key that was still in the lock, and the door, which had a pane of glass in it, was broken, as if someone had opened it in a flurry and smashed it.
That doesn't look good.
Smith was with them, revolver drawn. She had her shotgun. It was funny in a way. She was still wearing her large, frilly dress and a corset. She couldn't look less like a soldier. They heard struggling and muffled cries from inside. Smith led the way. They walked from room to room. He pointed his gun in and then around. They saw nothing. They took the stairs, up to the next level, and heard the sound. It was like a muffled cry, coming from a cupboard set into the wall. Smith drew open the door. On the floor was a woman. She had a rag tied over her mouth and tears in her eyes. Smith pulled the muzzle away, and John looked at her.
Where is your husband?
He locked me in here and he left. But he has a gun, a shotgun, and he was talking about the club.
What's the club? The Navy Officers Club.
That's the one. He hates the other officers. He's always talking about them. And now he was saying about how he had to be a real man for her to love him. He had to prove himself. Who is she?
She had a big bruise on her face. Lisa was surprised she was alive, but she remembered he'd been told to prove himself, not kill her. I know where it is.
Do you have a carriage?
No, he'll walk. It's only around 5 blocks.
How long has he been gone?
Long enough.
Smith untied the woman and they ran out of the house. He leapt into the carriage and it took off. She shouted out to Smith which way to go. She'd been to the club a few times. It was a gentlemen's-only club, normally, but an officer of the Navy could bring guests, and they did, normally not their wives. What do we do when we find him?
I have no idea, but we can't let him hurt anyone else. He did this to himself, so I have little sympathy.
She wondered if that was how he felt about her. In moments, they were before the club. It was a big white building, and again, the door was wide open. There should have been a man on it, checking coats. They walked in and heard yelling. 2 men ran towards the door and pushed past them. They walked in. As they looked, there was a large room, chairs and table, some booths. She looked. 1 man sat at a table. He'd been shot. His head was a mess of blood. He slumped forward. She turned and heard another shot.
Come back, sir. I want you to ask my income now.
They had their own guns out, but she was scared. John and Smith pushed her behind them, men, and they walked to the next room. It was near empty, a cards room. A man lay on the floor dead. The shooter looked up, his shotgun pointed.
Who are you two? It's members only.
She looked at him. His eyes were crazed. She remembered him, how rough and angry he was, how much she screamed at herself as she was with him, and what she said, very little to make him lose control. He was a dangerous man anyway. He couldn't see her. Smith and John blocked her from his view. He lowered his gun at them.
You'll die now.
She had an idea. He was obsessed with her. Maybe he'd listen to her now. She stepped from behind the men. He still had his gun raised, and he broke into a smile. It was huge and beaming.
Oh, darling, you're here. See what I've done? It's the ones that laughed at me dead. I am a man like you deserve.
I'm proud of you, but these men are my friends. I want you to let them go. He lowered his gun.
Of course, they aren't the ones.
He turned and started to walk from the room. Please, darling, you've done enough. I'm convinced. He looked at her and raised his gun.
You're not her. She wanted more from me.
He went to pull the trigger, but he collapsed to the ground with a cry and the sound of gunfire. Smith had shot him in the leg. He toppled down. The man ran to him and kicked the gun from his hands. Smith looked up.
He'll even survive for a few weeks.
What?
He'll hang for sure,
Was all John said. Smith began to tie the man up. He had him tied and ready, and John looked at him.
I suggest we leave. The police will figure it out. I have a bad feeling about the last man.
They went out to the carriage and got in. Lisa still had her gun and she was shaking. She sat across from John. He reached out and took her gun.
You did well. It was smart to try to tell him what to do.
Well, he was in love with me. I guess I just wasn't evil enough. They rode to the final address. It was quite a way out of the city, all the way into Shoreditch. Not a very nice area, but the house again was fine. He's bought in a cheap neighborhood and built well. John looked at her.
You can stay in here, if you like.
Maybe I can help. As they stepped out of the carriage, they heard another pulling up. She saw Genevieve and Macready jumped out.
Still alive?
Apparently.
Chapter 49. Genevieve. She arrived at the house of Michael Beevil, the last of the adulterous 3 men. As the carriage pulled up, she saw John and the rest of them were already here. They too had gone straight from the last house. She didn't know what they had been, though, but Lisa looked very shaken. This was all far from normal, but she was getting used to it. They went to the front door. Macready went to it and had it open in seconds. It swung wide open. They now had a small army of people. All the men had revolvers. The guns alone would get them years of hard labour, but what choice did they have? The house was the larger of the 2. She assumed they would have had servants, but none had appeared. They walked into the house. They looked around, going from room to room. This man had no children, but did have a wife. She turned to Lisa. Do we know what it told him?
I'm worried. I told him I couldn't be with him until he earned more money.
They heard a cry from upstairs and went up. In the bedroom, a woman sat on the floor. She had a bruise on her face and held her arm, as if it was broken. Mrs. Bevel.
Yes, who are you all?
Your husband. Where is he?
He's lost his mind. He was talking of money, and he took his grandfather's sword, how they had it all and he had none. He needed it, or she'd leave him.
He did this to you?
I tried to stop him.
Where would he go? Maybe a bank would be open, or theatres had a lot of money.
His brother's house. He was always saying of how much he hated his brother. He's older and got much money when his parents died.
They got the address from the woman. It was nearby, but in a much nicer part of town, near the river. They leapt into her carriage and drove there as quick as they could. She was still with Macready. These men had gone mad. She had tailored her suggestions to their weaknesses. It wasn't just kill them. It focused in on the one thing that filled them with jealousy and envy, rage. She grew it and gave it free rein. They drove for 2 miles and then pulled in front of the house. They pulled up and she ran to the front door. Macready bent down and pulled out his pick. He put it to the door, but it swung open before them. Laying on the floor, face down, was a butler. He was dead, and blood came from his chest. He'd been stabbed in the chest. She looked around. There weren't any more. The maids must have run off. They went upstairs, following sounds of yelling, and Macready led the way. They pushed into a vast library and drew weapons. The man sat at a desk. Next to him was the dead body of his brother. He'd had a sword sticking out from his chest. He looked up at them. He now had a revolver in his hand. Maybe the brothers. He spoke, not to Genevieve, but to Lisa.
Oh, darling, you've come. Look at what I've done. My brother is dead. Now I'll get it all. I'll inherit, and we can live together in a nice, fine house. It's everything we wanted.
Lisa walked out from behind the men.
I'm proud of you, sweetie. You're such a good man. But now let's leave. If the police come, it will all be lost.
He raised his gun.
I have enough bullets for them, witnesses.
No, darling, they are my helpers. Leave the gun. Let's you and me go to his bedroom, your brother's bed. Won't that be fun?
He smiled and put the gun down. He looked at his brother's dead body.
Ha ha, will you like that, you prude?
He walked from around the corner of the desk. Macready leapt at him with a cloth ready and shoved it hard against his face. The man dropped his gun and fell to the ground. He hit his head hard on the side of the desk as he toppled over. They were all in shock, but she was mad. This thing was causing so much mayhem and havoc, it was ripping a hole in people's lives. It was killing freely, and who knew what it would do next? She had to try to find it, and she knew she was probably the only one that could. She bent down to the man, and taking off her gloves, she put her hands against his, and she felt his memories of the last few days hit her. He was with Lisa. The joy he felt, a deep passion that was too deep, but the hatred for his brother, the jealousy, it had unlocked it in him. She saw him coming here with the sword, the pleasure and freedom he had found in killing them. He was broken now. He'd have to be locked up forever. He was changed deeply. She tried to find memories of the thing. It wasn't hard whenever he was happy. It was because she was there. She saw his joy when Lisa had appeared in the room, the love he felt, but a shred of confusion. She had never tried to get into what Sumin was thinking as they experienced something, feeling only but not thoughts. But he didn't think she saw them. Why has she changed again? He thought. She was then taken deep into another memory. It came to his door this morning. A different woman. She had kissed him deeply. And he knew. The control had grown stronger in her kiss. It was her spit, her substance that controlled them. She saw the vision of the woman, how she looked now, and she screamed in anger. She was the old black lady, the mistress of divination, so much for a month's hard labor. She was possessed now and under control, but she didn't fight. She's changed her body again. She's that African lady, the mistress of divination.
Then why did he listen to me?
He knew she could change and just thought she changed back to please him, reward him. You're the pretty one. We need to go. I need to find out her plans.
How can you do that?
I need to push my power harder. She was at his door this morning. Maybe I can get a look at her plans. Chapter 49. Genevieve. She rode with the society in 2 wagons to the house of the man, Bevel. She was getting worried. The thing had always been in the body of someone pretty. It was obsessed with its own looks, the power to seduce and control men. Why the change? It could surely still find plenty of people in London to take, but it had taken her, a well-known divination woman. It spoke of a plan. They arrived at the house and she stepped out. Now she wished she was on Laura's level. She could always get visions off places, but not her. She normally needed an object or a person. She went to the door of the house. She looked at it, a thick wooden thing, and placed her hand on it. The woman had touched it, knocked on it, and stood her speaking with the man, reinforcing her control. But why? She tried to contact with something, but nothing had happened here. There were no memories in this place, not a strong one. She knew a lot had happened. This place was built, people came and went, they felt things as they came in, even if it was just getting home and feeling trapped or happy. She prayed in her mind as she'd never done before. Please, Lord, make it stronger, I can take it, she thought. She pressed her hand on the door, still nothing. She turned back to them all. Anyone got any morphine? They shook their heads. Okay, all pray that my visions increase. I need them stronger. She knew Macready and Lisa hadn't prayed in years, but she also knew it would help. She pressed her hand to the door and tried to calm her thoughts. She felt like something broke in her mind. She didn't know if it was a control she'd always had, pushing them away always and now calling them, or her prayers had been answered. But she saw. The woman appeared before her and she saw her, felt her emotions, felt his happiness to see her. The kiss, she felt it all. She felt her thoughts and started to speak aloud. She came to recontrol him. It had been 3 days. He needed her body fluids, spit, blood. She needs it in him to control him. She felt her disdain at her body, but she needed it. She saw her plans. She would hold a private séance as this lady, and she would take control of them all. No, it was worse. She would call the others. There were many more demons than just her brother and her. She could find them and bring them all to bodies. She shuddered at the memory, and then was hit with another. The boredom of the man who brought the milk, day in and out, the wife coming and going, the man, a workman. She was crushed under the weight of the visions. More and more, she saw the house being built. The workman before, tree being cut down and cleared, and further back, a lone man exploring and marking the ground with a rope. He smiled. Enough! She cried and pushed it back. The visions started to fade away. She had gone deep but pulled herself back. She opened her eyes. Everyone was staring at her. We have a problem.
What's that?
She has taken our African woman because she can hold a séance. She intends to gather more of them. She knows a lot, by name. Other demons. They will come if she calls them. John shook his head and looked scared. She was as well. This was what one could do. What would they do if there was 10 or more?
We need help.
She climbed back in the carriage, trying not to see. All the people who had ridden in it, built it, made the steel. She'd opened the floodgates and out her head to her hands and prayed, it had better be worth it.
Chapter 50. Lord Suffolk. He was mad. He'd been through a lot in the last few days, and his friends had been through a lot more. The thing that made him so angry was the police. He went to their station in the city and barged his way in. He was alone. The other were at the house, licking their wound. He pushed into a meeting. The Captain Cranstons was there with 2 other men. Lord Suffolk, this is a private meeting, the man said. You released the woman. What about a month hard labour?
She paid a £10 fine instead, so we had no choice.
Nowhere in the legislation does it say, or a £10 fine, that was a bribe. Where is that money now? In your pocket?
How dare you, sir? I'm the captain of the Metropolitan Police. You can't speak to me like that, and I can...
That woman is dangerous, a true threat to London, and you've let her go.
Come now, a few rubes short of £1 isn't a great crime. You need to realise this is just fun for the people of London. And besides, I have a report that you and some armed men interrupted a private house of one Lady Sarah and threatened them. Should I search your property for illegal weapons, or should we let this rest?
He knew he was also playing fast and loose with the law, but he wasn't a police captain. Good luck keeping your job. I'll be doing everything I can to have you removed.
You may be a lord, but as far as I know, they don't create laws.
No. He stormed out of the office. He was so sick of all these idiots surrounding him, but in a way, the man was right. He had been quite happy for most of his life to live off the family wealth and coast through life. He was a QC, But that was more because he went to Oxford and had a good name. He was good in court, getting people to see his way, but he had been happy enough for others to run the ship. Now he didn't know. They were streaming people off a cliff for greed. He'd let her go for a measly £10, and she was a very dangerous woman, yet to Cranston and the rest of the Met, just a common charlatan. He stepped into his carriage, and it took off towards his house. He was worried and worried because he didn't know if he was up to this challenge. He'd lived with Genevieve, that he wanted her around for protection, but for his. Yet it was true. He hid behind her. He hid behind Macready and the rest of their little society. He gave them a place to stay, but they were protecting him. He didn't think he could handle this madness on his own. He had to do something. On one hand, he had young Genevieve. She was facing the forces of darkness, near alone. He rode with her, had a man guard her, but was not doing near enough. He called out to his driver, "Westminster, Parliament House." The carriage turned around and started to drive. He went toward Parliament House. He looked at the watch in his pocket. It read 4 o'clock. They'd be finished by now. He got out of his carriage, and instead of going to the Parliament, she walked 2 streets away. There, on Bond Street, was a tall white building. A footman stood before it. A little sign on it read, "London Club." It wasn't an open club, but for Oxford and Eton lads, he'd read law at Oxford, and hopefully the man he wanted was in. He went to the door. The man just nodded. He knew him. John was in the House of Lords, obviously. He'd taken his seat when his father had died 5 years ago. But as the captain said, Lords don't make laws. That was true. They just amended them, and he had little power. He walked in and looked around. There were a lot of men for 4. Most of them were parliamentarians. They had lunch at 2 and just stayed. You could also take rooms, which many did, as their home counties were miles away. He looked around and saw his man. He walked up to him. "Willie, good to see you," he said, and sat down. Willie was William Gladstone, MP and son of the current Prime Minister. A nice young man. They had gone to Oxford around the same time. Well, he was few years above John, but they knew each other. John was a well-known member of the rowing club.
"Hello, John. Been a while. I heard you were off work."
"Just had some things to sort out. Why I am here. I was wondering, what would it take for me to get elected, the House of Commons?" He laughed.
"Not much, given your family owns half of Suffolk. Or rather you do now, but why would you want to do that? It's not good."
"But you get things done. Make laws, change things."
"Rarely, even Dad. He writes a bit of law, and by the time it has passed through you lot, it's a shade of what was intended. Everyone has tacked on a bonus for their county or something to water it down."
"I want to help. We need to change things."
"What specifically? Maybe I can co-sponsor something."
"Stricter laws for people who practice palmistry, fortune-telling, fines for people who hold them at their homes."
"No way. The thing is, John, all the men in the house are married, and this holding a séance thing is popular, very popular. As you know, I'm a Christian, and so is everyone else, but this spiritualism is getting very popular."
"How can we stop it?"
"One thing I learned in Oxford, and I'm sure you did as well, was much more is done in clubs like this than anywhere else. Laws don't help as much as they should, but opinion, people not saying to seem unpopular and unfashionable. I'll tell you, friend, everyone is talking about a séance at Lady Sarah's, where you burst in and called them all idiots. Now what reaction do you think they had to that?"
"They think I'm the idiot."
"Not at all. People are saying you're part of a secret group, a group that fights against spiritualism, and they all think it's very exciting and interesting. Lady Sarah has stopped her nights, and do you want to know what else I've heard?"
"What?"
"That you're running a home and training girls and others to fight, and that if they do a séance you might show up with guns and social ostracism."
"And that's good?"
"John, it's very good. People are bored and you're rich and dangerous. Start a society, recruit bored men and women, then you can change opinion, rather than law, and that's much more powerful."
Really?
You're well respected, and now this Lady Sarah doesn't hold nights? She's too embarrassed. But yes, think about it. Start a group, a club, a society, and I think you'll get lots of people to join, and not just no ones, I mean proper gentlemen with names and influence.
Thanks, Willie. You want to join?
Sure, just think of a good name for it. I always wanted to join a secret society, I mean a decent one. Not this Oxford paddle on the ass stuff.
Chapter 51. Genevieve. She spent the next 2 days training a lot. She worked with Macready in fighting and was bruised and beaten at the end of every day. Yet she liked it. She felt good to reconnect with her own body. It forced the visions down a bit. They were still stronger than ever. They worked on the same things again and again, but she understood it had to be instinct. The throat, always the throat, but she could headbutt and even had bites when the grab was high enough. She trained with him dodging punches when she saw Lisa stood nearby. She signalled Macready to stop. "You keen to learn, Lady Lisa?"
Lady, but no, I'm happy with my gin.
She stood with John, sipping and watching them. She went to Macready and whispered in his ear, "Challenge John. We need to give him and Lisa a hand." Macready laughed. She stepped away. He spoke.
My lord, I remember you saying you could box but never proved it.
John shook his head.
I will when I need to.
She was near Lisa now. A gentleman wouldn't be afraid to show his skills.
I never said that, but fine.
He took off his jacket and stood before Macready. She looked at him and winked.
Sir, surely your shirt will get bloody.
I doubt it, sir, but it might get your blood on it.
He unbuttoned his shirt and took it off. She giggled to herself. Lisa looked in some awe. He was fit, well-toned and lean. She knew he was a fighter. She'd seen his memories, many matches and fights. He wasn't lying. He knew John liked Lisa and she liked him, but a little more now perhaps. He looked good. Macready didn't block, he just fired a straight punch at John's face. He got his hands up and blocked it. Taking the hit, he jabbed back twice, moving his feet. Macready got one in their jaw and looked shocked. John laughed. "Guard up, man." He jabbed again hard and Macready grabbed his hand, pulled him close and tried to elbow him, but John leapt back. "I forgot you fought dirty." Macready jabbed again, and John dodged it and then kicked the man in the leg. Macready dodged it, but laughed. He then leapt at him. They wrestled to the ground. She saw Macready had him. Around the neck, she saw Macready's eyes, and she shook her head. He dropped his grip and John had his in a second. He got his arm behind his back. She knew Macready could take it, but he tapped the ground. John stood. "Ha ha, Oxford wins." She watched as he went inside with Lisa. Putting his shirt back on, she slipped her arm in his. Macready stood.
He's not too bad, not as good as me, but okay.
"Thank you."
What was that about?
She loves him, but I find a way to touch her every day. Lately she's begun to doubt why. She thinks maybe it's just the house, the grounds. A little lust will help.
Help what?
My master plan.
Cupid, let's get back to it.
They fought or sparred for another hour. She also needed time to think, and that was the best time. She worked her body and let her mind think of the creature and what it had planned. She tried to push her fear away and focus. Her mind kept returning to a question, and that was why her. It would surely be easier for God to send an angel down. It could smite her in her sleep. But now it was up to her ragtag society of friends. In a way, she felt like humans had caused this issue and they had to deal with it. She went inside. Lisa sat on the couch. She was still in her training dress. The men made her wear the hugest dress to get used to it.
Your face is bleeding.
I need to learn to get hit without flinching.
You're a strange girl,
Lisa said with a laugh. It's a strange life. Where is John?
A quick wash.
She saw her face. Lust. Good. Lisa sat at a low table. Before her was a vast array of paper, newspapers, handwritten notes and bills for shows and performances.
I'm seeing where our lovely lady might strike.
They had all been working. The idea was she was going to hold a large séance, so they were searching the theatre's shows and which private homes Lisa knew did it. Find anything?
Well, I've spent the last few days pretending I haven't changed, going to old friends' apartments, drinking gin and finding out the news. It seems Miss Sarah Saunders is having another one of those Wednesday night. She was the good friend who led me into my horrors. Also Rebecca Jensen, having a palmistry night. Probably not that one.
You think it could be Sarah's?
I kind of doubt it, as it would be an easy guess.
What else then? She asked. She looked at the newspaper ads and handbills.
There are two I think it could be. They have been posted in just the last few days, since I think she has just decided to do this. It wasn't her master plan. It's a child's angry action. We have one a German lady called Mistress Midnight. She is doing her thing at the Grand Hotel. And then there is a bloke called the Man of Mystery, and he's doing a summoning at some theater in Cheapside.
Why is this all so popular? I thought there were laws against it.
I think they get away with it on stage. Just say it's a performance like a play. But I'm leaning towards Mistress Midnight.
Any reasons?
She's a woman. She's attractive and doing lots of research on her. She performed with the Mistress of Divination a few years ago.
So they know each other?
They do. So I guess our woman could have easily come to visit her and then get inside her. Maybe she said she'd do a private showing for her, or maybe she will be a guest at her event. But this Midnight is hot. I'd be happy to have her body, so it's probably in her.
Thanks for doing all this work, Lisa.
I need something to do. I can't go home until this woman is sent back to hell, so I may as well help.
So it's Friday. That's in 3 days.
Yes, and the Grand. That's a big hotel. They have a large stage area at the back. I've been to it. It can hold around 200 people.
She was scared now. She, like Lisa, had viewed this attack as an angry tantrum by the thing. She was trying to get a handful more to really hurt them. But if she was trying to call hundreds of them into bodies, that was end of the world stuff. Surely it wouldn't be just her fighting. It wasn't end of times. It wasn't the second coming. It was just one evil being trying to hurt mankind. John walked into the room. He had Macready with him. He also had been busy in the last few days, doing who knew what, but meeting many men in little rooms and going to many gentlemen's clubs and talking to others like him for hours. So we think we know where she's going.
We think maybe the Grand on Friday, Mistress Midnight.
Should we investigate her? We don't want to get this wrong.
We should, and I need to talk to Johansson. I'm afraid this might be bigger than us, a lot bigger.
Chapter 52. Lisa. Now they had agreed the Mistress of Midnight was their target. They all separated, to different places to research and follow people. Macready and Smith were on her tail, watching her, seeing if she did have contact with their friend, or had been taken by her. John was going with Genevieve to see the Master of Mystery in a Cheapside theater, and that meant that Lisa was going to her old friend's, Sarah's house once again. She was driven up to the apartment by one of John's footmen, and she stepped out. She was well dressed, had a little bonnet with 2 birds and a flower. Lisa was fashionable, and she had to try. In her bag, she had a pistol, some chlorophyll and rag, and some handcuffs. She could have laughed at how different she was in just a few days. In truth, she was mad at Sarah. Mad. It had been here that the thing had taken her. She didn't know how deep she was in it, or at all. Maybe she should have brought some backup. Sarah's apartment was very nice. She lived in one of those white stone one in St. James. It was nice, but she was a 35-year-old widow and had been left a fortune by her husband and the property. She wanted revenge and knew she'd be the one sent there, so 2 days ago she'd spoken to Macready and gotten his 2 weapons. They were heroin and haddock. He'd given her a gram of brown powder which, if found, would get her hung or transported for 8 years. The other would make her apartment smell and make her social status crash. She wanted revenge on her old friend, but also she was trying to be a better person, or thought she should be trying. Lisa knocked at the door and was greeted by Sarah herself. She liked to be informal and thought she was a live wire. She had bright red hair and was loud, pretty, but talked a lot. Lisa hadn't seen her since. Her rescue by Genevieve.
Hello, friend, long time. It's been weeks. You missed the session last week.
I was possessed by a demon.
Oh, I understand. That time was it. Okay, come in. We have some good guests. A nice young officer, both the Navy, Roger Drummond, single.
She walked in and was handed a glass of gin that rested on a table nearby. She had been to her home many times before, but it felt different. Maybe because she didn't view anything like this as harmless fun anymore. Sarah's bookcase was filled with books on palmistry, card reading, and astrology. She was the classic merry widow, rich idle and looking to the unknown for something to do. She should have just drunk a bit too much like everyone else. Her side tables and the wall had hangings that she had thought quaint, now she hated. She even had some statue of some Haiti god thing. Creepy now. She was led into the parlor, where the action was normally. Lisa looked around. There were around 5 women, most she knew, the young officer and 2 other men she didn't know. In a way she understood as well. Most of these women were like her, the professional mistresses, and these men were married, except for the officer, which was why she said he was single. It was a fine way to meet other people without prying eyes. Sarah came up to her.
I've heard rumors about you, my girl. You've been busy, seen with both Damian Grayson and Jeffroy Kelly,
she said with a laugh. Lisa wanted to pull her hair or slap her face. Yes, she'd been with them. She could still see it, all because she was friends with this idiot woman. Mistakes both. I have thought I need to change my ways.
Yes, it didn't sound like you. You're normally much pickier, but go talk with Roger. I've said how charming you are,
she said, and walked off. Lisa went up to the man Roger. He was a young Navy officer, probably friends of some of the men killed in the club just a few days ago. Hello, I'm Lisa Walker, she said with a nod. He smiled back, clearly not that happy to there.
Roger Drummond.
Where would you rather be?
Anywhere. Present company excluded. I don't really go in for all this mumbo-jumbo or appreciate the company of those that do.
I hear that it's just an excuse for people to flirt behind closed doors. You here with him. She motioned to a man who was clearly his superior, had a fine uniform and was laughing loudly, drinking with some lady she knew was quite jovial.
Very true. You don't like this kind of thing either.
It's not because I don't believe. I believe too much, and it's all very dangerous.
Well, I know breaking the law for personal fun is never good, and she certainly has some very illegal items here.
Like what? Lisa asked. She knew Sarah had some books she hadn't shown her. She was interested. How had she summoned that thing if she had?
Books in her room, she mentioned. She mentioned some in Latin I could look at.
You read Latin?
Sure do.
Sarah led everyone to the table and she drew out a Ouija board. She'd seen one before. It had letters all over it and people held hands over it. They hadn't used it before. Last time, she just called to something and it came. How had she done it? The women weren't there. She thought of what they had done. She was an idiot. She had read from a book. She said it was some kind of blessing. They began to seat. She sat down as well. Everyone put their hands to the middle of the table, placing them on the wood. Tonight we seek to contact the departed, but before we do a blessing. Now Lisa remembered. She always did this. That was why she never thought about it. Her friend was a weirdo. She didn't really believe in a thing. One week it was the Bible, one a Quran, one some pagan thing. She read out a blessing of the new age, earth and wind, something. Their hands all started to spell something. It went slowly to D, then E and spelt out Dennis. Sarah's dead husband, of course. Then it went through, I love you, I miss you. She had to try not to laugh. She was nothing. The mistress of divination had the demons. Sarah was just a rich fool. She thought about what they did, just looked at some playing cards, then candle flames. She'd seen something. Jessie and she'd been asked to accept her. They had a few more people spelling out things. She could see the people pushing it, lonely people getting messages from Granny. Lisa went into the next room and saw Roger sitting down near a couch. She sat next to him, gin in hand. So you're a good person.
Sometimes.
Sarah isn't my friend. She really hurt me. In my bag, I have a dose of heroin. I can hide and have her transported, or I have a fish that could rot and smell out her seances. I have no idea which to choose. He looked at her. Yes, you do. I can't do the heroin, she's a bitch, but the fish seems weak.
It is.
Ideas?
Well, I'm Navy and we get a lot of shit from our fellows. I don't like a lot of my other officers and sometimes they need a good thrashing.
You want to get revenge.
What is the thing people like the most about her?
Her money.
You place an ad in the paper, not a London paper, but one that a lot of people read, like the Winchester Chronicle. You put an ad from Mrs. J. Distess asking for the discreet services of a lawyer and put her address.
Lisa laughed. Would that work?
People will hear, and they will say she's broke and you, sweet lady, won't have to do anything very bad. The drugs isn't you.
It was, Lisa said. She would have done it. She was so mad at Sarah. She had helped make her a whore, but he was right. I don't think I'll even do that.
So, the plan is?
Forgive her.
That is very weak, but you want to come home, I can cheer you up.
She patted his knee and stood up. I have places to be. Sorry, James.
Chapter 53. Macready. He watched the Mistress of Midnight for the next 2 days, and without powers he was convinced she was now the creature. It was easy if you knew what to look for. He'd found her easy enough. He'd gone to the theatre and simply said he had a delivery for her. They gave them her address. She was in London for a few weeks doing shows. She was German. The house was a hotel, and it was easy to keep track of her. She stayed in the hotel during the days and nights. He stayed at the bar mostly and watched her. The Mistress of Midnight was very attractive. Long, flowing dress, low cut and blonde hair. She sat drinking and entertaining men. He'd seen her take 2 up to her rooms, 1 per night. He knew they would be problems to deal with and marked their faces. They would be under control. Also, while she drank alcohol, it didn't seem to affect her. She normally had around 6, 7 a night, but wasn't shaking on her feet. She also didn't drink gin, but wine, which he'd be told to watch for. He knew she had seen his face, but wasn't worried about her recognizing him. He was easy to forget. Macready sat at the bar, watching her. He knew it was here and her show was tomorrow, but he wanted to make sure she didn't pull something before that. As he sat, he looked over at her again. She caught his eye and with a single finger waved him over. He'd been here 3 nights in a row now. He had a gun in his waistband and walked over to her. She patted the seat next to her.
Why do you watch me?
She didn't have a German accent, just cold and flat. No real accent, it was her. He was worried now, he was afraid he'd blown it. She had recognized him.
Every night you watch me.
I've been staying here as well, and you're pretty, well, amazing, really. He knew she was vain in the extreme. Maybe this would help. She smiled at him.
Well, do go on. Really do.
You have a perfect face and body and look like an angel. She laughed.
That was the right thing to say, so man. Are you married?
He knew what this was. He was far from handsome. Just looked like what he was, a 30-year-old Irish killer. Married me. Not really.
Not really?
Well, my wife died last year. I know who you are, Mistress of Midnight. I want to come to your show. I have a ticket. Hopefully I can talk to her. She relaxed. He'd taken himself of her plate as a meal, and now he was a rube and could be used. She touched his hand.
You will, friend, you will.
She turned back to her wine and had a draught. He stood to leave, knowing this was a good chance to escape. He turned back. Maybe he could get something she could use. He looked at in the eyes. Mistress, I just have one worry. She was bored now but answered that.
Yes?
I've been to these before and the person only let a few people contact their people, 1 or 2. Can I be sure to talk to her?
Oh yes, friend. Don't fear. Anyone who wants contact will have it. You'll see.
He patted her hand. Thank you. He walked out of the bar. She'd have to leave here now. Staying was too risky. He thought of her words. Anyone who wants it, she'd ask them all. Lisa said the hall held over 200 people. This was fast turning into an end-of-the-world type deal. It wasn't one evil thing he could try convincing himself was just a fluke. This was an army of demons, and they were 5 people. A girl, a mistress, a toff and 2 hired guns versus the forces of darkness. The world was screwed. He walked out the front and got in his carriage. He had to talk to them all.
Chapter 54. Genevieve. She rode by herself to Mr. Johansson's house. Everyone else was getting ready, meeting with people, planning, spying on people. John had often made jokes that they were some form of society, a secret club, but she felt that now they truly were. They were a very odd club, but she was glad at least she had some people to help her, but she needed more. In a way, she felt her role was done. She'd been the one to gather information, she knew of what was going to happen, but surely it wouldn't be up to her and a handful of assorted others to save London. The carriage pulled to the front of his small cottage. The young boy sat out the front at a small wall. He waved to her as she got out. "He's expecting you." She walked into the cottage. Johansson was fussing over his fire, viewing some tea.
Hello, Genevieve, I've been dreaming about you.
Really?
Really, or rather dreaming about what is to be faced. I still have some contacts as well. A lot of people are scared, having dreams of dark things that are coming.
That's why I'm here. I need help.
Possibly tell me what's happening.
This female demon, she has taken the form of a spiritualism performer. Tomorrow night she's having a summoning show. She claims to contact the departed spirits of loved one, so she will have near on 200 people willing to take something into them, and I'm scared shitless. It will mean 200 demons will be here in London, in forms. He laughed.
Good grief, you must be terrified.
I am, and I don't think it's a laughing matter. Why doesn't God do something?
He will, Genevieve, he will. But he will do it his way. Now, this woman, she's clearly something else. She's not a soldier. She must be a general or a captain of some kind.
What, they have military structure?
Of course, the angels were the army of God. The fallen ones still follow the same structure. They are proud of their positions. She couldn't gather this many of her fellows without some command. Not all demons want to kill. Some want to torment, to tempt, to sin in another way. They have things they like, and many of them don't want to stick their heads up like this. They want to stay on earth, causing grief for as long as they can.
Make hay while the sun shines.
Exactly.
She is the one. Get her out and we'll be safe. She's called her troops. She needs to be stopped. I am aware, but I need help. It can't just be me and my handful of friends. Most of them aren't even Christians. He smiled.
He will help, Genevieve. Have faith. Now with the Legion, you need to stop them before they get into those idiots. We can't have a host of them running around London. Your plan needs to be to stop them before they take them. Even if I come and I gather everyone I know, we can't exorcise 200 souls. Not if they want to be taken.
You'll come.
I'm old, Genevieve. I can't even walk properly. I can't come with you, but I will pray for you.
She had to try not to lose it. She was getting mad at this old man. He'd told her of these things, given her a few weapons to fight them, but essential, she felt alone. Where were his angels? She had to try to fight this with just a handful of sinners and Irish soldiers to help. Give me those books, the Key of Solomon. Maybe I can control her. Stop all of this now. I have the power. If I'm alone in this, give them to me.
Oh, Genevieve, you're not alone. You have your gifts. You have His grace. He is with you. I'm not going to give you the books who they were written by, if not the demons themselves. They will only lead you into a worse situation.
Why would a demon write a book on how to control it?
To tempt, to taint. Once you had it under your control, what would you do? Let it kill sinners, fight for you. Evil is corrupting.
She stood. So you won't help me.
It's not me who can help you. I'm just a man. And my part in this is done. Place your faith in God and He will come when you need Him. I know this is hard, Genevieve. You're just a girl, you think, but have faith. You are not alone.
She stormed out of his cabin and leapt into the carriage. The whole thing just made her so mad. Why was she the one who had to do this? In all God's power and grace, why couldn't he help? Why wouldn't he help? She closed her eyes and prayed. It was an angry prayer, like her calls to take the cursed visions away when she was young. Why won't you help? Do you want this to happen? Why do you forsake us all? What am I supposed to do? The wagon carried her back to John's house. They had one day, and the mistress would have her show. She closed her eyes and thought of his words, "Stop her before she calls them." That at least was one good idea. The carriage pulled to the front of the house. She got out and walked in. She was still mad, but looked at her group. Macready, John, Lisa, and Jones. John spoke.
Any help?
She could cry, it was them, but she'd try her best or die fighting. Macready, what scares English people the most?
The Irish Republican Brotherhood, though they haven't been active for 5 years.
Time, they reappeared. Can you get an Irish flag?
I have one on my wall. Who are you talking to? Chapter 55. Macready. He woke in the morning. He'd spent the night at John's house. They had all stayed up late, talking about their plan. It was a big thing, with lots of moving parts, but he liked it. Once he woke, he wandered the house. She had skipped her training, and as he walked past her bedroom door, he heard her crying. He knew what they faced was big and strange, but he thought of her as so brave, strong. He knocked, and she opened the door, tear-streaked face. "What's wrong?"
I'm scared, James. The main thing is that I can call on the power of God to expel this thing. I must believe so strongly, but how can I believe when he's abandoned us?
But you've done it before, and it's demons. If demons are real, how can God not be?
It's not that I don't believe he is real. Maybe I'm just asking why he's not helping us.
He knew her doubts were just because she saw herself as different than she really was. In his eyes, she was amazing. She was the thing sent to stop them, and it was good and powerful. To her eyes, she was just a scared girl, and they were just some random people dragged into this. She had no idea how special she was. He knew he loved her, in a way, the way of hoping he'd live up to the high bar she set for people and wanting nothing more from her. "Should I pray with you?" She laughed.
You don't pray.
"I've always believed, Genevieve, now more than ever, and not because of them, but because of us. You've turned from a lost girl into a true woman. Lisa is happy, John is driven, and is friends with the lower rank. I wake up not hating myself, and Smith has something he believes in. I know you feel like we've been abandoned, but we haven't. We have each other, and when the time comes, you'll see that is more than enough." She hugged him.
Okay, let's pray.
It was good. He felt her beginning to accept that maybe they hadn't been forsaken. He left her feeling better. She had the hardest job. His would be fun. He rode in a carriage to the show. It started in less than an hour. He liked her plan. What Irish son wouldn't love it? The English were scared shitless of the IRB, and they should be. They had bombed Clerkenwell Prison a few years back, and were always causing trouble after their failed uprising. He looked like one, or would. He walked up to the door of the show. The Grand Hotel was a fine thing, well built and expensive. He played the £1 entry for himself and Smith, with money from John, and walked into the show. He looked around. Already the room was filled with people, fine-looking gentlemen into booths at the front, middle class on chairs and tables in the middle, and all the poor at the back. He'd paid for a front row seat. He wanted them all to be able to run out the back easily. Timing was everything. They didn't want her to escape, but didn't want their hands to be shown too early. He slid into the seat at the front, and Smith slid in next to him. So when she gets into it, starts to ask people to accept something, that's when we strike.
Guns in the air, firing and waving a flag, but no killing.
There are at least 2 men who will try stop us. We try to get on stage and force her down. But this won't end well, friend. I mean, claiming to be IRB. We're not likely to survive this. The peelers will shoot on sight.
I had a feeling it would end like this. At least it will be fun.
Good man, but if the bullets start coming back to us, I want you to run. Bryony is waiting and I can handle these rats. The room started to fill up with people. and he considered his bag. It was loaded with his weapons and the flag. He remembered the two men and could mark them. He was sure they would be a problem. They'd get the cattle running, then storm the stage, but killing her wouldn't do any good. They had to get Genevieve a chance to exercise it. He looked back through the gathered people. He saw Lisa sitting near the door. She winked at him. The place had filled right up now, and the lights in the hall dimmed, some lanterns covered as he watched. She came out onto the stage. The audience stood and clapped for her. The mistress of midnight, he'd seen her before, but not like this. She wore a long black robe. On her head she wore a wreath, made of vines and thorns. Her hands dripped with what looked like blood. The politest people clapped. It was all fun for them. She spoke. Her words echoed across the gathered crowd.
Tonight, we seek to contact the lost, those departed and gone. We will call to them and ask them to join with you. It can be frightening, but I ask you to be brave. You will see your loved one and ask them into you. This way you can share with them the message of love and hope they have.
So many faces looked so hopefully. He knew everyone here had lost someone. A wife, a child, a parent. There wasn't a person in the world who hadn't lost someone. They all wanted to make some contact.
Below you seat, you will find a mirror. Blessed they are. Take them now, and look over your left shoulder.
He bent down as everyone did and held the mirror shard. It was cut well, and he held it to look over his shoulder. He saw nothing, but the man behind him. She closed her eyes on the stage.
Come now, come my legion, the lost, the forgotten, the cast down and forsaken. Come and share with these people. Join with them. I command you.
Macready was scared now. As he looked, the mirror darkened. Behind him he could see a shape growing. It glowed like a white light, and then he started to make something out. He thought he could see his wife. She'd died of consumption when he was in New Zealand. Next to him he heard Smith gasp. He saw something too. With great effort, Macready put down the mirror, and reaching into his bag, he took his rifle and passed one to Smith. He shook his head.
I saw my father.
It's lies, it's not him, now get ready. Now stage, she yelled out to the crowd, her hand high.
Now we must accept them. Let them in.
He drew his rifle and stood up. He fired a shot into the roof. Smith was up as well and fired, the shots echoing through the now silent hall. In the name of the IRB, all you English dogs are going to die. He just hoped Genevieve was in position.
Chapter 56, Genevieve. She went to the event with John. The others had their own missions and things they needed to do. She rode in the carriage with him as they rolled towards the Grand Hotel. The show was about an hour to go. They didn't want to be late. They had spent the last night making final plans. She was feeling better after her words with Macready. John looked at her and smiled. He had a revolver in his lap. You've been busy the last few days. True, if we survive this, I want some friends to help. The police, the courts. I've been busy exercising my influence. Aren't you scared?
Of course I'm scared. I'm mostly scared that I'll fail my city and my new friends, but I'm less scared of what we face. I studied history, you know, at Oxford, and period we studied was the Mongolian conquest, 12th century. Genghis, their leader, killed over 20 million people. Was that demons? No, it was one man who wanted expansion. In our time, we had Napoleon not that long ago. The Spanish, us. Everyone causes so much grief to our fellows. I think if we fail tonight, London will suffer, but the world has been suffering for a long time, with or without demons.
She knew it was different, though. Men hurt each other, though misguided emotions and ideas. Demons would hurt to hurt. Still, she saw this potion.
Also, from my selfish point of view, I've already won.
How's that?
When my father died 5 years ago, I received his place in the House of Lords, his lands and title. I was always a failure in his eyes. I drank, was idle, didn't go to church, took a lover, played cards. He thought I was a failure. He told me so on his deathbed. He at least would be pleased with me now.
It's hard to think of you like that. You've helped me and everyone so much.
Then one good thing about people of my class is we have big houses.
They had arrived at the theatre. The driver took them around the back. It was a large place and they had to be quick. They could have tried to get her before she went on stage, but that wasn't the plan. They wanted her distracted. She stepped out and they went to the stage door. A man stood before it. She went first and grabbed his hand. "Hello, friend. I'm Genevieve." She felt his memory, just a worker at the theatre. He'd seen the lady, but that was all. "No entry, folks. The lady is about to go on stage." John went into his pocket and pulled out a £1 note. "She's a friend."
Well, Victoria is my friend. Go on in.
He opened the door and they walked in. That was easy. She looked up the hallway. There was a big room to the side, and at the end of the hall, a curtain, clearly to the stage. She would be in her changing room now. She looked around. The hallway was full of racks of clothes, chests and things.
So we hide like common criminals.
Indeed. She stepped into a rack of clothes, and John crouched down behind a chest. He had his revolver in his hand. They knew from Macready at least 2 men had fallen under her thrall, and they would fight. She waited until she heard a chink of bells. That meant it had started. She looked up and saw her. The woman was at the end of the hall. She had a long black dress and walked onto the stage through the curtains, to applause. It was only now she heard the size of the crowd. 2 men stood at the curtain and watched her go on stage. She heard the applause die and the woman start to speak. She knew she wouldn't waste time. The 2 men watched her in rapt attention, and John stood out. They were quite a way back. "Hello, gents." The 2 men turned. They didn't ever talk. "No, who are you?" Both had pipes in their hands and ran towards them as fast as they could. They ran down the hallway. As one passed her as he looked back, she slipped her foot out. She tripped over it and hit the ground hard. John had lowered his revolver, and as the man reached him, the pipe down at his head. No hesitation, hard and killing speed. John leapt to the side and hit him hard. In the face with his gun, he staggered. Down John cracked him once more with the butt. He fell hard. The other man was getting up. John pointed the pistol at him. "Calm down," he said, but the man just hit out at him. John jumped back and she lashed out. She was behind him and kicked the back of his knees. He feels down and John punched him in the face. Hard, he too toppled to the floor. As she looked up, she heard a gunshot and then another. She heard Macready yelling about IRB. She turned to the stage. John yelled,
"I'll cuff them and come."
She ran up the hall to the curtain.
Chapter 57. Lisa. She thought she had the easiest job, but that was okay with her. Of all of them, she had the least training and was of the least use in a fight. She sat in her seat and, following the directions of the lady, she took her mirror and looked. That was the true point when she was scared. She almost wet her pants. The thing she saw wasn't like Jessie. It didn't even hide. She had no idea why. Maybe because of what she'd been through. She could see them now. It looked like a demon in a storybook. A truly twisted monster, dark and evil. She put the mirror down and looked. All around, people were in awe. She saw them looking in their mirrors, some crying, some saying names. They saw the dream, the lost loved one. It was awful. She felt sorry for them, but soon these sad fools would be heartless killers. As she looked, Macready stood up. He fired a rifle he had into the ceiling. Smith did the same. She saw he was smiling, but he yelled something about the IRB and death to the English. It changed the mood of the assembled people. She saw a jolt of fear. Some people stood and ran, but only a few. She knew people, even scared. They needed help. She did what she was told. She stood and screamed, high and pathetic. "The Irish Republican Brotherhood, they'll kill us all, run!" She went to the massive double doors and shoved them open wide. She held it back, and as she did, she saw the people start to run past, gentlemen and ladies stampeding. Some were knocked over, but they helped each other in true English fashion. The lady on stage looked mad and she screamed, "Kill them!" She didn't know who to, but Macready was already jumping on stage. She turned back and guided the people out, urging them to run, and they did, leaving the theater empty in just minutes. Macready fired his shots and screamed. There was a man who worked at the theater staring at him, so he fired at him. The shot was wide, of course, but it hit the wall next to him, and that made him run. He heard Lisa behind them yelling and turning. He saw the people starting to turn. He and Smith ran up the hall, pointing guns at people. One man was cowering in fear. Macready helped him up.
Run or die, you idiot.
The man started to run to the door. He fired again into the roof. It was now an empty room. Mirrors had fallen all around. She knew those things were still all around, but couldn't do anything. He leapt up onto the stage. As he did, he saw Genevieve. She had run from the back. He smiled. It was going to work. The lady yelled, "Kill them!" And he saw 2 men run out from the darkness. He didn't falter as the first came. He hit him in the face with the butt of his gun. It was hard, but bad luck.
She ran out from the back of the stage. Macready was on stage and Lisa was helping people out, with Smith running to lock the door. She looked at the woman, who turned to her. She yelled, "Kill them!" And she saw 2 men running at them. Macready stepped in to fight them. The mistress looked at her.
You, child, will die.
"Where is your army general? It looks like you blew it."
It will only take one of me to kill you.
She grabbed her throat in a second. She spun her body and brought her elbow down onto her arm. She heard a crack. Her arm snapped, broken. She staggered back and smiled.
Nothing.
She reached out with one hand and pressed it to her head. She felt a flood of memories, not her power, but being pushed by this demon creature. She saw all the people it had killed. It had been active for thousands of years. She saw its darkness. Why she raised against God and joined Lucifer's dark army. She saw the pain she'd cause. She brought it down on her like a hammer, trying to break her. She smashed her hand away. "Weak, try Bedlam." She yelled and shoved her back. The creature drew a revolver with her good arm.
Okay, the new way.
She pointed it at her. "Now you die," she said. She pulled the trigger, but she was shoved back. Macready stood in front of her. The bullet had gone into him. His body jolted. He grabbed the lady's gun hand and she smiled again.
Still 5 bullets. More than enough.
She was behind him and heard him laugh. "You talk too much," Macready said. She almost cried as she saw with his own hand. Macready fired the gun. He pressed her trigger again and again. The bullets came out and hit him in the chest. He smiled at her as he pressed it 5 times, leaving it empty. He dropped to the floor in front of her. The woman backed up. As she did, John jumped to the stage, gun in hand, blood on his face. Smith and Lisa were advancing on the stage. All guns were drawn. The lady stepped back and she saw the shadow try to leave her. She spoke aloud. "Please, Lord, keep her inside." The woman shuddered and the spirit stayed in the body. John and Smith grabbed her. John put his knee into her back as well. She put her hand on her head. She thought of the word of the exorcism and faltered. She'd said to Macready, would it work? Were her doubts too strong? But she looked at them all. They had done so much. God was with them. There was no doubt. She'd asked him to stop this creature, and he had. She realized it wasn't pride. It was true faith in him working through her. She had faith that he would make her stronger, that he would help them win. She put her hand on the lady's head. "In the name of Jesus."
Stop.
"What?"
Don't do it, please.
"Please. You want mercy, do you?"
Think of it. I'm a general. I control the Legion. Thousands of us. I could be your tools. You could tell me to take them all out of England to do anything. I will be your tool, and so will they. You could rule. We could do anything you ask us to. We could stop all crime. Be yours to control, it said.
She thought of Johansson, the tricks. She shook her head. "Do you know why I will say no?"
Why?
"Because it's tempting." She placed her hand on its head and cried out, "In the name of Christ, I expel this demon. Get to hell and suffer there." The woman's body shook and then went limp. She stepped back. As she did, she saw a black shade leave from it and fade away. As it did, she turned, amount the seats and the empty theatre. She heard a horrible shrieking. It was like hundreds of demons screaming and crying out.
She turned to the empty theater, empty seats. "In the name of Jesus, the risen Lord, reveals yourselves, demons," she cried. In a way she wished she hadn't. She saw them all, hundreds and hundreds of them, dark and twisted. They all looked different, as if each one was someone else's nightmare, but demons all. "Get out of London!" she yelled. She watched as they faded from her vision. A day, a week, it would be good. She tuned to Macready. The others were around him, and John had his head. Amazingly, he was still alive. His body was surrounded by his blood. He'd taken 6 bullets point blank. He looked up at she. "We won?" "We did, my friend. I was asking why didn't God send someone to help, but he did. He sent you." She saw the soldier cry. "I was thinking the same thing. Good work on that arm. Snapped it hard. Good girl. I'm done. This is it." She looked at him. She was so sad but so proud. He'd done all to protect her, gave his life for her, with not a second thought. "Do me one more favor, will you?" He coughed, blood on his lips. "If I can," he said, and tried to laugh. Just a painful cough. "Repent. Ask for Jesus to forgive you. I don't want to never see you again. Me, I'm a killer, a thug and criminal. I can't even forgive myself. But Jesus is nicer than us. He's much better at forgiveness. Just to see you all again, and someone must show those angels how to fight." She saw him close his eyes, and he muttered, "Dear Lord, I know I'm shit, but if you can forgive me, that would be good. Not that I deserve it." She thought that would be good enough. Jesus could see his tainted heart and find the good in it. She knew it was here. She held his hand, and he closed his eyes, fading from the world. She bent down at the body of his friends and cried. She held his bloody chest. He'd given all for her. He'd been the one to believe fully in her. It was his faith in her that gave her faith in herself. She stood up. The woman was waking up. She had a broken arm and sat and cried. The door to the theater broke open in a flourish, and a handful of people walked in. John turned to her. "Let me handle this."
Chapter 58. Lord Suffolk. He stood on the stage. The Mistress of Midnight sat, crying, clutching her broken arm, but tears coming. For a cause much more horrible. He'd seen her dressing room, and that blood wasn't animal. She was more about thanking God than he was thanking the Irish. Macready had been the best employee ever, and the proud man had fallen, but much like John, he didn't think he'd trade it. The back door burst open, and in came a group of peelers. They even had a few squaddies with them, all armed response. They pointed their guns. He turned to Genevieve. "Let me handle this." He stepped off the stage. Lisa stood there. She was fine if ruffled. "Glad you made it, though." The police ran forward, guns drawn, and a man came at the front. John smiled at him. "Bill, good to see you. How's the new position?"
"I find the role of captain suits me. Thanks for the help."
He knew when this washed, they'd need help in high places, and Bill Gilson was the only commander he knew. Now he was captain. The old one was taking bribes and had been revealed.
"What have we here? We heard it was an IRB action. Is that him, the dead one?"
It would have been easy to blame this his poor friend. They could all be innocent and not have to explain anything, but he wasn't going to do that. "No, this woman planned to poison everyone. He is my employee. We thought that would clear the room. As you'll see, he's a decorated officer and hit no one. Clearly, he could have if he wanted." The man walked over to the woman. He looked at her.
"That right? You plan to poison these people?"
She looked up at him. Her eyes were crazed, and she still cried.
"It was in me.
She made me do it. The demon woman, the evil thing, she made me do it.
Well, that's a case for Bethlehem Hospital.
Genevieve stepped forward.
Couldn't you try Hanwell or Derby instead?
He looked at John.
Sure, we can try. Men, gather her up now with your employee. Are we taking him or are you?
We will. The Peelers took the lady and led her out of the room. There are 2 men in the hall who helped her. They went and found them as well, already cuffed, and led them out into the carriage.
Right, John, I'll need a statement. But why don't you head home? I'll come around in a few days.
John shook his hand. Thanks, Bill. He turned back to his people and winked. Then he went to Lisa. She was still looking shocked, but had performed her task well. So you're going back home?
I intended to.
Can we all have dinner at my house tonight? I think we will need it. Smith spoke up.
I'll stay with James and wait.
I'll call by our funeral director and have a wagon sent. She looked at him.
I'll stay until they come as well, then get home for dinner.
Miss Walker, I guess it's just you and me. He put his arm out, and she joined him. They left the hall, leaving Genevieve with their fallen friend.
Chapter 59. Lisa. She sat with John at his home and they waited for Genevieve and Smith to arrive. She knew it would be a long while. The funeral director had said he'd send a wagon promptly, but it would still take a few hours. She sat and drank a glass of gin and looked at him. He didn't seem that shaken by the events of the day. She sure was. The worst part had been when Genevieve had banished the demon, when she'd sent it to hell. The screams of all those others. Was his revenge, they cried, or just anger? She'd been keen to leave and get back to her life, but now it seemed so hollow.
You okay? You seem distant.
I am, I suppose. I was just thinking of my old life. I don't think I can go back to drinking gin, flirting with men, and playing games. It all seems such a waste of time. John laughed.
Very similar to my own thoughts. I think I must do something. I don't think I can be a QC anymore.
She laughed now. I don't think being a Queen's Counsel compares to idleness and drinking, but the world does seem much bigger and much more frightening now. What are you going to do with Genevieve?
What do you mean?
I mean, will she stay here?
I'll certainly ask her to. I like having her around, and that's certainly one good thing I can do.
You'll have to hire a governess. People will talk if you just have a young girl hanging around.
She does need a woman around.
She took a sip of her gin. She'd been living here for a week now, and besides missing some of her clothes, she didn't miss anything else. She thought of her apartment back in Clerkenwell Road. It was nice and sweet, but she was sure now it would be lonely. Not only had she grown close to these people, but she would also be lying if she said she didn't feel for John, Lord Suffolk. Still, maybe once he would have been with her, when he was drinking and she was playing. But not now. The fact they were both better people made it harder. She didn't think he'd be with anyone until he got married now. He had changed a lot. He was still the funny and confident man she had known, but she knew he'd try to do the right thing if he could. He, like her, now felt he had to hold himself to a higher mark. She loved him. She'd been worried it was just his position, the house, their servants, but it was him. What wasn't to love? The heart of gold and body of lust. He was perfect. Too bad he was a lord and she was nothing. What will you do if you're not a QC?
Well, I'm still a lord, so I have to do that. But I was thinking of starting something. A gentleman's club, a secret society, some group of people that knew about what we know about and try to fight it.
Ambitious. I hope you admit women.
That's a novel concept, but I see your point. Our little group wouldn't be much without the women.
I'll join if it has a good name and you want me.
I do want you, I mean we will, the group. Actually, I want to ask you, would you stay here? I think if you leave, I will miss you.
She was shocked, but she couldn't stay. She'd end up being Genevieve's unpaid governess, just hanging around looking at him, pining until he got married. I'd love to. But as what, an employee? A friend? I don't want to go, but how can I stay? John took a drink of his gin.
I understand. You need more, and you deserve more.
But I can stay tonight. I don't feature sleeping alone in my apartment tonight, if that's okay. Of course, you're more than welcome. In a few hours more, Genevieve came back, along with Smith. He waited outside. He still wasn't used to being around them. He seemed a little lost without Macready. In fact, they all were. Genevieve was still sitting with red eyes, but they sat around the table and ate in silence. They had all been through much. Every one of their lives had changed so much.
Chapter 60. Genevieve. She loved Lord Suffolk John, and he proved that he was a very good man, as the carriage pulled before his house, and the funeral directors bore the body of James Macready from the front room to the back of the hearse wagon. He'd paid for it all, and the honours given that of a true fallen warrior. They loaded the body into the wagon, the carriage was led down the path, 8 well-dressed men walking in front, 4 horse and she and all walked behind it. Thanks, John.
All he deserves.
They walked for a long march through the city and then to the London Central Graveyard. They walked through the gates and to the graveside. The coffin was placed on the 2 cloth strips and lowered in. She didn't know how religious he was in life, but he'd prayed for forgiveness, and she hoped he was now looking down on them. He had his torments, he did wrong, and followed his rage to a dark place. But he'd changed. She loved him. The vicar stood and spoke some words. It was her vicar from Kent Hill. Sarah and Rebecca's were there, as was most of the church.
Today we lay to rest James Macready, a troubled man, a fighter, but a man who fought for his friends and for us. We know James gave his life to protect us all, and mostly young Genevieve. He took a bullet meant for her with fearlessness and courage, a truly brave soul. May the Lord receive him.
He spoke more of repentance and peace. It was good. Macready had repented in his last moments. She knew he wanted the love of Jesus, he believed. He just never believed in himself. She stood at the graveside as they spoke and looked out. There were a lot of people. She didn't know them all, but they were of all kinds: soldiers, workers, some Irish families, and Smith and his wife. It was strange to see he had a partner. She knew nothing about him. She almost cried as they lowered the coffin. The vicar asked her to say some words. She had prepared something. She knew he deserved it. She stepped up in front of them, but kept her eyes on John and Lisa. Macready, James was my friend. He did give his life to save me, and that wasn't the first time. He didn't filch in the face of evil. He just did his best to fight it. He was a good man, even if he didn't know it. He'll be missed. She stepped down from the podium. She looked around and saw, to her surprise, Johansson was there. He was in a wheelchair. She went to his side. You came?
I heard what he did, so how do you feel after it's all done? Do you still feel forsaken?
She didn't know. She'd spoke the words to Macready, and they were true. God had sent someone to help her, and it was him. She was the weapon to help the world, but she had support. She felt changed. She knew her visions were from God, and they were to make the world a better place. They weren't for her to feel pride, but feel faith that she was never alone. He was there. He's always there. We were enough.
Good girl, you've done well. Many who find our calling go wrong. They start off fighting for God. They feel they are doing the Lord's work, but they become so prideful and angry. They start thinking to themselves as the only true Christians. Who else had the blessing they have? But that's that path of destruction. Keep humble, Genevieve. Keep close to your friends.
Thank you. He smiled.
You'll do well. Now do me a favor. Go talk to that man Smith. He has something to say to you.
She shook her head. Maybe that was his gift. He seemed to know things. He had dreams and knew the path. She walked up to Smith. He was standing with his wife. She was an Irish girl. She had red hair and a nice black dress. She held him. He looked sad, but some ice in his eyes. She shook the woman's hand. Hello, I'm Genevieve. She felt the woman's feelings. He loved her man, but had been so scared for him, so afraid.
Hello, I'm Bryony Smithson.
So your name isn't just Smith? He laughed.
No, it's Gareth Smithson. I had a question for you.
Apparently, I'm meant to hear it. What's happening?
Me and Macready, we worked as investigators, or often bodyguards, but we had a little office in Whitehall, and we put notices in the paper, track down people, gather evidence for court cases, divorce, missing persons and crimes the police can't solve.
Was that how you got the job with John?
He advertised in the paper, bodyguards and investigators. We follow people and guard you. But now I'm in trouble and I thought you could help me.
How's that?
Well, I'm not the brains of the outfit. I'm good at following people, good at knowing what they are up to. But he did all the ads, the money, the payments and interviews with clients. Without him, I will have to close the business.
You want me to help? With what she could do, she could help. It would be easy for her to find a criminal, and she knew she had to help. The police didn't want her. She was a girl. Maybe this way she could help people.
I want you to help. We can be partners.
I'm a woman. I can't run a business. Bryony spoke up.
You can. People will just think it's strange. But imagine, you could wear trousers and have business cards. It would be so good for women. And who cares what some rich English bitches think?
She smiled at Genevieve. Sure, I'll help. I need work. Do we have any cases already?
Probably I haven't been to the office in 2 weeks.
What's it called?
Trinity Investigations.
What, really? Surely that's a joke.
No, we used to be 3, and Macready said it sounded trustworthy.
She laughed and thought of him. He would. She shook his hand. OK, partner, I'll join. I'm sure John and Lisa can get us some leads as well. I'll come to the office tomorrow and we'll start work. Smith smiled.
Thank you, Genevieve. It will be so good.
Bryony smiled as she walked off. She'd clearly told him to do it. She walked up to John and Lisa. They stood watching, the last of the people to leave. John spoke.
What was that?
Smith and I are going into business together, private investigators. They both laughed and John spoke.
I'll invest. You'll be so rich, you should advertise as a forgery specialist.
Or tell if a man's cheating on his wife by holding his hand.
I don't know if God gave me this gift, so I could be rich. I was thinking more of murders the police can't solve.
You don't know. Maybe as a millionaire you'll do good. But if you want unsolvable cases, I'll talk to Bill. I'm sure he has lots.
By Bill, you mean the captain of the Met?
Yes, now let's go home, if you're ready.
I am. Is it still my home, though, and Lisa's? She asked.
You can both stay as long as you want, but I think she needs freedom.
She knew what was in Lisa's heart. She knew she loved the man, but wouldn't stay to be just a house guest.
Chapter 60. Lord Suffolk. He stood in his parlour. He had together quite a gathering of people. Bill Gilson, the new police captain, Willie, his MP friend, a few other young police that Bill knew, Lisa, Genevieve, and 2 of his old Oxford friends. They sat around the table, drank wine, and chatted. The men were a bit apprehensive about the women. As they were told, this was the first meeting of their new club, but that was the new rules, and it was at his house. I'd like to welcome you to our club with no name. As I've spoken with all of you, the meaning and purpose of our group is to stop the moral destruction of Great Britain, to fight against the growing occultism of our country and generally be annoying to people trying to make our country worse. I want an open place where we can talk about ideas, things that trouble us, and what we should do about it. My own personal experience draws me to the first order of business, to try bringing a halt to the rampant popularity of occultism, palmist, and the like. Discuss. They all sat for a long time, and then Lisa spoke. It was good for them all to hear a woman speak on a subject and be intelligent.
I have found that in the circles I travel it is popular. Because it's popular. Interesting people do it. It's fun for them. It gains them respect and notice. They don't believe but slowly get corrupted. Idleness draws many ladies to this kind of thing.
The men looked, and then Willie spoke up.
My wife went to a palmistry night, I think solely because she read some stage actress did.
Billy spoke.
Clearly it's everyone. I've had more and more cases of it. Every day we arrest people on the Vagrancy Act. The law is weak on it. But more than that, we can't arrest these people. Lords, earl barons, their wives, peers, and the rich, we just can't.
I had an idea. It was to try our best to make it bring down. Unpopular and silly. We all believe in the danger here, but no one else does. I think highlighting it, give it strength. I think ridiculing it, and people who attend, would be best.
How?
Said Genevieve, who was listening.
An article would be good, an article from some well-known fine man about how boring and like idiocy it is, said Willie.
John laughed. So that's me? Anything else?
An author could be hired, maybe a book.
One of the Oxford men said.
Can we get harder laws?
We can, but they only target the poor. The rich are the ones who do it, in private rooms and parlours, and can't be touched.
Having our own newspaper would be good?
John laughed. It would. What I would like is to have a line of those penny novels. They are trash, but people read them by the 500,000.
Maybe we could design one with a message that was against occultism,
said Davidson. He was an Oxford man. Who would write it?
You could hire someone.
I think we're in danger of creating a printing house. One of the police spoke up. He'd been quiet.
I think that's the right idea. I mean, the Bible says spread the word to evangelize. But I think people are bored by praise and the normal. People like to read of horror and blood, sadly. I think to have new media that expresses our view would be good.
Well said. What's your name? Officer?
Jensen, William Jensen.
Good man, so articles, books and rumours sounds fun. John, what is our club called? The people who write and disparage?
He laughed. Hopefully something more graceful. Any ideas? Everyone was silent, and then they all had one. God's scribes, angry words, thoughtful dissent, a royal order of talkers. That was Billy. I want fancy, but good.
The Society of the Candlemakers.
He looked at Genevieve. The reason?
We aim to create just little pools of light in the dark.
Well said.
There were here's all round. Done. We are the Society of the Candlemakers, and let's start recruiting. I want members, thousands and thousands. After everyone had left, he spoke to Lisa and Genevieve. They both waited around. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for allowing women.
That's okay. We need some clear thoughts. Now, Genevieve, I was thinking about you. As you know, I can't adopt you. I can't say you're mine. But I want you to stay. I want you to stay for as long as you can. Also, I'm changing my will, so you'll get a good piece of my estate. She hugged him.
I don't want your money, but I'll stay. And what about Lisa?
He turned to her. If he was honest, he loved her. She was free, pretty, smart, and brave. She was all anyone could want in a wife. The only issue was her past. But he was no picnic either, and he just didn't care what people thought. Lisa looked at her.
I love you, Genevieve, but I can't stay and just be your governess.
Lisa turned.
I'm off to bed,
she said, and left John and Genevieve alone.
You know you should marry her, right?
He just shook his head. I know you don't care, and I shouldn't, but I'm a member of the House of Lords, a gentleman, with a vast estate, 60th in line to the throne. She is a daughter of a baker in Scotland. I can't, Genevieve. He was torn. He wanted her. But it was a bridge too far, even for him.
You know what I feel when I touch her hand or she brushes past me.
I know she's sad.
She's not just sad. John, she's broken. We let that thing have her. We waited for days, knowing it was in her to suit our plans. It made her do things that will haunt her. She will struggle to love, to make love, to have a man in her life. The only happiness she can have is with you, someone kind who will understand. And she wants you. She dreams of you. Don't be an idiot.
He just stared. I know I love her, but I can't.
What is a gentleman? Someone who does the right thing. Before you, I thought it was a joke, but I see it can be good. She needs protecting and love. She needs you.
He listened to her words. He could see his life. He'd dream of her for years and never find anyone else. But it would be worse for her. No one would understand. Fine, and don't think I don't know it's half because you want her around.
Don't pretend it's not half because you think she's beautiful and you want that body and face.
He stared at her. I like you, he said. You shouldn't talk to an elder like that.
Just go get your grandmother's ring and propose. It's in your study, top drawer.
He left the room to find his ring. Hopefully, she'd say yes.
Chapter 61. Genevieve. She couldn't be happier as she rode in a carriage to the office in Whitechapel. John had put his status aside and proposed to Lisa, and she'd said yes after making him say why he wanted her. She loved Lisa. She was what a strong woman was. She smiled and helped even though her heart was breaking. Now she could be happy. She did love that man. She was so happy they would be a great couple. She was smart and funny and good for him. Also, she wanted to stick around, and him having a wife who liked her was good. She got out at the office. Smith was out the front. He had the key, and he opened the door. They walked up the narrow stairway. He opened the door. It had Trinity Investigations on it. She went inside. It was small, cramped, and smelled like two men, but she liked it. She looked around. There were files in neat packages and a pile of letters by the door. Smith took them and put them on her desk.
So, boss, what's first?
Well, Bill won't have any files for us till Friday, but I guess we can see about these. She put half the letters on Smith's desk and sat. They started ripping them, reading them out and saying yes or no. Now, Smith, do you know what I can do?
Yeah, you see things that happened, like ghosts, but not ghosts of the dead, ghost of events.
Good. So some things are easy. If it's an object or a place, very easy. But finding a lost dog, that would be very hard.
Well, we'll try to take things that pay a bit better than a lost dog, unless it's the Queen's.
She read a few letters. One was interesting. It was a lady who had lost her wedding ring. She lost it along with other things that meant from her home she offered a reward. Stolen ring.
Divorce evidence.
The next was not great, another divorce. Smith yelled out,
Bodyguard work, maybe for me.
She started reading one. It was a fine lady's hand, and she started to read it out. We might like this. Dear Macready and Smith, I have your name as men involved in the Grand Hotel incident, where it is said you were involved in stopping a plot of some desperate occultist. I write to you as the police won't help me. My sister has joined a group of extreme religion called by the name of the Church of the Rapture. They have a church in Devonshire, but as far as I can see, they are very unreligious in their practice. My sister has stopped communication with me, and I fear for her life. I will pay you £10 now, 10 on finding and returning her to me, or providing evidence for her committal. As I feel she would be safer in Bedlam than with them, she stopped. It says Mrs. Rachel Hudson.
£10 each is good, and it could be easy. I mean, evidence for committal is easy. I had a job which was a man asked me to get evidence against his wife. All we needed was her wearing a short dress, drinking and an affair. Bang, insane.
You had her committed, she said, shocked.
Oh no. We ended up helping her, proving he was having an affair also. But it's easy. Men do it a lot.
She looked at her address. It was near Kent Hill, her church. She might even know this lady. She thought of her path. She knew God was guiding her. This might not be demons, but it was a false church and a woman in danger that was enough for her. You keen?
£10 for sure.
She could feel it. Demons weren't the only evil things she'd have to fight. We'll take it.